The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Former champs, reigning champs, and national title holders alike are battling it out at the Champions Showdown Chess 9LX in St. Louis. With 3 games a day and a new back rank each round, even the world's most prodigious chess talents can be surprised. Frontrunner Fabiano Caruana is breathing a sigh of relief after escaping a lost position with a draw against last year's winner Sevian to remain in clear first. Hundreds of possible opening positions, but only one winner. Who will come out on top and be crowned the next Chess 9LX champion? Day 3 of unpredictable chess, coming up next.
Hello and welcome to Day 3 of Chess 9LX at the World Chess Hall of Fame here in St. Louis. Well, tomorrow we celebrate Halloween here in the States, and we're sure to have 3 freakish positions appear on the board today. Will it be trick or treat for these fantastic players? Let's jump right to the studio and start the action.
It is no surprise that 2 of the top-rated players in the world are fighting for a win on the last day of Chess 9LX. Join us for the exciting finish as Day 3 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Maurice.
Nazi, Maurice. Wonderful to be with you both. 3 years, that's way too long. You got to come back. You got to come back, Maurice.
Feeling good to be back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our live coverage of this Fischer Random event. It's been great calling all the action through 6 rounds, and not a big surprise, it's turned into a 2-horse race. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after 6 combative rounds.
Let's take a look. We have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, with 5 points. And only half a point behind is Hikaru Nakamura. There are 2 players hoping to catch them, and that's Garry Kasparov and Sevian.
Big shout out to Garry at 61 years young. He's holding his own with these young players. Tell us about the format for this Chess 9LX.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament with time control of 20 minutes and 10-second increment. No draw offers allowed for the players.
No playoffs, but in case there's a tie, who's going to get the trophy?
Well, in case of a tie for the first place, there will be a direct encounter and most wins, Sonneborn burger, performance rating, and I believe this is a joke, flip of a coin.
Paper, rock, scissors. And obviously that does favor Fabi because in their direct encounter, as we're about to find out, Maurice, tell us about this 2-horse race.
Well, if you had picked Fabi or Naka to win the tournament, you get no credit.
Right.
I mean, come on. You picked the numbers 2 and 3 players on the planet. Of course, they should be at the top of the leaderboard near the end. And they are. Though they did get here in slightly different ways. You see there, 5 points for Fabi, 4.5 for Nakamura. The rest of the field, yes, a good showing indeed by Garry Kasparov and last year's winner, Sevian. But you're a full 1.5 behind the top player. Your odds of winning, making a comeback are very slim indeed. So it's really about these 2. And let's start talking first about Hikaru Nakamura, the number 3 player on the planet, the number 1 streamer in the world. But he's showing that he is indeed a boss player. And after winning 2, he had this major disaster, a true spanking, as a matter of fact, against the leader, Fabiano Caruana. He lost that game, but hey, Naka is resilient if he's anything, and he bounced back with 2 wins. Might have lost that last game against Garry Kasparov, but managed to repeat the position and get a draw. So now he stands at 4.5 points. And he has 3 players who are tail enders left to play. Robson in 8th place, not doing that great. and 2 players tied at 6th place. There are certainly points here for Naka to collect. He'll think 2.5, maybe even get greedy and get all 3 and win the tournament clear. We'll see what he can do. Well, somebody who'll be trying to say, hey, wait a second now, talk about winning this tournament clear. I'm the clear leader at the moment. Fabulous Fabiano Caruana hasn't lost a single game, won 3 in a row in day 1, including that beatdown of Nakamura. Then he drew that little trickster game against Aronian real quick. They were out of here in like 12 moves. Then a win, but it was yesterday's round 6 where he'll be counting his lucky stars, but Sam Sevian let him off the hook in what was a completely busted position. Well, now he feels good. The ship has been righted. He's coming today saying, no, I got to put the hammer down. And it's these 3 players he'll be facing, starting off with Leinier Dominguez. We're not used to seeing Leinier in dead last. 1.5 points. Fabi hopes that ugly form continues in round 7. Then he gets Garry Kasparov. Will the old lion bring back some of that fire and vim and vigor that he's shown back in the day? He's in a tie for 3rd. He's showing that he has good form right now. And then Fabi closes it out with Robson. So a lot of points, a lot of fire and brimstone are going to land on the chessboard today as these 2 players look to try to win this tournament.
Wow. Thank you, Maurice. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Begim, who has been visiting the playing hall. Over to you.
Hello everyone, it's fantastic to be part of this tournament, especially being able to see such a friendly atmosphere at the playing hall. It's great to see players laughing, discussing the positions and how to start their games, but at the same time showing such a fighting chess during the rounds. But yesterday's highlight was a young girl visiting us from Spain. She's a 10-year-old girl from Spain who came to see her favorite chess players, visit St. Louis Chess Club and Hall of Fame to discover more about chess. I talked to her a little bit, and after seeing so many fantastic chess players such as Hikaru, Nakamura, Garry Kasparov and Fabiano Caruana, she wants to become a future world champion. And it's lovely to see all of these kids coming across the world to visit St. Louis just to find out more about chess and meet their favorite chess players. So I'm excited for today, and back to you guys. Let's start the day.
Thank you, Begim. Indeed, we are excited to tell our audience about the pairings for this round 7 coming up.
Exciting pairings indeed. We have Sam Sevian playing Wesley So, Leinier Dominguez playing the tournament leader Fabiano Caruana.
That's the big match to watch.
Next big match, I would say, Garry Kasparov against Levon Aronian. Another big one, Robson against Hikaru Nakamura, and Oparin against Shankland.
We've been seeing a lot of fighting chess. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. Total prize fund for this event is $150,000. First place winner is going to get $30,000, second place $25,000, third $20,000. Beautiful prizes for everybody.
And if you win clear first, you get an additional $7,500 on top of the $30,000 that is for first prize. As we go into the playing hall, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the players going through the security checks, getting ready for the big reveal. Each round we will have a new position that our international arbiter Brian will happily share with the players. The players will get 15 minutes to analyze a new position, and it's kind of nice, as Begim was saying, to watch the players kind of team up and, you know, try to figure out the new position with one another.
Yes, it is indeed, and to come up with the right openings. Even though they are all competitors, I think they just find this so interesting.
Exactly.
To discover the openings together in completely new position. And we see even after the games, they keep analyzing together, even though they just played each other for an hour.
Exactly. Trying to kill each other in that 1 hour.
I wonder what happens to their minds when they finish playing all these rich, wild positions, and then you have to go back to regular chess. Like, are you thinking, what? Oh, it's not so interesting anymore?
I don't
or
know if
do
it's a
you
relief.
appreciate it even more after 9 rounds of chaos?
Right. Especially that game that Sam Sevian lost to Hikaru Nakamura, where Sam was black and his queen was on c8, and he allowed Hikaru to play knight g5 to e6, which was killing. The queen wasn't on d8. I thought that was pretty funny to say. As we get the new position, there you see the arbiter handing out the new position. We get it too. Nazi, shuffle them up, baby.
Drum roll, and here we go. Position number
bishops.
17.
17.
Yes.
Okay, let me write that down.
There's only 4 pieces that are misplaced, let's say.
What's the weak square?
Well, knights look okay.
The b2 pawn is the only
I guess
pawn.
the bishop on g1.
Well,
I
that's
thought it was the bad piece.
Yeah, that's the bad. It feels like the bishop on g. The knights will go knight c3, knight b3, but here we see the
weak
players.
pawns are b2 and b7.
Yeah, B2 and B7 are definitely sensitive spots.
Okay.
Do we start with
So-
g3?
So, right. So in my mind, I'm castling long. Why? Because I'm thinking the knights are going to go to c3 and b3. My king's going to be nicely protected. I'm thinking I'm playing g4 and f4 to get my bishops into the game, right? So I'm thinking I start with d4, I put my queen on d2, and then I'm going to go, e4, f3, g4, and my bishops.
But White, I was about to say, White can play G3 on move 1 and actually threaten bishop takes. And the question of who is going to take first, bishop B7, bishop B2,
Right.
rooks are hanging immediately.
Right.
Is that something you want to do? Does it make much sense? And so now blocking with knight C6 to be able to assail this pawn that's sitting.
But then, yeah.
There's no easy knight move except to put the knight on B3, which
Knight
is
to
not
B3.
ideal. And look at this, they're looking at sacrifices already.
Knight to b3, right?
Just
'Cause you-
erupting.
Yeah, knight to b3. You get 2 minor pieces for 2 pawns, because you've gotten the d pawn as well as the b pawn.
Okay, this is not going to happen on any board, I think. They're just settling down on some of the tactical opportunities, but I don't think this is happening on any board.
But it's nice to see where Garry's thinking towards g3, d4, d5, the most aggressive. And that's what I always try to do in the positions, is to analyze the most forcing moves.
Well, they spotted the weakness, right?
Right.
They spotted an instant
That
weakness. You
B2,
said,
B7.
can I take the initiative right away? Will it bother my opponent? Except my opponent can do the same, and it doesn't really cause that much damage. And now they're blocking
Shifting.
the weakness and
C4,
saying, okay,
knight
now just
C3.
put a knight on c3 quickly, and that should not be a problem. White has also gotten the pawn to c4 in this analysis.
This is-
So they're worried about the move c5 there. You see him dropping the piece back because this pawn could land on c5 and create a little bit of an annoyance. The only problem piece here for White, as Garry is playing it, is that bishop on g1.
I know. And
Okay,
that
as soon as I
tries
said
to
it.
solve it there.
Moves that pawn to f4. I think you're going to see that structure g6, f5 happen a lot.
For a moment, let's jump to Kostya Kovutsky, who explains what is Fischer Random. Over to you, Kostya.
Chess 9LX is a very fun chess variant that is actually very popular among the top professional players. And the reason is that it allows them to be creative in the opening stage of the game without having to spend tons of time studying and memorizing openings before the game. Chess 9LX is actually very similar to chess. It has all the same rules as chess. The only difference is that the starting position of the games are different. You randomize the order of the pieces on the starting row, and this changes the game quite dramatically. The history of Chess 9LX is actually quite interesting. It was invented by the American world champion, Bobby Fischer, who originally called the game Fischer Random. And then at one point, people started calling it Chess 960 with 960 being the number of different starting positions you could have at the beginning of the game. And recently, St. Louis Chess Club rebranded the game as Chess 9LX to put their own spin on it for their upcoming tournament. So the way Chess 9LX is a bit different to chess. It has all the same rules in chess. All the pieces move the same, everything works the same. The only difference is the starting position. And when you rearrange the pieces at the start, it changes the opening a bit, it changes a lot of the creative strategies that go into the game, and it really forces players to have to think on their own right from the very beginning. So this causes them to spend a lot of time in the opening. They have to make a lot of really important decisions early on as well. And the games end up being very complicated and very sharp pretty much throughout. The time control is actually very important in Chess 9LX because players can't rely on their opening knowledge that they've memorized and learned from years and years of practice. So when they don't get a lot of time in Chess 9LX, for instance, in a rapid or a blitz time control, this can cause players to have to make some really big moves right at the start of the game, and they don't have a lot of time to do so. So this can lead to serious mistakes, huge blunders, often more commonly than we would see in a normal chess game. So for example, let's say we had position number 900. That would mean that the king would be on g1, knight would be starting on f1, white's rook on h1, bishops on e1 and d1, queen on a1, and knight on b1. And for black, all the pieces would be mirrored and on the exact same square. So king on g8, knight on f8, rook in the corner, two bishops in the center, queen in the corner as well, knight on b8, and rook on c8. So, for example, you've been playing chess your whole life, you know all the opening strategies, you know very well what you need to be doing in the first several moves. Now all of a sudden you've got this position, it's completely different than anything you're used to, and now you've got to figure out how to play this correctly from here. So what a lot of players do is they still try to follow all of the main opening principles that they use in chess. So things like controlling the center, developing the pieces, and perhaps most importantly, figuring out where the king is going to go, because you still want to castle that king and get it to safety. So if you want to have some fun with your chess game next time you play, I would encourage you to try Chess 9LX.
And thank you, Kostya. As we see the players getting ready for round 7. Garry and Hikaru have been teaming up throughout the competition, analyzing the new position. And then we see a group of 4 of the players, Grigoriy and Fabi, working together. That's not a surprise.
Also?
But Levon and Wesley joining in. So you've got a foursome here with these group. And then you've got
Two Sams and Ray.
the two Sams. Birds of a feather flock together, the two Sams. And again,
Where's Dominguez?
yeah, where's Leinier? Leinier is running a little bit late, it would seem. And really, really nice playing hall, the World Chess Hall of Fame. They do it really well. And we have in-house our own statistician who, after 6 rounds, Ben Underwood, he informs us who's going to win the tournament. That's what we all want to know. Well, according to the stats.
Well, pre-tournament, Hikaru was the favorite, just slightly more favorable than Fabiano Caruana. But as you can see, last year's winner, Sam Sevian, at 15.4%.
I'm surprised that Levon and Wesley were down there, but let's see what happened after day 1.
After day 1, Fabi had a perfect score, so of course
he jumped on the trampoline.
Became a huge favorite at 62%. Hikaru clear second with 22%, and pretty much most of the field had 0% chance of it.
Garry getting no respect.
At all, at all. Let's see if Garry could earn some respect after day 2. No. It's brutal.
But 71.7%?
Because of how they matched up on that tie breaks.
Wow, I would have to go to Vegas on that one.
Right?
Man, give him a little bit more respect. It just requires one bad result from Fabi. But I guess Fabi's opponents are not super powerful that he's going up against. First opponent is Leinier, who's not only MIA here right now, where we can't find him, he's MIA on the chessboard, period, in dead last place. So Fabi's hopeful that he can maybe grab a quick point, put some pressure on Naka, and maybe even distance himself from Nakamura going into the last couple of rounds. He does look like a man with really good chances at the moment to win the tournament.
By the way, this is actually a really severe handicap for Leinier. Leinier is a local, may have gotten stuck in traffic. He doesn't even get a chance to analyze the new position. Fabi's going to have 15 minutes of some insights, and really also in Fischer Random, the early tactics. Just spotting, where the weak spots are. Bishop takes b2 or bishop takes.
In the last 2 days, we have been seeing question marks after move 1 and 2.
Indeed.
That's how hard it is to figure out exactly which pawns you should push, how you're supposed to develop your pieces, and what side to castle on.
Again, they've got position 117, as you can see on your screen, for
It's
round
just
17.
17.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, 0-17.
0-17. There you go. 0-7. Hold on. Did I write that down? Right. I didn't even write it correctly on my.
And from what I'm gathering, everyone has the problem with the bishop on g1.
Yes. And conversely, the bishop
Start
on
with
g8.
that 4 first move. Problem solved.
Problem solved.
But unfortunately, our king's on e1, so touching the f1 too early can be problematic.
No, with your bishop on g1, you got bishop f2 whenever you're ready. They just want to be aggressive. They prefer aggression.
Absolutely.
To natural development. F4 looks so natural, and yet they're just after that b7 pawn right away. Let's just put them on the back foot. I want a threat on move 1.
Exactly. We're going to have to ask Begim when she gets a chance to tell us what has happened to Leinier, who is MIA, missing in action. Very, very surprising.
I like what the Sam's doing here with f5 and d5.
Doesn't feel
Doesn't
right.
look right.
Yeah.
Now our bishop on g8. I mean, it's like a Dutch setup, but not a good one.
Not a good one. Not a good one. I don't like it.
Looks like Sam Sevian is saying he doesn't like it either. Let me show you a little lesson.
This is a cheat sheet, and actually I think it's really hilarious that they're handing out these sheets. In the past, they would just hit the monitor, and there'd be a roulette wheel, and out spits the position. But then Peter Svidler took that position, walked over to Garry Kasparov, and they analyzed the wrong position.
No.
Yes, that was terrible.
That was great.
He was so embarrassed afterwards, it was not even funny.
Garry was not amused.
Oh man, Garry is a hero. I mean, Garry is
was Peter's hero.
Peter's hero. And to flub like that, you spend 15 minutes, and Gary's looking over like,
on the wrong position.
You knucklehead. What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
I mean, it is also Gary's responsibility to get his own position correct. But man, it reminds me of a situation with Emery Tate, the late great Emery Tate, who had an adjourned game.
And he analyzed the wrong
position.
That has happened before.
As well. And it was funny because my friend Willie Johnson called him Pop. Pop was telling the story, and he said specifically to Emery, "Is this the right position?" And Emery looked at him like he was an idiot. Like,
offended.
Come on, please.
What are you doing?
And they spend all that time analyzing the wrong position. Right. You don't want to do that. Be doubly careful. But here they do have the cheat sheet, as you mentioned. So.
Yeah, but when the 8-time Russian champion Peter Svidler comes up to
you over the wrong
you
you
give him respect.
Right? Assume. Do you have the right position? What? How dare you?
And now I have to remember the player's name, but I remember he had absolutely the most crazy, wild adjourn position. And there was Lubomir Lebojevic, Ulf Anderson, myself, and like maybe 3 other grandmasters helping him prepare for the adjournment. The adjournment analysis went way beyond the dinner time. And 11 p.m., the guy overslept. He had all of this analysis.
Here's Leinier.
And Leinier, welcome, Leinier. As he Looks like he's got his parking validation. Very important. Whenever you come into a chess tournament, get your parking validated. Otherwise, it's bad news. Anyway, he's getting his first reveal. I mean, and he's got to
At least he's with
catch
the white
up.
pieces. That helps. If he was also with black,
I don't know. That's
Does
a
it
big
matter?
handicap.
Does it matter? You just don't know anything?
Either way.
I don't know that there's these big advantages. You did mention, Yasser,
Yeah.
that there is a website. You guys still haven't discovered it.
Right.
That shows what the evaluation is of all the initial positions.
From the Stockfish engine.
From Stockfish Engine. I think a lot of people would be curious to know what that website is. But you can Google it, because our crack team of Seirawan and Paikidze somehow still haven't found the website that showed that. But if you guys could find it.
We're heroes. We have a bell ringer, Nancy.
we have a very special guest, women's grandmaster Nana Alexandria from Georgia. She was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame yesterday.
Yes, we
Beautiful
were there
reception.
for her induction.
And
Our
she'll be
congratulations.
ringing the bell today.
Those ladies were so funny.
I
It was
know,
great being at
Irina
that
was
ceremony.
great.
A true honor to be in the presence of these greats, people who fought all these battles for candidates and
And I will
world
also
championship
mention-
titles.
Nana Alexandria had the best chess club in Tbilisi that I grew up playing in
Did she?
since I was 7
Lucky
years
you.
old. Yeah.
Did you ever get a class or some lessons?
Oh yeah, we had
from
lessons, we
Nana?
had tournaments there.
Oh my,
Nana was always there supporting all the players. It
how
was,
sweet.
I have wonderful memories from there.
So,
Made
Brian,
me jealous.
And I believe that chess club is still there in Tbilisi, just as popular as it used to be.
fantastic. And Emily Allred on the left there, she's the curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame and played a big supporting role last night with the induction.
Let's listen to the arbiters.
After the last game of this round is finished, we'll have a 15-minute break, and then we'll reveal the position for the round 8. So today, I have a special guest, and Emily from World Chess Hall of Fame will introduce.
We're lucky to have women grandmaster Nana Alexandria in attendance today. She's here for the 2024 World Chess Hall of Fame induction. She'll be ringing the bell to begin this round.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I wish you all success and happiness throughout your life, and let the strongest win today. And as for whom I wish more, I will not tell you. Have a good day.
When she said success and happiness throughout your whole life, I thought she was going to refer to the game. But here we go, round 7.
By the way, that applause
Right.
by the players, much respect.
Of
Game knows
course.
game, and they know the history
course.
well also. So it's beautiful to see that.
Anybody who knows anything about women's chess has recognized extraordinary contribution that Georgia has made to women's chess.
By the way, you were mentioning
Is that a question
Nazi.
mark on move 1 or 2?
I got on my screen. Move 3. D4 question mark. You got
the most
you
natural
control the center. You fianchetto and D4.
No.
That to be explained. I'm just saying. I just popped it up on the screen. First thing I looked at, and the engine's like, "Yeah, we don't like that move." Incredible. And Queen B6,
Ooh, wait, is it a
Exclamation.
exclam, already exploiting
Knight B3.
the weakness here, but forcing. But Knight B3 already here on skates. Maybe A5 could happen.
A4. Go ahead,
A4.
Pop Knight B3 on your on that.
Put Knight B3 on the board.
Let's just see it.
And let me see what. Knight B3.
Yeah.
And the engine's giving F5 as the best move.
F5. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise. Oh, the rook on F1 can be tickled.
bishop
With bishop
C4?
C4.
Bishop C4.
Trap.
I was thinking E5, right? Just to close off the attack.
E5.
But bishop C4 kind of like,
Well, the engine doesn't even want to play bishop c4. It's sack it in exchange if you play this move. Look at that.
We also have this exact position in Garry Kasparov's game against
King takes.
Aronian.
And now white's better. If you go for the material. Hilarious.
because the bishop
That's
on H8 is so bad.
It's bad in this diagonal, so that's not what it wanted to do.
Wow.
These variations are indeed wild. After e5, the move f4, going for the initiative immediately, and this is that stops f4 as well. Just crazy stuff, these positions. You said that is the exact same position on another board?
Yes, in Garry's game.
Well, Garry.
Let's jump to that.
Garry and Levon have this position. We've just seen
And Queen B6 surprising him.
Yeah. Now, the weird part is I'm sitting there, we're trained by these poison pawn variations. Let's say,
Just sack the pawn on b2.
yeah, I go f4. I defend the pawn on d4, and I put it to you. How are you going to play? You're going
Let's
to
try
take.
taking.
Okay. Now I go knight b3. Now the question is, how am I going to trap the queen? Not quite sure.
That's
Like, how do I attack the queen?
Well, no. I mean, that's if you have the attitude that you have to even do anything with the queen.
Just to have it ensnared.
The queen is currently ensnared and will be wondering what's going on for some time.
Right.
You could play bishop e3, castles kingside.
Bishop 3 and bishop c1 is also a threat.
I didn't. Okay, so I didn't even think about trapping, but there you go. I was just trying to bring pieces out, but bishop e3, bishop c1 is a very unique way to trap that queen. So that's devilish.
So Garry thought, but were all the players starting with g3? Let's go quickly to the game of Ray Robson and Hikaru. So g3, as expected in some of the games, knight c6, blocking bishop takes b7 attack.
By the way, Garry did sack the pawn on b2. He is treating it like a poison pawn by playing knight to e2, and now he's going to bring the other knight out, and then he's going to say, okay, this is a pawn sack. You want the pawn? Go eat.
Oh. And we have a kind of an English going on here between Ray Robson and Hikaru. Again, the bishop on g1 for me is the problem piece. It would be easy for me to play e3 and knight e2 if my bishop was on c1. On g1, I feel more or less obliged to play f4. We'll keep an eye on that one. I'm going to go to Sam, Sevian, and Wesley So. This is the similar one you wanted to say. Queen b6, similar to Garry Kasparov.
They're following our commentary. A5 was played by Wesley.
A5 makes sense.
But Maurice told us that F5 was the best move for black.
Right. Well, I'm dealing with A4.
We have to play A4, right?
I'm not sure. Let's say I go knight d2.
Push A4.
Knight to c4.
Oh, nice in between move, but okay. Queen b4, you have c3, and my queen is all kind of trapped.
Well, I was going to go here, and if you take on d4...
Oh, I thought you had c3.
I will play c3. But c3, you take my knight.
The queen...
Bishop
The bishop is not on f1. I did exactly the same thing.
The queen is a bit misplaced, though, on b4. You could have gone queen a6.
Well, c4 knight's hanging, which
was...
No, I mean, not in this position. I was just saying.
It says a4, knight here, queen a6. I agree, that's a better square than b4.
Now your d pawn.
Now the d pawn is okay. That makes sense. So it looks like a4 is required. Now do we follow up with that whole business of f5?
Black has the initiative.
But then black shouldn't take the exchange, apparently.
I think you're forced, aren't you? I'm going to take your bishop.
Maybe bishop c4 is not the best move.
Okay, fair. But I am ready to play f4. I got the big clamp on the center. Okay. We're going to keep our eye on that. Maurice, over to you. Tell us.
By the way, in that position, there is also captures.
Okay.
Giving away your bishop in order to really
freeze
the structure. You could just look at it and see some problems occurring. And black does have some initiative with this kind of move. Garry, I want to go back to Garry's game, however, if I may, because Garry intuitively, this is his style. Garry Kasparov. The way he made his money back in the day was by sacking pawns for the initiative.
Yeah.
That was just, every time he would play a game or he'd prepare an opening, it would be all about, not about accuracy of play. Let's play the perfect move here and the perfect move there. No, he wanted an imbalance, and that would generally be a material imbalance, and it would be a pawn sack if he could. If he could sack an exchange, he would. But it was one of his tried and true techniques to sack a pawn intuitively for compensation. Well, more or less intuitively, because he did a lot of analysis to back it up. And here you see he did play his knight to e2, queen takes b2, now knight to d2, And he's saying, you got the pawn. Good for you. He's never seen this position before, obviously. He knows he has just given away a pawn, but he's got the development. The queen has ventured into the position, and it is up to black now to prove themselves. Rook b1 may not happen with a capture. He can continue to develop his pieces and eventually take advantage of the lead in development, which, as a dynamic, tactical chess player, it really favors him. So he's going to make a couple of moves and get that development. If he ever gets his bishop to e3 and castles, he'll be ready for operations, for concrete operations in the position. You see Levon, however, being very concrete with the move f5, not giving Garry time to just stop and develop pieces nice and easy. Levon's not interested. Levon's saying, no, I need to challenge your position quickly, destabilize your forces. If you play f3, I'll trade on e4, and if you take back with the pawn, then trade rooks. You can't castle in that direction. So a super sharp position. The engine in this super sharp position where black is a pawn up is giving 0, 0, 0. Full compensation to white, but nothing else. Just a game.
Crazy. Okay.
Let's jump into the leaders game, Fabiano. Let's see how he's doing.
Exactly. Leinier, again, for those of you joining us late, so is Leinier. So you've got good company. G3, C6, D4, no E4, D4, but D4, F5, knight to D2. You know, it's so strange. My whole life, my whole career, it's always been that the best and most active squares are F3 and C3 for the knights. It's a surprise to me to see the move knight D2. It's a fine move, nothing wrong with it.
Maybe it's going to F3.
Maybe it's going to F3 after all. G7, G6, give me the pawn. Leinier, recognizing that he does have a problem piece, the bishop on G1, played F4, much like Fabi. Fabi said, you know what? Let's trade off my bad piece on G8 for your good one on H1. No, thank you. Takes. Queen B6.
We see this Queen B6 in like every game.
Really surprising. B3. Now, this is a very different approach. Leinier does not, like Garry Kasparov, want to sacrifice his pawn. Neither does he want to encourage A5. So he plays B3.
He wants to play knight E2, probably.
Knight E2? Whoa.
Like he can play whoa.
Check this out.
The knight is pinned on E4. The pawn's pinned on A.
Getting a little bit worried about all of these pins. You're absolutely right. The knight is pinned.
On the other hand, this is all temporary. If Leinier doesn't lose material right away, black's way behind in development.
Indeed, because black has already moved the C pawn for the second time.
Right.
C6, followed by C5. Normally speaking, that does not bode well, especially for the player who's black, because you're already behind in tempi. And if you just help white develop all of his pieces, queen takes, knight takes.
This is a beautiful endgame for white.
I'm ready to castle.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's the most normal castle move we've seen
ever
in chess 960.
Yeah, with knight to b5 to follow. Fabi, I don't know, unless, can he exploit this diagonal?
Can he continue pressure on d4? Maybe knight c6?
Knight c6.
Oh, queen c6 is interesting too.
Knight c6. Okay, that looks far more normal. May I just ask a question?
Queen a5 check.
Check is check. C2, C3. So I'm blocking the check to my king, but also masking your attack.
I can take on e4 and then on c3.
Right, but then you're giving up two bishops.
You also have in between b4 move possibly, but...
Possibly, but I'll fall for your nefarious trick.
Yes, I'm giving up two bishops, but you're losing your castle.
True that. On the other hand, I think I've more or less gained control. If your knight, you know, now see, if your knight was, I don't know, somewhere in the vicinity, h6, you know, just saying, somewhere develop f5, I'm with you. I'm not feeling this.
Pawn on c5 is too strong.
Agreed, and it's defended as well. And I am going to get some tempi against your queen.
By the way, d7 is weak at the moment.
Also,
there
King
could be a
castle.
queen d5 kind
Rook to D1.
Rook d1 kind of lifty thing going.
I'm with you. I think the move knight c6 makes sense, but you got to just look at those forcing lines.
And it looks like these players were attracted to this b2 pawn, so much so that with black, that they were willing to bring the queen out early.
Exactly.
We saw it here. And if you jump to the game with
Garry?
Kasparov,
Yeah.
Levon has taken 2 pawns, both b2 and a2.
Okay, so
doesn't he know who he's playing against?
I know. The man who likes being behind for the initiative, f5, e5. Now, I really like that move. At first, I was thinking rook b1, queen takes a2, rook takes b7. Normally, it's very, very good to get my rook inside the camp. However, after knight b6, I'm not sure. I got my hand stuck in the honey jar there. Garry said, I'm not trying to win the pawn back. I am trying to kill your bishop. Bishop.
Look at this next move by Levon, f4.
F4. I don't like that move one bit. F4. That's asking way too much from the position. I mean, whoa. No.
This is too greedy, taking all the
So that's
pawns.
only one pawn.
Now it's only one pawn,
And
but
b7 is hanging,
but
but your
look-
queen is misplaced.
look at these beautiful central pawns. D7, D6.
Now, this
fighting
is
back.
This is terrible.
It just feels wrong. For the moment, though, let's just be clear. This bishop on G1 still needs a life.
So white has this good move, knight d3, defending the pawn and planning to play f4 and open up our bishop.
Makes perfect sense to my eyes as well. Knight to D3.
Yeah, all of this for just one pawn, and b7 is still hanging.
Yeah, it's funny, these positions, you always got to be on the lookout for tricks, right? So the funny part is a move like queen G4 that normally would never occur in regular chess. It's a
This kind of moves don't even come to mind.
Exactly. So I start to think about the move rook takes, because if you go knight to b6, my king's on e1.
What are you talking about? I feel like
Sacking, right?
sacking on b8 already and take on
Right?
c6 with check. And yeah, you're right though. That bishop just needs
To get back
to get into the game. But he did play knight back.
Knight to d3. I think that makes the most sense, actually. Knight to d3. Because you really do got to get your king into safety. And f4, okay, take.
Levon is trying to stay ahead on the clock. And he's playing very quickly. And I think Garry suspects that's what he's doing.
And Gary's
Gary's saying, no, thank you. I'm just going to play moves that look good.
and play them quickly.
And this is getting worse and worse for Levon.
By the way, a quick, Nasi, you just said orange bubble appeared?
Yes.
He takes
Bad
e5.
move taking on e5.
That's the most natural move in the position. Why was that a bad move?
You mean taking on e5 was natural?
Well, he just played d6.
I know, but maybe you should develop a piece or something. You're opening up lines when you're behind in development.
Good point.
I just feel like
Good point.
you're asking for it now.
Yeah.
By the way, the D file is open. Remember how we were talking about the queen landing on d7? Rook b7 is definitely a salient threat. And when that happens, okay, knights are in the way right now, but the knight has access to c5,
Yeah.
which it didn't have before. Then the other knight moves out the way, and suddenly the queen's popping in. I'm feeling bad for Levon right now.
Exactly.
Just the multiple pieces that are organized and developed, lines that are open. How are you castling? You must move your bishop off of g8 to castle kingside. Not too far away from happening. But even so, your queen always may be getting trapped. This looks dangerous.
And he's not too much ahead on the clock either. Just 1 minute difference.
Quick question.
2 minutes.
Bishop d5, rook a1 is embarrassing, right?
Oh, wow.
Right. Your queen needs a way back home.
Oops.
Your queen definitely needs a way back home. And rook b7 is happening at any moment.
Right.
This is Garry Kasparov right here.
Yeah.
This is the beast of Baku. This is what he plays for. It's one pawn You're not fooling him. You're not fooling him. And by the way, he's ready to play f4 with his bishop also exploding on the long diagonal. Everything, and then castles.
Yep.
Come on, this is gorgeous. This is exactly what you would want as an attacking player. Levon is in steep trouble in this position.
Levon looks stressed. He knows this is not the position you want against Garry Kasparov.
No.
I don't think he won this against anybody, but especially not Garry.
We're being told that Grigoriy against Sam Shankland, that Grigoriy is enjoying matters. At first, when I came to the position in my mind's eye, I had a bishop on h1, and I was like, ooh, whites for choice, right? Oh, sorry, there's no bishop on h1. Bishop on h1 and the bishop on g5 must have gotten traded on d5, a5, knight to d5. Is that a peshki?
You will like this, Yasser. Yes, he grabbed the pawn.
Love
The
it.
other position was sack the pawn and get compensation. Garry Kasparov type.
Right.
This one is munch the pawn, win
Get
it,
an attack.
Yasser Seirawan style. No, Yaz is happy, and Yaz, I'm with you. This one, it looks free.
Hey, wait
Take
a
it.
minute. And not only that, but actually cozying up to the king. There is a half-open c-file that it does mean you're not playing king b8 when I do go to rook to c1. This looks wonderful. An extra pawn. What's the problem?
Huge advantage for Grigoriy against Sam.
Something really went wrong there. I want to go to our tournament leader, Fabi. He is up against Leinier. When we left it, we'd just seen the move c5, a move we thought, well, is asking for trouble. Knight to e2, munch on e4, takes. That's the tempo. Good news for Fabi's fans that on a capture on c5, he gets to play check and pick up the bishop. So Leinier felt obliged to back up. Normally you would be playing queen d3, right? Queen d3, defend
Wants
the
to
bishop.
keep the bishop.
I understand, but I was like, I want to castle and get my king
But you
out
still
of
want to
dodge.
castle long.
Well,
You're not afraid of that bishop on h8.
I'm afraid of everything, as Christian would say. But in this particular case, I think development is really
important.
much more important. Knight c6, we've caught up with the players. And again,
That's fine.
A moment ago, we were looking at a variation that went takes, check, correct? c3. Now, pause here because you could consider knight b5, but just in case. Remember the knight was on c8 when
That's
we
so
had the
much
two
better
bishops?
now.
This is a much better
Knight's
version.
going to f5.
Knight goes to f5.
He can castle long or short, actually. Long
Right.
looks better.
Yeah, but even so, I mean, I'm undecided. Let's say
There's
I go
also
here.
a knight d4 option, queen b2 check.
Queen
I guess
b2.
white wants to trade queens go to the endgame.
Yeah,
Then two bishops.
This I would
significantly better.
be happy about. I was expecting you to check me. I was going to capture,
And run to f2.
but then I saw queen b2, and I
Ooh,
can't
there's a
run.
fork.
Yeah, rats. I get forked.
He might still have something. I went bishop b7 and c6, but
Not convinced. Not convinced. Okay, so that's a line that doubtlessly the players are analyzing. And how about our defending tournament champion? We may not be talking about Sam Sevian a lot, but how is he doing? Whoa. He's got the big clamp. Wow.
close
What just
structure.
happened? King e7 was the last move?
Yes.
Okay, knight b3. Remember these?
But could you back up for a second, please? What did I miss?
So we went knight b3, a5, a4. Wesley decided to go hunting for an exchange. Remember this one? And the engine said, take my rook. You've got a bishop on h8 that is terrible. D5, bishop f3. So Wesley is saying,
Okay, this move. Back up.
Rook a3.
What? Knight c5, king e7 is forced? Oh, because you have to defend your pawn. So it is forced. Man, then this looks
King
very
f7
suspect.
looked a little bit better, maybe, than king e7.
Yeah, it is a surprise.
Yes. Okay.
King
I would
F7, you
think
can
King
play.
F7 is a better move.
And you can develop the knight to E7. It's
Right.
a little bit
Exactly.
different.
King E7
Makes
looks
sense.
weird, but the Incr didn't like Rook A3 either.
Well, it said it was missed opportunity. Maybe White had
White had a
something
move?
better. Immediately C4.
C4.
C4 might have some
This reminds me
ideas
of
of knight
Caro-Kann.
takes. When all you are is a hammer, everything resembles a nail. I get it.
Yeah.
C4 looks like an interesting
The bishop is attacking
idea.
the queen on B6. That's devilish.
Nice.
That is
Ro-
devilish.
but-
Show that line. Show that line. It's important.
Okay.
Because I was trying to understand C4 just looked like a
C4
ridiculous
or
move.
knight
No,
C7.
it takes.
Oh,
Take
but
on
this is so
C4?
much. But this is so much. Okay, I get you. C4 takes, knight takes.
Exactly.
Give me the rook. King
And king
takes.
takes.
Thank
And
you
now-
very much. That bishop is lurking. Check.
Right. That was the point I just
Yeah.
wanted to make.
I think C4 was an opportunity. I was looking at this one only because the engine said, "Hey, wait a minute, missed opportunity."
Oh, I see where you're going with this. Taking on D5.
Right?
And knight C3 check and then D5.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Yes, this was the one. When you were saying exploit the bishop discovered attack against the queen, I was doing it this way.
Yep.
Yeah. But there
Well,
you go. I
Sam
mean,
played Rook A3 with the idea of Rook B3 going after the B7 pawn.
but you know, once you
very
see Rook A3 and Rook B3, you're immediately
Hard to
seduced by
resist.
the idea. I mean, they're hard to resist.
We have this.
And
current
now we have
position.
C4. Okay. So apparently the queen is actually better placed on C7, not surprisingly, because you're not in a potential discovered attack.
But look at Black's pieces. They look hilarious. Nothing has moved except the queen and king.
Right?
Yes, you are up in exchange, but White will have to prove something here. Is there some kind of sacrifice coming? So, for example, yes, this move, you can't sack on E6 now. I don't think this is going to work. But taking on D5,
Whoa. Maybe
Still
it
works?
does.
does it work? Oh, because you sacrifice your bishop as well?
Yep.
So we're down Rook and a bishop.
That sounds like a lot.
That's a lot.
This is actually,
Wait, you should capture and show why capture
Yeah,
is,
just.
You
oh,
could-
there's
is not a move you want to
Queen
play because
B3.
this check looks very
King C6.
strong. Foreseeing this and then mate.
Oh wow, Queen B5 mate.
And also, Queen C4 would have been met by Knight C3, that block. Queen C4 now.
yes.
Maybe by Knight C3.
we're in
Oh, that's
check. We're in
nasty.
check.
Oh, we're in check. Oh, it's a counter check. Shocker. Shocker alert. Whoa.
Did you see the software help me out here?
Help us. Yeah. Oops, blunder.
I moved my knight. I reached
That's
for my
hilarious.
knight. And it didn't.
By the way, even this line is very funny.
You're telling me the king is. No, it can't.
Yeah, we can't ensnare it because Knight C3, to stop it from going back home, we don't have a way to
B3
check it.
check.
Any check
It-
that would do the job. But that was a very funny line.
Absolutely.
But even in this line, sorry, no, in the backup, we shouldn't have played Queen B3, stupid blunder. Knight C3 check win. No?
Knight C3 check. I'm picking up the queen.
King E6.
Queen
Queen
B3.
check.
Now, not worried about anything. And now Knight
Didn't
D5.
we,
Nice.
didn't at lunch, didn't we have a discussion about a queen versus 3 minor pieces and
Yes.
Here-
In this case, it's queen versus only
2 minor pieces
And a rook.
no 2 minors and a
rook?
But we do have.
But
two
those
pawns.
pawns are all she wrote.
And-
That's going to be devastating.
Let's refresh my board and go to the current position because with the inclusion of rook on A3 and queen on C7, Wesley decided, you know what? I'm going to take this pawn. Now again, if Sam had started with the move C4, he might have been able to play moves like knight D2 and or D5, right?
But knight E6 looks.
D5.
Is there something wrong with knight E6? What am I thinking? Takes and D5?
And I run like rabbit home.
Oh my gosh.
I'll run home.
I guess pushing doesn't do anything, and Oh, man. I can't get in both E6 and D6, if only.
If only. The rules. Rook C3 was Sam's reaction to captures, and that makes a lot of sense. If I can just...
The way I'll point out that Sam's down to 6 minutes.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
And 11 and a half for Wesley. This is not ideal for Sam.
No.
I also have some big updates in
Please.
Garry's game. If
Let's
we can
do it. I'm going to
jump
go to the
back.
game of Garry, Kasparov, and Levon. When we left it, we felt that Garry had great, and I mean double exclamation mark, great compensation for the pawn sacrifice.
I think he let Levon off the hook just a couple moves ago.
Well,
No, here it's all good, but he had to play knight b3 and cut the queen off from going back to safety.
knight b3. Okay. So with the immediate threat of rook a1, also tickling c5 perhaps.
Right.
He did not do that. He instead chased the queen, rook a5. Okay, an indication to me at least that he's looking to keep the pawn on e5 defended by the rook, a lateral defense, and
Queen f5, I guess. No,
queen
this
f5,
is
bishop
scary.
e4, right? That is a strange attacking move. That move, rook a5. Not so sure.
Maybe knight c4. Can I trade some pieces?
Absolutely. I'm not so sure I understand what Garry has been doing these last few moves. Bishop.
See a question mark. Levon just played queen h3, which is apparently not a good move.
Yeah. Why did Garry? Do you like pool? The game of pool?
Yes.
Billiards. So if a moment ago I told you Black's queen on a2 is going to show up on h3, you go, how did you get over there? Well, bing bang, right off the wall, billiard.
I have a
Queen
feeling
h3.
Gary's going to sacrifice another pawn on h2. He can't castle, right? Because
No.
Right.
Can't
illegal.
castle. The king had to go through f1, which would be a check. So current position is this. Okay, I don't like what Levon is doing, but refute it.
I think Levon came in thinking, just take every pawn you see. That's what he's doing.
Well, okay. But how do I punish you for this?
I think Maurice has some update.
It feels like Levon is really asking him for a lot of trouble.
Definitely. That queen, by the way, was over on B2, A2. Now it's on the other side of the board.
Right.
I mean, that is
a swing.
Some kind of slingshot. Got it skating, skating shoes on. Okay. All right, skates on.
Skates.
Now, I want to talk about another game because I really love the idea in chess of the boomerang. What is a boomerang in chess? A boomerang tactic is when you play a combination thinking you're going to win or get some advantage from that combination, and then at the end of the combination, your opponent allows you to play the whole thing, and then at the end, boom, it comes back to hit you in the face. That's one of my favorite tactics. It also comes this idea of Aikido, martial art, where the attacker is the one who gets exploited for the energy of their own attack. In this position here, we saw Oparin take the pawn on a7 to win a pawn. So now Sam decides to play a tactic. So here he plays the move, knight to b4.
Hitting d2.
This piece is hanging, right?
Right.
That's a piece. Why are you giving up a piece? Well, because he had this combination in mind. Takes with check. The king moves, and now check. Very cool. What a nice idea. The point being now that if you take, he can now take, queen takes d4 with check, and he picks up the knight on b4.
Sweet.
Gorgeous combination. Wow, that's pretty. Pretty bad, as it turns out, because after you play this check, white simply moves out the way. Exclam, great move. Lets you win your piece back, but guess what? Now, at the tail end, the combination is over. Here comes the boomerang. Rook hits your queen. Where can your queen go? Only one square. Rook f3. Where can your queen go? Suddenly your queen is being curtailed all sorts of ways. The move queen to c5 is met by queen to e6 with check. That's hanging, by the way. I really want to see this move. King here. I'd love to play queen takes a6, some kind of tactic. I don't need to. I can just play knight takes with a6 with check, and you're looking at the devastation into your position and going, wait, this is not what I calculated. What's going on here?
Not agreeing to this.
So this position, after rook f3, he played in the game. Did he play queen c5?
Yes, we have all these moves.
Oh, he did play queen c5. So, okay. So going down the line, a poor queen running around, king to b8, knight a6 was played with check, pawn takes, and now the combination is, he did not take on a6.
Played on a, yes, he did, and that was a mistake.
Oh my gosh, he was completely winning in this position. He was supposed to continue with b4 to chase the queen off the diagonal completely and grab. And if you actually, where does the queen go?
You have to take, and there's rook b1.
The queen is trapped after b4. Queen takes. Talk about the ultimate boomerang tactic. B4, what a beautiful line, actually. You play your whole combination, and it ends in this against you. That's gorgeous boomerang. Instead, in this position, he took, and instead of playing b4, he missed that move, and he grabbed the pawn. Now the engine's giving equals because suddenly the king is exposed to this check.
No.
And queen takes d1, and it looks like you have to give perpet. Oh, chess is so cruel. He had b4.
It was so close.
Ooh, that was so close. That will go in a book, though, on boomerang tactics. One of my favorite books of all time, Blunders and Brilliancies. Go take a look. Look at it. Might cost you a little bit of money, by the way. But if you can get a copy of Blunders and Brilliancies, I think it's by Moss and Neat. Don't quote me on that one, but Blunders and Brilliancies in Chess. I love that book. It shows those kind of combinations where one side, there's some blunders. You play a move you think is good and you get hit in the face, and you could have played another move that was just completely winning. And it has a bunch of boomerang tactics in that book. This one would make the book. This one would have made the book for sure. Missing that beautiful b4 at the end, refuting. You know what's really cool about b4 at the end, what I really love? That the very first move of the whole boomerang was on the b4 square, knight to b4.
Exactly.
And at the end, b4 would have been the punishment.
Oh my.
Instead, we have what
we're
is going to turn into a boring little perpet.
And it's going to go into a perpetual check now.
Talk about how cruel chess can be. Garry
Yes.
Kasparov's now much worse.
Really?
No.
He comes into today's round in a shared third position. I didn't understand what Garry did. He chased the queen. I thought he should just get his king out of dodge, castle in this moment, just a second, and play this position, like takes. Okay, this bishop is looking at various jobs. You always have rook a1, but then he did something really peculiar for me.
I mean, it's creative, rook a1, rook a5, but
yeah, but
maybe
is
it's a
the
little
rook
slow.
so great over there? Now here, I don't like that move at all because his whole he was dreaming of keeping this bishop, if you will, under lock and key. I thought his intention was to go bishop here and bishop g4 and try to question what is the queen doing on h3. He took, and Levon saw his chance to capture on e5. Now, whoa. Suddenly, it's black's bishops that look much more coordinated. Takes.
And now Levon has the initiative.
Ooh, and this king is stuck in the center. Okay, now how can we exploit this moment? Do we go bishop c3? No, bishop c3, rook takes c4?
A lot is hanging. The c4 is attacked 3 times. Okay.
You're right, once, thrice.
So maybe start with knight takes d2.
Knight takes d2, okay. Thanks to the added pressure here, we're not touching this guy. Am I running with my king? I'm afraid.
King d2, I can't. Yeah.
I'm afraid if I take with my queen, my king is going to remain trapped. I'm worried.
I can play rook d8.
Yeah.
As you can see, Garry shaking his head.
He
He's
understands
not happy.
something's really gone off the rails. We liked his pawn sacrifice out of the reveal position, but this is not looking good. This is not looking good for Garry. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, a big position happening. Sam Sevian right now, he's tied with Garry behind the leaders in third place. It looks like he's going to make clear third place right now if he wins a game against Wesley So, which it looks like he is doing. Wesley being way off form in this tournament. Wesley did take the pawn. Remember we saw that king in the middle of the board. He said, King E7, looks kind of ugly. Well, it's about to get even uglier because after Rook C3, he decided to defend the pawn with Knight B6. A stone-cold blunder, according to the engine. And why is that? Because the move B3 is problematic, to say the least. Now, if you take, suddenly Queen takes, and we see the problem on this E6 square. Big deal here. If you try the move Knight to D5, then bam, hello. Wake up and smell the coffee. After this, you cannot capture back because your queen is on the same line as the rook. So that is just absolutely terrible. The move B3. And now, desperation time, Knight to D5. And I think a mistake was made here. Sam didn't realize just how potent it would be to capture with the pawn. Sacrifice an exchange.
Second exchange.
A second exchange. And this mass is going to land with a thud, no development in the position. By the way, I'm curious about the move B6 here. The engine says nobody cares. Nobody cares. D6 is the threat.
Beautiful.
Your position, Knight E6 is coming. Your position is completely falling apart.
Busted.
Beautiful double exchange sack. Look at the sleeping black pieces while white's pieces are dancing and prancing in the position. Absolutely would have been a boss way to play. But we're such materialists in chess. This position would go in my second DVD with Chessable on Dark Forest. The Menacing Miners is what it would be. The Menacing Miners, where I show a lot of double exchange sacrifices, and they feature exactly this: an exposed king and dynamic pieces and poor development on the other side. Actually, I don't even put all of them together like this. This is just an easy example, if you will. That would have been fantastic. Instead, after Knight to D5, he decided, it's too much for me to be that brilliant, and he took. And this was a bad move on his part, really bad, actually, allowing development by black, and suddenly he's challenging pieces. He has solidity in the center. Man, that pawn takes would have been absolute genius. In the meantime, this draw, we saw this perpet, the missed boomerang opportunity. Oparin's going to take a look and say, I had you.
Missed opportunity.
B4.
Turn to our attention to our tournament leader, Fabiano. He's up against Leinier Dominguez. When we left it,
They have such a normal in-game position now.
But I thought that Fabi had overreached, let's put it that way, with the move C6, C5, Knight E2. And when we left it, we were right around these parts.
Yeah, we didn't see C3 move.
We had been looking at captures. C3 was Leinier's choice. Captures. Knight F5, hoping that there's a pin.
Discovery moves on the queen here.
You kind of think that that white
Very
has
tactical.
something. White drop back, Knight to E3, a fork. Give me the bishop.
I have to-
Captured. Knight takes.
Oh.
Captures with a
Everything.
check. King takes. Now, I would like to play rook
D1.
takes, D1, but queen,
Queen D6.
yeah, I'd have to give up an exchange. That was why Leinier captured. And then, as you said, the most normal looking, it's actually, somehow if the pawn was on E6, it would be more normal. The pawn on E7. And we have caught up with the players. Rook and Knight versus Rook and Knight. I think White's slightly better. I would call this position evens, Stevens at the moment. I just like White's structure. Over to you, Maurice. Garry Kasparov.
Garry Kasparov and his absolute dynamic self starting to show why he was such a great champion from the past. In case you didn't know why he's 20 years number one, 15 years world champion. Was it 10 years without coming in second?
Yeah, won every tournament he played it.
What?
For 10 years.
You know, the people who just categorically say Magnus Carlsen is the greatest of all time, if you're like under 30 years old, you have nothing to talk about. Like, just stay quiet. Go and look up Garry's record of success, and then you could come back, and then we can have an actual debate on the topic. But Kasparov is such a beast, and he showed it in this game. He's in trouble here. Levon found the right way to play. Knight takes D2. Castles with check. King to C1. And now in this position, the correct move was just to play the move A6. Bishop to D4, playing with tactics because of the pin on this F file. Queen and rook attacking, and what does Garry do?
Sacrifice.
I'll see your pin. Let's go. Yeah. Bishop takes on C6. If you capture back, then I get this check. And if you play king to C7, let me grab this guy. Ooh, look out. We're defending that. We're hitting A7 with check. We got all kinds of goodies happening in this game. I want to see what actually happened after bishop to C6. Queen dropped back to E6, best move. Bishop to E4, no trade for you. And now rook takes F2, rook takes, and the move queen to B6, actual.
That's huge.
Big time move, best move. Black still has a slight edge here. Down an exchange. Am I counting right?
Oh, white's up an exchange.
Yes, but this bishop E3 check threat is something you've got to look at. Queen definitely.
E2.
And the engine is giving rook takes D4. Take it now. Kill it as fast as possible. If I move my rook to F3, then there's also this small problem, as you can't run to the D file. Checkmate. And you're going to get mated. So queen B6 on the board. I think Garry did capture.
Yep.
And we're expecting queen takes D4
and
played.
We have C3 as well.
By the way, there's a mating problem to worry about. And Garry played C3.
Which the engine gives as an orange bubble.
As a mistake. The game is completely insane. Forget about all these evals and blah, 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 blah. It's really about the fight, the struggle, the fact that Levon is at 120 and counting down. Garry at 258, almost 3 minutes. And this is just a brouhaha, free-for-all, a rumble in the jungle right here at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Also, big things happening since Fabi's game looks like a draw. Well, let's look at Hikaru, who's only half a point behind and seems to be winning his game, about to catch Fabi.
Up against Ray Robson, and I'm looking at this game and how they got here. Ray played some very strange moves with his knight, his knight on A1.
So much better.
So much better. Bishop to G7. I think during this tournament where Ray played some gentle move with his bishop, he went like bishop A1 to B2, turned out to be a huge mistake. Here, bishop H8 to G7 makes a lot of sense to me, looking for this diagonal. But as usual, Ray, no time. He loves being hot behind on the clock.
I think he loves it, but he can't help it.
Well, you gotta love it. I mean, if you're doing it consistently, day after day, month after month, year after year, you love it.
By the way,
yes.
If you take a look at Sam's game, just quickly,
Sevian,
Sam Sevian, he was trying to catch up, but he has fumbled the position completely. He's now just down an exchange.
Yeah.
Straight. And by the way, one of those things about chess 9LX is you start with these weird positions, like this is kind of unusual. And then you look at this and you go, this looks like a regular, boring, down and exchange chess position. Like, what's weird about it? This
Nothing.
Looks like the most normal, somebody dropped an exchange, and that was it. Players figure out how to organize their pieces, but he played too reasonably, actually, in this game when he should have sacrificed the second exchange, which would have been an absolute brilliancy, and now he's just lost.
Thank you, Maurice.
I'm just hearing Hikaru blundered, Kasparov blundered.
We're seeing time trouble. And Hikaru just played the move knight d4, attacking the queen. The queen went to a2. Oops, that's the Garry Kasparov game. I can switch to it if you'd like. I am talking about Ray Robson
He's
and Hikaru Nakamura.
Hikaru's very close to converting his advantage.
And Ray is down to 10 seconds on the clock.
Make that 6 seconds on the clock.
6 seconds. And Ray is desperate to trade queens. His king is under great duress. And is there Shadoob? Is there?
Just move the queen away. Queen a6 or queen b6. I would never trade those queens.
No, never. I was just wondering if there's some kind of combination. No nasties.
Knight is not leaving a1.
Right.
Black knights on d4, d5. Absolutely gorgeous.
They look perfect.
It's completely winning for black.
I'd be a little bit reluctant to walk into this pin. So I like your queen a6 a lot. I really do.
And if white tries to get rid of one of the good knights on d4, then you have a new problem. Pawn on d4.
And that new problem means a longer diagonal for the bishop.
An outpost for the knight on c3 and e3.
Stop it. You're just pouring dirt on the grave.
Okay,
right
so
now.
you got
This is
Hikaru
terrible for white right now.
Hikaru came into today's round a half a point behind Fabi. We think Fabi is drawing his game. He's in an end game against Leinier. Now the question is, can Hikaru catch up with a victory? And he would be tied at the top with queen b7. He wasn't trading queens. We just didn't know where it was going. Queen b7, reminding white.
It's very hard to find moves for Ray, and he has no time, 5 seconds. Okay, he just took on d4, but we know that's not a good trade.
Yeah, that knight was bothering him so greatly. And again, queen c6, right?
He just wants to get rid of those queens.
Just desperate. Okay, knight c3 check?
I think there's some tactics now.
Knight c3 check?
Knight e3 just wins the exchange.
Oh, excuse me. That's much more simple, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't imagine a seesaw battle going back and forth between Kasparov and Aronian. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 orange question marks from both sides back and forth in that game. It's absolutely nuts. With no time on the clock there, Garry keeping a small edge. We could stay with this game as he is a leader.
It's just seconds. Ray just traded queens with 4 seconds on his clock.
This looks hopeless, right? He's losing the exchange, then a4 is also coming.
And f3 is weak as well. Captures. I'm sure we're going to see d3. d3 is an automatic, keeping that knight body checked, and this is terrible.
Yeah,
this
I think
is
Hikaru's got this.
Absolutely terrible. I'm going to call this for Hikaru. We'll probably miss the handshake, but let's go to Garry Kasparov.
After all those mistakes, as you said, let's go to Garry.
Yeah.
He was triple zeros, and then he blundered to -5
in one move?
In one move.
Oh, no.
In one move, and now he's just busted.
What was the triple zeros?
Yeah, he could have played bishop d3,
Queen
apparently.
d7 was a mistake.
I mean, they're both under severe time pressure.
Gotcha.
But he could have played bishop d3 and made queen b5 with king a1. And now if bishop takes, he can play, or at least this check, winning back this piece. And the game continues, but instead he has allowed a disaster, and he can't believe it.
Garry, he was tied for third with Sam Sevian. We think Sam is going down to Wesley. Wesley up a whole exchange. I'm going to go back to the Ray Robson
Hikaru
position.
won.
He did win. We called that.
So let's go to Sam Sevian's game because Fabi's endgame is still drawn.
Exactly.
So the only other game remaining is Wesley and Sam.
Well,
And if Wesley wins, then we know for sure there are only 2 people who will win this tournament.
Yeah, that mathematically eliminates everybody from the...
Oh, this is a dream Caro-Kann position for black.
I couldn't agree with you
Look
more.
at the knight on d5.
Look at that. Those 2 rooks spying, holding up the g3. This got to be a tactic where black ends up playing queen to f8, rook to g4, and f4. That type of a tactic.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Well, king
Just
h2.
shuffling.
Yeah, ducking away, preventing the move rook to g4. Because then
Well, a draw by Fabi will have a tie for first with 2 rounds to go.
Oh, by the way, is Fabi still playing? Because
They are, but
it is a night ending that's, well, Is it
It's
still
equal.
better for white? I mean,
No, there's no better.
There's no better?
Just a draw.
really? I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's a draw, and I get it. But there's a king on e4 versus a king on e6. Wouldn't you think that white? No, you're going to just.
But the liquidation on the queen
Frustrated.
side is going to be problematic to
Yeah,
get any
well,
advantage.
And when you play
True,
knight
true.
f6, black has h6, so we can win the
Okay,
pawn.
so I take, you take, I go knight f6, you go h6, I go knight d5.
By the way, I also have knight c4.
Yes, you do.
Mm-hmm.
if
Yes, you
play
do.
that, so.
And they're following our analysis.
Knight f6 on the board. And I don't think you should play h6,
Straight
actually.
knight to 4.
I think you should start with knight c4. Of course, that will be a draw after I capture, but I was playing for a trick. Let me just be very clear that if you play knight c4, I've got knight c7 check and knight takes b5, which wins a pawn by defending a3 as well. So that was just the trick. And again,
I'm not even sure that wins a pawn, by the way.
It doesn't? Oops. Did I miss something? Blunder. Oops.
He has played knight c4.
Yeah, immediately without it.
Yeah, because I have king. I want to. When you first played that, I want to take first on g5. Got to clean up the trash over on that side. Quickly clean that up,
Agreed.
so there are no mistakes. And now, if I go for the same knight c4, knight c7,
Yep.
king d6,
Yep.
knight b, king up,
A4.
and now I just have to figure out how to get back over the other way.
Make sure, yeah.
So maybe you did.
Maybe.
Yeah, knight b6, etc. Yeah. Anyway,
it's a draw.
no need to even bother going into that line because this is just
Exactly.
you have to deal with a b pawn now, and that's just drawn.
Yeah. The knight, I don't think Leinier, no.
No.
Just knight f6. He's going to play h5, and his king is going to deal with the b pawn, and then there'll be I'm expecting kings. They'll play to kings. This game, dead draw, I'm going to turn it back to Sam Sevian. And for Wesley So, by the way, by taking down Sam, if he indeed does win this game, he's climbing up there.
Yes, he is. And winning with
Well,
black.
he's fighting for. He's in
Third.
third place
Right.
Yeah,
or thereabouts, right?
He wasn't.
Clear third.
But after this win, he will be.
well, Garry was in third.
Garry and Sam were
Yeah,
sharing.
he'll leapfrog both of them,
Exactly. He'll jump to.
so he'll have at least a tie for third. I think he'll be clear third actually. But
By the way, wait.
There's some
What
question mark.
but
what was that?
Bishop.
I mean, doesn't everybody play bishop here and bishop here?
Ooh. Maybe 94 back, right? Run back. And this ended in a draw. Fabi
As
against
expected.
Dominguez.
Leinier did not do himself any favors by showing up late to this game. He didn't get
excuse me,
chances.
he probably is happy to make a draw against the top player in the tournament right
that's
now.
what I'm saying.
But let me just say, how did that pawn jump to g5 from g3?
there was a G. Yeah.
And now it's a little bit
Well,
tight.
yeah. To be clear, Black had doubled his rooks against a weak pawn on G3, and that's a huge success for Sam Sevian to get his pawn from G3, where it was backward and targeted, to G5.
And Wesley has completely switched to D file now.
And Wesley just gave up the exchange right back, whoop, hoping to
Now,
pick up another pawn.
knight
to
f4?
D5.
Well, it's improving bit by bit, but
Okay, I do have bishop. I don't like this knight. This knight is huge.
No.
Bishop to D2.
Black's king's not that great.
It's getting a
The
little
bishop on B4 is, of course,
But what about
too
bishop
good.
to D2?
Ooh. And I can take on E6. E6 I
I've
found it.
got E6 covered.
So knight E2?
Knight E2, queen. I'm trading queens, queen E3, in case of. So I'm looking at bishop D2. We're looking at knight E2, and I was looking at a queen trade. And somehow, Black's
up.
king.
You're only up one pawn opposite color bishops,
Yeah,
maybe.
but I was thinking that my black king is a little bit weak. I can go king G7, knight D5. I see some happy moves ahead for myself.
I think Sam would be himself happy if that's what was the worst,
the worst
of the
that
worst
could
that happened out of it.
Yeah. Well, he had a very bad position earlier. He's fighting, but how? Ooh, king G7. Wow, that was a move I wanted to make with the queens off the board.
Right.
With the queens on the
So
board.
can I play g6 now?
I will still play
I'm very
bishop
tempted
D2.
to open up the king. Bishop d2, g takes h.
Ooh. And Wesley played very quickly. What are the clock times?
20 seconds for Sam, minute and a half for Wesley.
Okay, I think your g6 certainly has my attention. I'm
There's
not sure.
h6 and I need 2 moves to get that bishop out of there.
I hear you. I hear you. Okay, bishop to d2. Sam's reaching. He doesn't have that much. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, bishop to d2, rook to d3
Oh,
is
that's
on
his trick.
Sometimes you talk about a boomerang. I would look at bishop takes f4, rook takes d4, rook takes. Ooh, 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 ooh.
There's no threats though. Well, rook d1.
Rook
No, there's no rook
d4?
d1.
No rook d1. Yeah,
This is
that
so
is funny.
strange.
You're rook
he's
to
just
d3.
trading.
Change. But now I get to put the knight on d5, and that's a huge sense of relief. I plug up the d file, and
There's no play at all for white.
For white.
In this position, just is nowhere to look for play even.
Yeah, no, Wesley definitely in cruise control at the moment. Knight to d5. He's
knight d5.
pausing, so it must mean that he's thinking of re-centralizing his queen. Queen to d4?
Both look very good.
They do.
Pick a move.
Pick a move.
Time to move. And he's played
C3.
bishop to c3.
Okay, he's hustling a pawn.
Queen d1. I'm happy to go to opposite color bishops.
Are you so happy?
The engine actually gave this move as a mistake.
Whoa!
And that one is a lot of talent. What is this move about?
Queen h5.
Take the bishop?
Yes.
Bishop's hanging, right?
Yes, it is. He's
Oh,
taking it.
I think he just blundered that.
That is insane. Plus, your queen can't even leave because there's back rank issues. What a move. Whoa, that's way too much talent.
No, that was a blunder. That was a blunder. Bishop e8, he just forgot that the knight protects the square. Time trouble.
And Wesley said, I think I'll just take that.
I'll collect.
And he's still bluffing his way to the next move after next move.
Right.
Doesn't queen c... Well, he decides I'm not even going to give you
is
the
definitely
e6 pawn.
on the agenda.
But queen c3 is coming very quickly, and
Yeah, that's
you just you're faking it till you make it, I guess.
h6. Well, you're actually encouraging me to put my king on a desirable square. No,
Just giving him
Everything
nothing.
is winning.
everything.
Just giving him nothing. You have no move. Knight there doesn't even threaten anything.
On queen c3, there's 90. No, there's nothing. It's
No.
like 95, I win a piece back.
What about knight d5 right now, folks, with knight f4 coming?
Yep,
very
nice. That
Wesley
just looks-
agrees.
Yeah.
Wesley agrees. Knight f4 check is lights out.
Bishop e8. Oh my goodness. Talk about a collapse in time pressure. I mean, it was bad, but you didn't have to give back a piece.
There is the handshake as Wesley So, out of nowhere, clear third. Wow.
So we'll have to check the standings, but I think he's in clear third.
I think he leapfrogged both Sam.
But he's a
Sevian.
point and a half behind two people who he's
Yeah.
not even
I'm
playing.
not saying. I'm saying he's playing for the bronze, no question. As the two players discussing.
What a miss in this game by Sam Sevian.
But
What
that
a
game
great
of Garry
chance.
Kasparov, that looked like it was a ping pong.
Another miss.
But
There were a lot
both players like returning the advantage.
playing bad moves, yeah. it turned
Okay.
out. But also, it's day 3. You can get fatigued. You know, you get tired after a while in the complex positions. You've seen enough of these crazy positions. At some point, I think I would agree. You'd be thinking, you know what? Could I just have a nice, boring, regular chess position? Because at least I can play 15, 20 moves without thinking about it. All the patterns are normal for me, so I can just lean on that as a crutch if you're not playing well. If you are playing well, let's go. Let's go. It's a dogfight, and we have two leaders right now who are doing just that, and they're not playing each other. However, one has the tiebreak advantage in Fabiano, having defeated Nakamura. So if they tie at the end, then Fabi wins the tournament. But that big score, as we see now, this playoff, the direct encounter is number 1 on the list. As a matter of fact, most wins currently goes to Naka. because he has a loss in the pocket, which Fabi does not have, but Fabi has more draws. That's why they have the same score. But number one is direct encounter, and Fabi took him down in round 3. So that is a problem for Naka. He must keep his foot on the gas. There are 2 rounds to go. If he wins one more game, or if Fabi happens to cough up a loss, it is all Naka. So the pressure is definitely there. There's no way Fabi can say, you know what, let me just make a couple of draws and cruise on home. He's got a certain kind of beast, a rival in Nakamura. He knows is somebody who can pick him up and put him down.
Absolutely.
Fabi still has to play Garry.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's next round or the last round.
Next round.
Next round.
Yes.
Yeah.
So wow, anything can still happen between those 2 players.
Absolutely.
Fabi and Hikaru.
I'm catching up on the game between Reyes and Hikaru. But before I do that, let's just take a look at the standings after round 7.
Wow, we have 2 co-leaders now, Fabi and Hikaru at 5.5, and 1.5 behind in clear third is Wesley So.
Garry Kasparov and Sevian, who both lost in round 7 at 50% with 3.5. That one stung for Garry because he got a position, I think, out of the opening that he was more than satisfied with. You don't mind losing a game where you played poorly or your opponent had the advantage throughout. But when you have the initiative, as Garry did, like seriously, right here after F4, look at this position. This is Garry. This is Garry all over it.
Yes, but Levon is a hustler. and proud of it. Coming from a guy who grew up in Brooklyn with the hustlers, you start to mix it up a little bit. You say, you know what? Things are not trending my way. What can I do to just throw a little flavor in the position and spice things up? And that's exactly what he did. After this move in this position, Bishop F2, Garry's thinking, I'm just going to castle kingside and I'm just going to get all my pieces and just prepare to bash you. Levon said, whoa. Do you really want to castle on that side? Let me break up your pawn structure. Let me make it a little bit strange. No standard move to make you just play the next move. And here, Garry had to play the move knight to b3, according to the engine, is the best move. He had other moves as well. He could even castle in this position. But he got a little bit nonplussed by this position and said, let me play this move, rook a1. I'm tired of this queen. He couldn't help himself. Let me chase the queen away. And then the queen dropped back to a much better square. Thanks for the free tempo. And then Garry played rook a5, and then suddenly the queen was on the other side. They started making mutual mistakes as well. But that g5 move, that was the move that when things are trending a certain way in chess, you have a bad position. The most important thing to do is destabilize the position. If you sit and let the trend just stay the way it is, you're going to lose the game. So can you find a move that destabilizes? And that is the art of defense. I call it hustling, but it's actually just incredibly logical. You're losing this, but you're worse. Is there a way you can destabilize, play a sort of offbeat move that your opponent has to look at and go, what's this about? Because they were so comfortable sitting back in their chair, no problem. And suddenly you make a move and the position gets dynamic and a little bit chaotic. When you have a nice advantage, you don't want chaos. You want the other person to just stay asleep. Just keep doing normal things so I can bash you. But when there's chaos, there are problems. And they both made mistakes. That's the nature of this kind of game. And it's also the nature of chaotic positions where the standard positional features go out the window. And it's all about the dynamics and being able to understand the interplay of tactics and king safety and those positional features as well. That's what really confused Garry and ended up costing him the game. By the way, he was still fine at different points because Levon was not playing the best moves. But again, that pressure, spending time on the clock, all of it adds up over time, and he ended up losing.
Yeah, that was a key moment there, G5. Nasi, what's coming up?
Let's have a look. We only have 2 rounds left. In the next round, we'll have the key matchups will be Hikaru Nakamura against Grigoriy Oparin and Fabiano Caruana playing Garry Kasparov.
Oh yeah, those are 2 great matchups, no question about it.
Wesley's fighting for clear third. He'll be playing Sam Shankland.
Yes, who got lucky just a moment ago with Grigoriy, so Sam's still in the mix. Absolutely. I'm still stunned by the move G5. We're going to take a very, very short break, and we're going to come back for the next reveal. Shall we?
So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yay!
That is my boy. Look at that kid. You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error.
Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show.
Visit Mo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings before round 8. We have 2 co-leaders now. Hikaru caught up with Fabi. So both players now sharing first with 5.5. They're kind of running away with it because Wesley, who is in clear third, is full 1.5 points behind.
As he just took down Sam Sevian. Garry Kasparov also crashing to 50%. They had come in tied for third. And tell us about the pairings for this round 8.
We'll be focusing on 2 key matchups. That will be Hikaru Nakamura against Grigoriy Oparin. Was that?
Was it Sam?
I think it was different.
Okay. What? Yeah, okay.
And Fabi will be playing Garry Kasparov.
We do
Big round.
We do have Hikaru versus Oparin, but yeah, I think we had a previous pairing was a little bit off. And
Wesley will be playing Sam Shankland, Levon facing Robson, and Sam Sevian coming off devastating loss, playing Leinier Dominguez.
Can we point out that Oparin is Fabi's
second
homie, his trainer, his right hand,
Mm-hmm.
and now he's playing Hikaru.
Yeah.
So Fabi's like, I wonder if they're studying. They must be looking at the positions together right now. I'd love to see that on camera. I'm betting right now Fabi is training Oparin for this position so he can fight Naka. It's got to be happening, yes?
Right.
I mean, come on. Where are they?
Yeah.
They're off somewhere in secret, maybe?
No,
they're somewhere out in secret.
They're in the attic analyzing,
Right.
prepping.
You say, come on, dude, I need you to win. I don't care what you've done. I just saw Oparin.
Nah, it's darkened room. A darkened room. For those of you who are joining us late, in this round that just was completed, you're going to see one of the most beautiful missed opportunities. That exchange sacrifice, the second exchange sacrifice that Sevian had against Wesley So. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It was a beautiful moment. You pointed out, Maurice, in real time as the players got there. And I tell you, I just saw that B takes C4, and it was like a flower. Every one of White's pieces was beautifully placed.
I am trying to get to it.
You got to go.
Actually, let me do it this way.
Yeah, I was about to say, you don't do it one move at a time. It was B3 takes C4, not Rook takes C4.
This moment.
Yes, this was the key moment right here. And boy, once you see it, it's so beautiful.
Knight d5, bad move. He's already sacrificed in exchange. All his pieces are working. He saw his rook under attack. We're all materialists. We've all been taught to be materialists. But chess is a dynamic game. It's the interplay between the concrete pieces, the material on the chessboard, and the dynamic properties inherent in the remaining pieces or whatever it is that they're actually doing. A piece is not real. I actually ask this, what I call a koan, which is a term for a riddle, a sort of Japanese riddle. And the question is a rook a piece that moves vertically and horizontally, or is a piece that moves vertically and horizontally a rook? People kind of mistake what I mean by it. The point is, if the rook cannot move, it's not moving, it's not active, I don't even call it a rook. It isn't a rook, it's garbage, it's nothing. Take a look at this rook right here. Is that a real rook? That's not a rook. You call that a rook? It's garbage. This knight is not in the game. These are pieces that are inactive. If they're not in the game, they're not doing anything, then nobody cares. This bishop, you want to call that a bishop? Sure, it factually can move along the diagonal, but in actuality, it ain't going nowhere. It's stuck. It can't go anywhere. It's just locked in a prison. So what's real pieces? This bishop, this dominant knight. And by the way, the other knight, if you had captured the pawn, and now you see just a wall, a sea of white forces about to be led by the D pawn, busting open the position. Meantime, a king and a queen waiting to be forked by a knight on D5 when it all happens. And the activity of the remaining white forces, every one of them working, this bishop, both knights, this queen, all in action while black has nothing to really smile about. This would have been a gorgeous positional decision, which would have led to a tactical evisceration. This was what Sam should have played. And we all smile when we see something like this. We go, oh my goodness, why didn't you do this? This is so good. And there we see Fabi and Oparin sitting diagonally across from each other.
Looks like entire Olympic team is helping Oparin take down Hikaru.
Exactly. Even Leinier's got something to add. And they do have the new position. Shuffle them up for us, Nasi.
Yeah, let's have a look.
What do we got?
Position,
Which position?
3-3-3.
3-3-3. It's all threes.
Queen on B1, bishop on D1.
Okay.
Easy to castle, knight f3 and castles kingside.
G2 is the way. Yes. Knight f3, knight g3, castles kingside. Actually, the only piece I don't like is the bishop on d1, but this looks like a great position. If you go e4, oops, I can't move the reveal. If you go e2, e4, you bring your knights out, you castle, you go c3, you got a Joko piano with the bishop already on a c2.
I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the two knights being on the same color in general. I like the asymmetry of the original position in any of these chess 960 positions, where the two knights are not stepping on each other. Here, both knights fighting for f3. It means that the knight on e1 would probably have to go to d3. Not that it's a bad square, but just the fact that they're fighting for the same square is a little bit problematic. Other than that, as you said, that bishop on d1, also a light square animal.
Yeah.
So all that avenue of going along that diagonal is a bit problematic. A fool's mate, by the way, on h2, meaning that white could lose in 3 moves by playing knight h3, or that is black can actually lose if white could mate in 3 by playing knight h3, knight g5, while black sets up his own demise by playing.
You're right, rook G8.
Rook G8.
Yeah.
Well, knight first
right
out, and then the rook to G8, and you get capture on H7 or on H2. You always want to look at those little
suicide,
tricky suicide. I know it seems irrelevant, but those are things that we know about the original chess position that are factoids that are somewhat important. As a matter of fact, I was thinking about this. Well, we have some time, right?
I think we're going
to take a break. Okay, yeah. I'll talk about it afterwards.
Okay. Indeed, we are going to take a break. And this time on our break, we're going to check in our friends at QBoutiqueSTL.com and see what they have. Well, here it comes. St. Louis offers something for everyone to enjoy. Now you can experience the city's unique spirit with your friends and family through the St. Louis edition of Monopoly, one of my favorite games. Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com.
Still need to get my copy. And as we go to break, Begim asked the players what they enjoy about Ultimate Moves and 9LX. So take a look and we'll be right back.
What do you enjoy about playing in Ultimate Moves and Chess 9LX?
Well, fortunately, I don't have to play in Chess 9LX. Ultimate Moves, I suppose I'm supposed to enjoy the camaraderie and the fun, but it's mostly tough and suffering for me.
Look, I enjoy being in St. Louis because for me it's the ultimate place for chess. It's where I could feel that chess has been treated with all respect. It is this great game, our beloved game, deserved, and that's why again I feel really great. And the fact is that I can still contribute even at my age by just moving chess pieces and helping to promote the game. It always gives me just enormous pleasure.
Yeah, so Ultimate Moves is an event that's happened for a very long time. I think it's a very fun atmosphere. The players have a chance to mingle in a way that you don't when you play competitive games. So it's happened for at least 10 years now. I think Garry has been involved in many of them with many memorable moments. As far as Chess 9LX, I think again, there's a little bit less pressure. The stakes are a bit lower. And so I think the players talk quite a bit more. I think the atmosphere is much more relaxed. And I think in general, that makes for a better viewing experience for a lot of the fans who are watching at home.
I think the trash talk in Ultimate Moves is it's quite fun and unusual. So I'm always looking forward to that. Although not being a big trash talker myself, I do enjoy the talent of other players. So yeah, that's for sure my favorite part.
I don't know. I've never played before, so we'll see. But I'm sure like Ultimate Moves must be very fun, alternating moves, because like you can have fun and joke around. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I love playing the Ultimate Moves because it's a way to celebrate Rex Singfield's birthday, and he's done a tremendous amount of chess. Like you and I won't be here without the St. Louis Chess Club. Yeah, Rex. Like I wouldn't be a professional right now. I think 90% of the chess player professionals probably wouldn't be playing chess professionally if not for them. So it's a great way to celebrate. But it's very fun too because I like playing in team events. Yeah, 9LX is fun. You know, I love playing chess 960. The time control matters a lot. I forgot to add that. In chess 960, the time control matters a lot. The way that you play blitz and rapid is very different from the way you play classical. And I love also the fact that I get to analyze with other legendary players. Like last year, I was analyzing with Garry Kasparov. And I'm a big fan of Garry and his chess skills. But also, I've never won this chess 960, this chess 9LX. I think I've played multiple times, so I really want to win it once, you know, hopefully, yeah.
Well, 9LX is great. Just there's so much less stress than in regular tournaments just because it's not rated. You don't have to do any real preparation. And also, I was surprised that I was actually very good at 9LX. I got second both times I played, like +3 last year, which was very nice. But I think it helps to be a player who plays a lot of different openings and a lot of different structures and is familiar with a lot of different kinds of positions early on, rather than guys who just play Berlin every game or something. They're really, really good at what they do, but you can't really get them out of their comfort zone very easily. And now I think guys like that struggle a bit more. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's lower stress and ultimate moves. Just hanging out, having a good time.
Ultimate Moves is just very fun. There's no pressure. It's not like a normal tournament at all. I'm not thinking about the result. I'm just trying to have fun. And Chess 9LX, I like that we don't have to prepare before games, and we only have like a few minutes before the game to adjust to the new position. So there's not too much stress about if your opponent's coming with some preparation or anything. You just sit down and you more or less just play chess.
Yeah, I think it's just a much more casual atmosphere and environment compared to US Championship and other tournaments where you're just laser focused and preparing and you have a set routine. Here, we're having fun with players, cracking jokes and analyzing positions together, which is really cool.
Ultimate Moves is, I always envisioned the chess world as one big family. The Ultimate Moves is like a Christmas of the family. We get together, we laugh, we do the goofy things, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. While Chess 960 is the future of chess, and in my opinion, and anytime you get to do something that is on a verge of exploding and getting in everybody's, minds, and souls, like we got mine a long time ago, I think it's fun.
Yeah, Ultimate Moves, I've only played once, but it's a team game, which is unusual in chess, but I always find it fun to play either team games or team competitions. And with the 9LX itself, for me, that's the best part, just playing against the best players in the world and playing 960, which is my favorite chess variant. And hopefully this year I will do better than last year, where I was terrible and lost almost every game. So hopefully this year I will play more to my standard, and then it will become a much more enjoyable experience than it was before.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. We're waiting to start round 8, but
Yes, we
before
are.
that, let's take a look at our current standings. We have 2 players sharing first, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, and Wesley So currently in clear third.
2 players at 50%, both having lost round 7, but what about the pairings for this round 8, the penultimate round? Nasi.
Hikaru will try to beat Grigoriy Oparin, who is the coach of Fabiano Caruana, Meanwhile, Fabi will be facing Garry Kasparov.
That was why I think we saw Fabi helping Grigoriy, and the entire Olympic team seemed to be looking at the revealed position to help Hikaru. This is going to be an exciting penultimate round. It's this two-horse race. It's all about these two great players.
Indeed, and before we get to that, as they do their investigations, I just want to quickly jump in and make this point. There's little trivia and curiosities that players have about chess, right? We're curious about everything. The better you get, the more curious you are about something that might seem like it's completely impractical to lower-rated players. One of them is the quickest way to checkmate. People ask you, how's the fastest way? Actually, lower-rated players ask that all the time because they want to do it themselves to their friends. Well, the answer is they have to do it to themselves, not you do it to them. The fastest way we know is the fool's mate, right? So the move F3, a horrible first move, and then followed by G4, even more horrible in the original position because queen here is checkmate. So that's the quickest one. You then say, okay, that's two moves. What about the three movers? Well, there are a couple of three movers. One you might call the bomb cloud. Okay, let's do that again. The bomb cloud suicide mate.
Right.
Queen H5. We've seen Hikaru Nakamura actually play this over the board in games before he finally gave it up. But if you pre-move this in a bullet game, well, you get mated in one move, and that's three moves. So that's two ways to do it. And, I mean, that's that way to do it. Another way you can get checkmated in three moves is by actually committing suicide this way and bringing your knight to this square, allowing a mate here. And so that's another way. You could also play G3, and then black will have options. Of course, everybody knows the four mover, the scholar's mate, we call it. So this one, let's get that right. This one, knight C6, bishop C4. And of course you should play G6, but if you decide to play this elegant move, then that's another mate. So we know this just because we know it. We're curious about these things and from the original position, from the normal chess position. But when you see the chess 960 position for the first time, you think, well, is there a mate in two? So far, we've found no mates in two. There's no way to even commit suicide and mate yourself in two. We've seen none of them in any single position, which I find quite curious that we found none. Like only in ours? That can't be right. I mean, in the standard one, that sounds wrong somehow. Like it can only be in the standard one. Is it the case in this? We found threes very easily. And they're usually based on one of these patterns, the bomb cloud suicide mate or the knight smothered mate. Usually that's the one. But no mate in twos. Maybe you guys can explore some chess 960s and see if you can find other mate in twos. But okay, that's done right on time. Let's get started with these games. There will be no mate in twos, threes, or fours among these players right now.
Sicilians and Carolcans on the board. Let's go with Hikaru's game against Oparin. We had E4, C5.
Yes, I was just waiting
and then look for I want you to see the second move, B4.
The wing gambit.
Yeah, wing gambit indeed. E2, E4 by Hikaru as...
just to open up the bishop.
C7, C5 looks like a decent move. Opening up the queen. Maybe an indication that he was a little concerned about F2, F4 as a potential follow-up. But this one...
No wing gambit since it's not a gambit.
B4, that for me is a bit of a surprise. I know that Hikaru, as the reigning world champion in 960, he does like getting his queen, strangely enough, into the game early. And the move B2, B4,
C3,
big surprise. Keep an eye out. There is a potential that the move bishop A6 might be a little bit awkward to meet. So, for example, let's say I go knight F6. Just make a bad move for me, please.
G3. It's not that bad, actually. Okay, taken C5.
Not check.
Bishop B2.
Oh, you got.
Sorry. Okay, G3. I'll keep making bad moves.
I'm trying to. This would be a dream come true, as black would suddenly and harmoniously much more importantly, effectively develop his pieces.
What's the purpose behind the move c3? I can understand we say we're opening up a line for the queen, for the bishop. I guess that's enough information.
Well,
But-
D2, D4, grab as much space in the center as you can. D2, D4.
But why did you play b4?
C3 is your follow-up. Why didn't you start with the move C3 and then
Right.
play for D4?
What helps you? Are you blocking the bishop on d8 somehow? Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe it's a block. Okay, sophisticated type move.
Yeah. And don't forget that also, if black does play prematurely bishop a6, we do have b5. Sorry, Nassim,
Well,
you
in
were
the
about
other
to say
game,
something.
in our other key matchup between Fabi and Garry, we have another, let's call it Sicilian.
I noticed that Garry stopped, whereas I think Fabi played his opening move right away. Garry was unsettled. He didn't really know what his first move against e4 was going to be. And we've seen that on occasion with Garry, that he's getting into time trouble after move 10, and he stopped again, right? This time C2, C3 has the effect.
This looks very reasonable.
Very reasonable, absolutely.
And normally, with the queen over on d8, you want to play a move like d5. Your knight wouldn't be on f6. So you play the move d5, and then that trade normally happens on the d5 pawn. But here, white would not trade. White would play e5, force the knight to move, and now the knight has to go backwards, and we end up in a French formation after d4, and that queen on b8, the knight on e8, may not be too comfortable here. So Garry tries to maintain flexibility with the move b6, looking to bring his bishop to the b7 square and attack the pawn. But this doesn't stop the move d4.
Yeah, no, d4 has absolutely grab as much of the center as you can.
Or by the way, you could just castle first, so you don't have to worry about this king on this diagonal, because you have bishop c2 and d4. How do you even stop those two moves? Are you going to play e5? Maybe, but castle seems reasonable as well.
Exactly. Going to go back to Hikaru's game for just a moment, because we did see after c2, c3, Grigoriy decided, no.
There's a lot of pawn moves in this game. Actually, only pawn moves.
I saw a bishop on a6. Let me just go back and replay this. You're right, only pawn moves thus far. e7, e6, d2, d4.
And d6 was played. Oh, no, it wasn't, sorry.
d2, d4.
I don't think he has to defend c5 again. So
No,
time
I'm
to
not-
develop, right?
Yeah, I would definitely
Knight e7 maybe?
Knight e7, preparing an immediate castles. Whoop. And at least in some position like this, a moment ago I had a French defense on one board. Okay, here at least I feel like I can.
You have French, but you manage both c5 and f6
Exactly.
very quickly.
Which is a good way of countering in the center. Maurice, what has caught your attention in this penultimate round?
Just want to go a little bit deeper into this position with Fabi, because Fabi played the move bishop to e2. And I'm going to tell you, that looks about as ugly to my eyes as a move you
As
could
can
play.
be, yeah.
It actually is not as ugly as my suggestion, which was to castle, because by castling, this diagonal becomes a little bit of a problem, and the move bishop a6 could pop up, and I didn't want to play this. I want to play d4. I didn't want to have to play d3 and slow things down. So my move was not exactly the greatest move here. The engine actually says d4 is the best move. And now bishop to a6 with check can just be met by king g1. We don't need to castle. The engine actually wants to play some h4 ideas and bring the rook out this way, but be happy with the center as the dominant theme in the position. We own the center now. We can always kick you. We're going to work behind this pawn formation that you have gifted us and play for advantage. Bishop e2, a little bit less aggressive. And the game has proceeded with Garry getting some dynamic activity. No problem here. And now he is sort of setting up a formation in the Alapin, the c3 Sicilian, where black does get a knight on the d5 square, looks to make pawn breaks. He will castle likely on this side. Does have to worry about this diagonal, which is normally a problem in the Alapin when you play with knight f6. But still, it's starting to look like a reasonable position that he's seen before, and that's what you want. You want something that's like, oh, this is similar, and pieces even are finding the right squares as well. If you can pull that off, then that's fantastic for you, especially this bishop can go to e7, this knight can land here. Again, like I said, d6. Only these two knights will be fighting for this one square, and I'm looking for a trade of getting I was looking for knight c3 so I could trade off my knight, but that's not gonna happen because this knight is sitting on this square. Nevertheless, it looks like a nice blockade on the d5 square for Garry, and not such a bad position. Knight d3 played, bishop to e7, and looking very normal. This kind of position Garry can play quickly. Fabi needs to prove something in this game, no question about it. He can't do so with too much force right away, but he knows if he only draws and Naka wins, that's going to be a tall order to win this tournament after starting out with a bang, 3 points to start and actually beating Nakamura himself. That looked like a runaway in the narrative, but that storyline has shifted dramatically as he and Naka are in a dead heat sprinting toward the finish line.
Thank you, Maurice. I'm just looking at the game of Hikaru, and I don't like anything Hikaru has done. I really don't. I was really kind of confused by his second move before. I didn't think it was really useful. For me, again, let me, at the risk of repeating myself, the f3 square is reserved for the knight. You
for
don't.
The G1 knight.
Yeah, and you don't put the bishop on the square that the knight wants to go to. So I'm looking at this position, and I'm thinking Hikaru's worse, just worse. I'm inviting, I would like to invite you to play the move c4. If you play c4, I'm going to sacrifice an exchange.
That's a good sacrifice.
Which, yeah, it's actually, I don't even think it's that good. I mean, that
long, right?
Yeah,
You'll
I mean, the compensation is so strong.
Surprisingly, Grigoriy took on d5 with the pawn, not with the knight.
And I wanted to hit the reason why I really wanted it to take with the knight was because I wanted to hit the pawn on c3 and then play bishop b7, of course. He recaptured with the pawn, knight e2. Okay, still, I'm not a big fan of this bishop on.
Incr gave that move.
Knight e2.
Mark. Knight e2.
Knight e2. The engine said no good or good. No, missed opportunity. Okay, what was the missed opportunity?
Not much.
Anything.
It actually there is no real missed opportunity. It's just not a great move. Knight to e2, and these pieces are getting a little bit clustered. So not a good start, not a great start, let's put it that way, for the two leaders. As I can imagine, they want to be a little cagey.
Right.
Don't rush things, get into a position, play chess, and let the strength that you have lead of ability and talent and skill level. Well, Garry would say, no, stop that. You're not more talented than me, you're just younger.
Youth.
Right.
Knight 2, we'll keep an eye on this.
We'll see how it goes.
The one player who's better is Wesley So. And I really like how Wesley, in most of these games I'm looking at, the problem piece is knight on e1. And look at Wesley's knight.
Looks good. It's
he
on
made
f3.
sure it's on f3
E5.
and e5. Yeah,
Yes.
the other knight got to e5.
Let's see how he got his business. e4, Caro-Kann, ish.
Ish.
Ish. Oops, that went straight. Takes on knight, queen.
I mean, black is playing Caro-Kann.
True that. h5. That's a little messed up. I like
White's doing great, right?
Wesley's positions is fantastic. He's getting ready for rookie one.
There's knight e4, which I didn't notice before.
Kind of a typical Caro-Kann way of countering.
Yeah.
Maurice, over to you.
I want to point out something that I'm fairly sure, well, we haven't seen it so far in the tournament, but have you ever seen it? Look at this position. All the pawns liquidated right away, the center pawns. Have you seen this in any 960 position you've called?
No.
That's what I thought. Like, this is weird. Like, how did it happen? Well, let's go back to the beginning. First, these two moves. Let's offer a pawn trade. Yes, we'll do it. Let's offer a mega pawn trade. Okay. And there we have it. Just that easy. Who's better? Well, white's up a tempo, obviously. It's a symmetrical position. But it does seem weird. Like, it feels funny. Even if you're playing chess, what happened to all the pawns?
Right.
And you'd think that this was straight equality. The engine gives a slight edge for white. By the way, just to show you how crazy these engines are. Slight edge for white, best move A4.
No.
Sorry, we're not taking that move. We're not interested in this move. And that's the number one move it gives. Okay, it's tied with castles. We'll accept that
Castles, like 100%.
Right, so now development, castles, knight out. Talk about perfect symmetry, except now finally a different move. Nope, let's keep the symmetry. Are we going to see bishop to b6? Right now we have no move played as yet. Definitely an unusual, if natural-looking position, by the way. I mean, if the bishop were to come out into the game, it looks like a normal setup. Well, not normal, but reasonable setup that could happen in a chess game, regular chess game, that is. But to see all the pawns disappear like this, no muddy waters here in this not so relevant position, but definitely a curiosity.
Thank you, Maurice. Turning our attention to the game of Sam Sevian and Leinier Dominguez. For a moment, I'm seeing Caruana kind of sneaking in on the play. This last move by Leinier, knight e7, well, that's a clear step towards a bishop f5. Sam didn't want to see bishop f5 land. He went bishop c2. And the irony here is the queen on b1 is actually somewhat useful. You're ready to play f4, f5 on a good day. Bishop c2. Whoa. Kind of, I'm insisting.
Provoking h3?
Yeah, I'm insisting on trading light squared bishops. h3? Well, I'm not sure. I don't like what Leinier has done. He's spent a lot of time.
Yeah, Sam's next moves look pretty simple.
Let's go. Knight f3.
Knight g5.
Knight g5.
Then push f-pawn.
Chess is easy as ABCs. You're absolutely right. Knight f3, knight g5, f4. And, well, this move, Leinier is saying, I'm trying to make a blockade.
Leinier made 3 moves with his bishop. G4, E6, F5.
Very peculiar.
Yeah.
Very peculiar. I want to go back to our tournament leaders. I'm going to jump to the game of Fabiano and Garry Kasparov because it's one of those Albin. In
Maurice
fact,
has some
Maurice,
updates.
you've been eyeballing this one.
I mean, look at these pieces. It looks like a straight, normal chess position. Garry is so classical in his play that he will figure out how to organize things in just a beautiful way, and he has. Great knight here. This knight wishes it had the same square, supporting this one, so any trade of knights, this one will take over. Bishop on the beautiful diagonal, bishop on a normal square. Queen now finds itself having moved to a square that we know it starts on, the rook in the corner. Castles would be possible. White, a little bit more muddy in the fluidity of the placement of the pieces, but Caruana did carry out the AlphaZero maneuver, h4, h5, and even continued down the board with the move h6, which the engine says is a terrible move in this position and can be refuted by g5, in which case Garry is all over Caruana now with the initiative. This pawn only blocks the position in black's favor as these pawns are just flowing and perfect pieces. Will Garry play g5? That's what we're waiting on right now. Does he think, and I want to see his face, because Garry, when he doesn't like your move, he shows it. And right now, look at that. He's looking up at Fabi thinking, wait a second now. Hold on, hold. What if I go after you? And you know the old Garry would drop g5 on the board
instantly
in just a hot second. He does not trust this move at all, and all his instincts are screaming, but will he play it? Is he going to flow into it? He doesn't want to get in severe time pressure because right now he's down 7 minutes on the clock. Come on, Garry. You've got to play quickly. Just play the move you know you want to play. If it lands on the board, it's all black in the driver's seat as we await him playing. And already he's got 2 minutes. He's burnt. Come on, Garry.
So his options are G6 or G5, right?
No.
No.
G5. We play G6 for. You're going to play G something. Just push the thing and go for it.
No, the problem, okay, so it was really strange. I'm sitting here looking at this game, and I can't believe my eyes. I'm seeing this horrible move, just a strategic howler by Fabiano to play H6. I'm thinking to myself, the whole purpose was to bring your rook to H3, and anytime you played the move G5, I'm going to play en passant. H6, I'm thinking to myself, well, isn't black just so much better after G5? And when your engine validates it, it's like, oh, thank God, I understand chess still. The problem is, if I play G6, maybe I get into trouble on
G5.
On G5, the dark square. Although I do recognize, by the way,
I think black's fine even here, but of course G5 is so much better.
Right, but G5 suddenly turns the initiative totally into black's hands. You get to play.
Here we go.
G8.
Bam! G5 on the board. That's how you ball. He shouldn't have spent all that time.
He burnt 3 minutes.
He decided, he was calculating, making sure everything was cool. But to see G5 on the board, look at that exclamation mark land as well. And man, these pawns look dangerous. G4 by itself looks dangerous because your knight has to go backwards. And black's pieces are fantastic. By the way, castling is still legal.
Yeah.
He'll have everybody. Rook C8 is going to come in the game. What are white's pieces doing? This is just an incredible position. Fabiano definitely...
It's gone wrong.
It's gone totally wrong. As Kasparov might change the entire dynamic of this tournament with a victory.
Wow. Just to put some moves on the board after G5. Imagine, for example, you castle into it. Castles, G4, knight here. I had it in my mind to...
We're going to lose the H6 pawn, I feel like.
Yes, to more or less go in that direction. And what I was thinking I would do with black is whoop.
Can you still castle long?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
And I can still castle long as well. So at the moment, Garry, big advantage, but the clock, we saw that upend him in his game with Nakamura, where from an advantageous position, he looked at his clock, he saw he had a minute, forced a repetition against Hikaru. Will he find trouble
But listen,
this one?
The problem here is that Fabi, he's number two. He's number 2 in the world, right? He's like, I understand that this sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Like, it's not like it's a mystery to him. He knows this is a bad position. He wants to keep a lead on the clock for sure, but he's thinking, what did I just do?
Right.
This
was wrong.
This is not fun. This is not something I really wanted to have happen. And so he knows he has to defend, but he's also trying to keep a brave face and put that lead again on the clock. Garry down to 8 minutes with a lot of game to go. Just so much game to go. You cannot play slowly right now. You have to catch a flow, and he's not in flow at all. You see him shifting position, this really thoughtful mode. No, that's not a man who's hunting. You've got to catch flow and just start playing moves. If he doesn't do it, he's going to just make mistakes, as we've seen him do. And he's castle. What was that? Was that a two-handed castle?
It looked like a two-handed castle.
There,
but
nobody.
He didn't know exactly because the king, the king's on F8, and he wants to move it. Anyway, castles. I was thinking that you really want to put the rook on G6. So imagine you go rook G8, rook G6. So that takes 2 moves. And then you go king G8, king H8. So that's another 2 moves.
Yeah.
So you go 1,
It's still the same this
2,
way, right?
3, 4. So you didn't speed it up.
Maybe he doesn't plan to go rook G6. He wants queen on G6.
Queen E8, queen G6. Okay, I'll go with that. But let's, through the magic of television, let's see if Garry did it in the wrong way. Remember, castles is always a move with the king. So he does move his king first.
And he even misses.
Oh, he was trying. He was going 2 squares over to H8 and G8. That was why it looked so funny. Oh, no, yeah, right. Let me put
Well, it would be great to have rook on G8 immediately.
Yes.
And the king in the corner,
Yes.
Absolutely.
By the way, Garry has sped things up. He did castle, awkwardly or otherwise. King did go to G8. And as I was saying, when you put your rook on G8, you defend the G5 pawn in order to release the queen. So the queen can then go to F8 or something like that. Right now we've got G5 protected. Knight on C7 kind of became awkward.
It's been a problem for me this whole time. The superfluous knight on C7.
Right.
If we could just trade one front knight off so the other one can join it. But it is what it is. At least white has extra pieces as well. White's
that are a
pieces
little awkward.
are awkwardly placed. And Garry did play the move king to H8, which signals rook G8 and attack. It looks like he's ignoring the C file completely, so that maybe he brings his queen over, the other rook over.
Right.
You cannot castle queenside if you're white.
Right, so imagining, I'm just going to make some bad moves for Fabi. I'm just going back and forth. So we were just suggesting that this rook would like to go over to G8. So again, I'm just making bad moves so that we can see how Garry would get this kind of an attacking.
By the way, he is playing fast because we have a couple of moves, and he responded immediately with G4.
Ooh,
which is a move the engine did not appreciate. If a rook G8 was better.
Absolutely. It's funny, a move like G5, G4 you can always play.
Yes.
Whereas you can't always play F5, F4 after you've played G4. Rook G8 would have kept his options open.
More
Let's put it that way.
move, yes.
But I think Garry is looking at Queen G6, a move that you were also attracted to.
Yeah, I like Queen E8, Queen G6.
And I thought Rook C8 also.
Look at how tight white pieces are.
Yes. But again, I'm looking at the clock. I'm seeing a huge time, 2-1 time advantage.
More than it's not.
It's
very annoying when you see that and you know the player has a great position, but
right. I'm going to turn our attention to Hikaru. Hikaru's game against Grigoriy. Again, Hikaru comes into this round tied for first. He was a half a point out of the lead as he came into today's competition. After the move, that's a surprise decision. C5 takes B4. Okay.
On the other hand, white has that backward C3 pawn, so why not? The trade makes sense.
I noticed that Hikaru has actually brought his knight, shifted his knight to actually a very decent square, attacking the pawn on D5, maybe on a good day, playing for C3, C4. What do you think about it?
I don't like white's position. I don't think white's better at all.
You don't? Okay. A surprise move for me, rook E1. Rooks belong on open files, I get that. I wanted to get rid of this backward pawn. Rook on F1 to E1, I'm assuming he wants to, defend the bishop, rook C7.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit of a passive bishop on B7, but other than that, I don't see any problems for black.
Okay, fair.
Time is also equal. They both have 10 minutes.
Nice. Okay, again, I'm thinking as white, I would play for the move C3, C4 myself, thinking I don't want to have this knight. The knight on E2 stuck to the pawn on C3. That doesn't make a lot of sense to my eyes. What's caught your attention, Maurice?
Well, Fabi has made a mistake with knight C2, and Garry can now play with queen E8 and queen G6 and just catch a flow. While, again, we talked about these cumbersome pieces. It's very hard to figure out where to put them. There's no easy pawn breaks. There's no squares. Really, you can say, let me pick this knight up and drop it somewhere. Where am I putting it? I don't know. And this bishop has no scope. So clearly, black's pieces are well poised. These knights, even though this one is being reinforced, or this one's being reinforced by this one, so superfluous is one of these knights. This bishop on the fantastic diagonal, this bishop on a natural square, this queen able to shift, everything in black. And by the way, disjointed rook on h5. It's going to have to move at some point as well. So everything in black's position is just very natural, but what's not cool is the fact that Garry's down to 5:33 on the clock, and Fabi knows this is Garry's weakness so far, but you can overplay those cards, thinking the guy gets in time pressure, and all of a sudden he finds a lot of moves, and you look at the position, you go, my position is awful, and then he wins the game, and you wonder, maybe I should have slowed down instead of playing so quickly. So Garry at the moment, in the driver's seat, he did play the move queen to e8, an excellent move, rook h2, now queen up to g6, and there's some flow action happening on this side. It could be a rook over and another rook. This is definitely, and also g3 coming as a little screw in the position, maybe to pry your position a little bit loose. This rook obviously is not on a great square either. White's pieces look ridiculous, quite frankly. They just look ridiculous at the moment. This is a huge edge for black, very natural. This is stuff we all look at, all of us, all the way from 2800, drop past 25, all the way down to 1800s and 1200s. Hey, all my pieces are developed on good squares.
Sweet.
I'm supposed to be good, right? Who's the guy I'm playing? Oh, it's the number 2 player in the world.
Draw.
Okay, I'll take a draw. Yeah, right. No, go for it. Get him. This is Garry Kasparov we're talking about, and he knows he has the superior position right now. Will he be able to finish the job as he is in real time pressure at only 5:33 against his opponent's 12:18?
I really like Sam Sevian's position as well. Everything has gone marvelously well for Sam. When we left it, remember, we thought Leinier had moved his light squared bishop far too often. Well, guess what? The light squared bishops did get traded, and we're geared. We're ready for f4, f5. The best piece in black's position is the knight. So put the pawn on f5, put the pawn on f6, splat.
Yeah, black cannot blockade f5 square, so there's no stopping pawn.
And by the way, you have a weakness. What are you going to do about the weakness? I'm going to play c5, f4, and oh dear, guess what's coming? What's showing up? If you go queen d7, I'm not even slowing down. I'm going to go f5. Go ahead, take my pawn, be happy, and here I start to think. Am I killing you with e6, or am I killing you with f6?
Or even queen c7 should be winning, but
you got a third choice. Yeah. You see, anytime you ask a chess player a binary question, they'll come up with the third option as well. Good. I think queen c7. I think Sam Sevian is killing
Updates
this
from Maurice?
position. Maurice, how about Fabi?
Fabi is just
bad,
making poor move after poor move, and he decided g3 was too much of a threat. Let me play it myself. No. This move obviously provides a hook.
Right.
This hook right here, potentially to break open the position and get at that king sitting on this f1 square. In fact, this move is the best move at the moment. The threat is f3. How is the engine saying that this is the best response? Am I missing something? F3 allows bishop f1, but this is what my friend Clotaire did to me when my knight was sitting on this square, and you're laughing over here, Yasser, at this rook. My goodness. G3 on the board. Garry has instead played bishop g5, a missed opportunity to play the move f4.
I thought bishop g5 was a really strong move.
Yes, well, it turns out f4 was the best move. This bishop can't take here. I guess the point is knight takes can now be met by the winning takes, and after pawn takes,
g3,
then boom, explosion in the position as now the rook, just a horrible piece. This bishop comes alive on the fantastic diagonal. What are you supposed to do with the piece? I mean, there's captures, there's push, there's just kind of just craziness happening over here. This is a winning exchange sacrifice that Kasparov missed and instead played a very natural move, bishop to g5, allowing takes, and now king to e1. He's still better. It's still about f4. It's still about f4. He's still under control, but he's at 4:10 now. He needs to start flowing in the position. He's going to look over at his clock and see less than 2 minutes, and then he's going to panic. So he needs to get in some kind of flow state very quickly as Fabi continues to press him on the clock. Not worried about how bad his position is. Just don't make it so bad that you lose immediately, although that last move at 4 would have been nasty if it had landed on the board.
Yes, sir. This move King E1.
Yeah, I love it. I love it because
he couldn't go to the other side.
Exactly. And the one thing that White could hope to do is to play Queen D2, offer the trade of queens. Please let me trade queens, and then I'll survive. By the way, I mean, if Garry's attack kind of recedes, right? It just doesn't hit its mark. At the end of the day, I'll have pawns on D4 and E5, and that might give me something I can play for.
Garry found the move,
Queen
though. F4.
Okay, but how do you follow it up with black?
Gotta move the queen away from
Just
the king.
move the queen.
Okay.
Queen Remember, you can't capture on F4. Queen G6, for example.
Queen G6.
I can't.
No, G3 is going to kill you.
Gotcha.
Garry's down to 3 minutes now.
So we expect him just to play the move Queen G.
There's
Okay, can I get on my running shoes? King,
You're not
what
running
am I
too
saying?
far because C-file is also on. And Queen G6
he has played
on the
Queen
board.
G6.
Wow, he's finding
fantastic
moves now, but Garry down to 3 minutes.
I know. Again, for those of you who missed yesterday's action, Hikaru Nakamura was in terrible difficulties against Garry. Garry was down to a minute, and Garry forced a repetition. And whoa, what did Fabi do? He captured.
Yes.
He's allowed G3. Oh, my word. That looks terrible, Maurice.
It's actually not the best move, but it's just good enough. He can play
G3?
He can play G3, and he's played
done it, yeah.
Yes, go for it. Garry's smelling this attack. He's now in field mode. It doesn't matter if it's the most precise move. He's in field mode now. Play the move. That's what you want. Play the move. Just keep going. Hopefully, he's had 7 rounds to warm up. He's got out all the cobwebs and just go boom, 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 and just start making moves that he's used to. It may not be engine-wise most accurate, but it is good enough according to the engine. Like, yeah, the top move was over there, but I still like what that guy's doing. And he is playing moves now. And now Fabi has paused and stopped to think about this position.
Well, what is Fabi supposed to do if he takes?
Take and rook F2?
Queen takes, and yeah, I was about to say, you have to play rook F2. Now you're in a nasty pin. No,
you're being pinned so many directions.
Oh, nice.
I would like to
weaken
play
the F4 pawn even more.
Right. I would like to play rook takes F4. So I've got to get rid of this one.
And my pieces are so tangled, I can't even offer the queen trade. I want to play queen E3 so badly.
The move I really want to play is knight B5. Just because that knight is so annoying. I'm not even sure what my knight is doing because I don't think I'm threatening knight D4.
Am I? C2 and then go knight D4.
Which is beautiful.
That looks good.
Oh, I'm a genius. Look at that. So that's what I want to do. That knight has been bugging me for so long. And Garry just whipped up that pawn in a hot second. But he could have taken on F2 with check.
And Garry had already foreseen that he's got a...
He should have taken with check. He's still fine. He's playing those maybe a little suboptimal moves, but he's still maintaining the advantage. Ooh, this looks like it could be nasty.
I just wanted to make sure.
But we can't win the queen back.
You need the H file to make this tactic work. Rook takes on G3.
But why Garry didn't capture on
F2 first is weird.
And
with check and then capture. He had that. But Garry sees what he's seeing right now and he's just going for it.
Okay, he captured on H6. Rook takes G3. Takes on F4, which is something we really wanted to do. If we could bring our other forces.
Yes.
This rook on C8 and this knight on C7 need to work.
Oh, they're about to work.
To work.
It's fantastic for black, this position. Even if, again, he's not playing the number 1 engine move, but this is 2 and 3. He's staying within the range and keeping the advantage. And guess what? A mistake by Fabi It's not Garry. We're not worried about Gary's mistakes. A mistake by Fabi sends him in the toilet.
Right.
Like, just boom.
You don't have any moves.
You have a thin margin, razor thin margin right now. You need to play best defensive moves.
Right.
The tournament leader, tied for first, early tournament leader, is now in deep trouble as the next few moves will be crucial to whether or not he is able to save this game.
I think 93 is almost forced because
So stop 95.
Yeah, if the knight shows up on d5, it's not only does the exchange sacrifice, it's just that all the pieces start working. I have to play knight e3 so that I can trade some of the attackers.
Well, Fabi's taking his time. Maybe he's considering to start running with the king d1.
I'm worried about knight e2, bishop
It's not running
a6,
further.
knight to d. Too many happy moves.
Yeah, so the engine is confirming your move as the number one choice. Knight to e3, although bishop c6 does keep the file closed. That's a sophisticated move to find. Very tricky, in my opinion.
Bishop c6?
Bishop c6 against knight e3, bishop c6, so that...
Counterintuitive to keep the line closed when opponent's king is weak.
Exactly, and it
Leave
says
it
a
up.
trade, which is much simpler.
Well, that's helpful.
Very helpful for
Rook
black.
takes f4. You bring in, and again, I'm bird dogging queen h1 check.
Is he considering queen f4?
No,
Don't want to trade queen.
No.
No.
Well,
Vukovic decades ago said,
There's only
don't
two
trade attacking pieces
He's-
unnecessarily.
What is he?
He's
He's
considering
pondering, though.
Yeah.
Something's going on. Something's confusing him, or him keeps confusing
what
himself.
he's thinking is if we do trade queens, your knight will be stuck to the defense of the pawn. And I can then...
Come on.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know why he confused himself. Rook takes f4, good move. Knight e3, that move bishop c6, prepping rook f8. That had my
Queen
attention.
h2 hitting f2 turns out to be a mistake.
I thought that felt wrong.
Yes,
Knight.
that was a mistake
Well,
in the
F2 is
position.
F2 is
The
hanging.
concrete threat. Bishop c6 was the move, and it's so counterintuitive.
But it's
Oh, white has a perpetual here. Bishop f1, then rook h3, rook g3.
queen h2, bishop f1.
Right, and now if you play bishop c6, I
Which is-
have a repetition.
Oh, I will take that with both hands.
Yeah.
That is
Yes, bishop f1 changes everything now, and unfortunately, this queen h2, played in time pressure, has thrown away the majority of his advantage.
That was a pity because I found bishop c6 with the idea of rook f8 doubling up to be. In fact, what you really want to do, of course, is you just want to play rook f8, rook takes c7, rook takes f2, and somehow convince yourself that you're winning this. You know, you've got ideas of queen h4, but then you say, well, why should I give up the knight? Why don't I just play bishop c6 first?
You know, again, I thought bishop c6 was tricky, not because it's such a deep concept, but because blocking your file so that
He's counterintuitive.
yeah, and when I saw the suggestion by the engine, I said, bishop c6, yeah, great move, but it just doesn't feel like the move in game play. You're in the middle of the game. You're trying to find the best moves, and yes, bishop c6 is a good move, but you have to actually play it, find it, be natural with it. Queen h2 is much more natural. Rook f8 is much more natural.
We do not have bishop f1 on the board. We have something else.
Bishop went to d3. No perpetuals here.
And a missed opportunity for him. Bishop c6 is back in play. Will Garry see it so that he can move his rook?
What's wrong with rook takes d4? What's the idea?
Rook takes
Fabi set up some trap.
I love the question. Whoa!
Whoa.
Rook f8, knight f1.
Not a good move. Knight f1 is a stone cold refutation of that move. Garry has just blundered a piece. Again, bishop c6, and he sees it. He just missed this retreating move.
He just went back in his chair. Oh my goodness! He just
queen on h2 now paying the price.
Oh, Garry's just shaking his head.
Stunning shot.
Okay, let's have a look. See, Queen H1, Rook takes C7.
There's
Can't see any compensation for
No
the
Rook
piece.
F2s, nothing. It's just really, really,
heartbreaking.
really, yeah.
To see for Garry.
So we see it again, Bishop C6. We see it, when you see it, when it's pointed out, you think, that looks like an easy move. But it's not the natural solution playing this move. And it's a great move. And if you see it, then wonderful. But and it's a clear solution to the problem, but it's just not the most natural. And Garry now just frustrated.
Wow.
That this knight retreat, by the way, we know that retreating moves are typical mistakes that strong players make. And that one he just missed, and he's fully frustrated at himself that he missed this knight retreat. He knew he had a wonderful position, couldn't figure it out. And you know what the big deal was? That time pressure.
Time trouble.
If he had time to take a look at it and be calm, it would have been one thing. But he played quickly on instinct, and now he's just losing a piece. You got to find a way, though, to conjure up some tricks. I don't see it.
Fabi, very, very fortunate in a few of these games, this one and inclusive. Knight F1, those invisible retreating moves.
Yep.
Because it makes it's shocking how it makes all the difference in the world. Rook takes C7, Rook takes F2, of course, was Garry's concept with the simple double attack against the Rook on G3 as well as the Queen on D2. So you include the move Knight F1 first, then the Queen has to move, which it has just done. Give me the Knight, and now there's no. Well, he's played Rook takes F2 anyway.
Just basic bluff, but got to do something.
Got to do something. So we're a piece up. Should we capture or go Queen G5?
Queen G5 has been played
and resigns on the spot.
Poor Garry.
Oh,
again, that time pressure when you're out of form.
And
Fabi ducked 2 losses.
Wow, good.
Ducked 2 losses that we have seen.
Oh my goodness.
And can walk away feeling like, yeah, you know, they're at the office.
Okay, I'm going to jump to the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Grigoriy, and my first look is I like Black. Black is doing great.
Equal, but
wait. Whoop, Rook to B3. I hate being in pins.
I can get out of it, right? Rook
How?
E3.
Rook E3 and Knight takes D5.
Yeah.
Oh, that is very, very fortunate. Yes.
By the way, a win by Oparin, Fabi wins the tournament.
Yes.
Right?
Because the tie-break is
tie breaks,
for Fabi.
it's over.
Right. This is, after all, the penultimate round. Knight to E8, by the way. Grigoriy is saying, you know what? I got Knight C7. I got Knight B5 on my agenda. You're going to have to captures, and I'll end up with a very good blockading knight. I think that Grigori's got just an excellent game.
So a draw by Black, and then Fabi just needs a draw to win the tournament next round.
That's right.
So Naka really desperately wants to figure out how to win this game, but Oparin is not obliging.
Not at all. King G3, and by the way, again, if it wasn't for your move Rook E3, which I didn't see. I mean, I was just thinking, you know, wait a minute, I got Rook C3 and Rook on my agenda.
Quickly jump to Wesley So's game because he's about to win, and he did win.
Boy, well spotted.
All right, so Wesley has pretty much cemented his 3rd place finish, maybe even a 2nd place finish, depending on how Naka does. But the real action is back on that board with Oparin and Naka.
Just about to say, a nice finish by Wesley as he's ending up checkmating. Poor Sam's king. King to H4, Rook E4. Sam said, I've seen enough. Thank you. Where am I going?
Back to Hikaru's game.
Let's do it.
So Knight's on E3. Black is tiny
He took the
bit
pawn.
better.
He did.
He did. He has a pass pawn, but
captures. And
that's
I was
not
thinking,
going anywhere anytime.
Yeah,
soon.
I was thinking Knight D6.
Ooh, offering a trade.
Rook. I like that move too, so that you can get a passer yourself and push. Although in this case, who's passing?
Oh, we have d-pawn.
Yeah, and well, the thing is, I thought that the knight was going to nestle very comfortably on the d6 square. But
a4?
a4.
Because if you go rook a3, I have rook b4. d6.
Okay.
Hikaru's tricky player, you know.
That would be a swindle if he wins this game.
That would be, and he has played knight c4. Yeah, I think.
So maybe after d5, I had to go rook b3 and just go to the draw-in game.
Okay, so you're suggesting a4.
Just on the board, d5.
Here it comes.
Moment.
And this is where you're suggesting rook b3.
Yes.
Now, my king. No, knight f6. Sorry. By the way, the clock times?
3 minutes, 30 seconds for Hikaru. 1 minute less for Grigoriy.
By the way, that's a very good blockading square as well, right? You could play d6, but the knight could go to d7, and the king easily handles the passer. No problem. No
This looks like a draw, and Hikaru is desperate to find some sort of trick. He knows a draw now means his chances are very difficult. Fabi has to lose in order for him, the next game, in order for him to win this tournament. To have any chance, Fabi has to lose. So a draw is not ideal in any way, shape, or form. But how to win this position?
Yeah, and by the way,
Sam Sevian won his game against Dominguez.
Yeah.
All right, fights for third place over there.
Sam's missed opportunity against Fabiano is looking large.
Not just Fabi, Wesley also. Remember, he's killing Wesley if he had played that double exchange sacrifice.
Oh, that would have been beautiful.
Could have been in first place.
Yeah, he is the defending champion of the Fischer Random for a reason. G5. Okay, I had mentioned just a moment ago that Grigoriy had king f6 and e6 in his pocket. Move g5 takes that away, but rook b3 as well as rook b4, they look like two very good options.
Hikaru's only hope is that Grigoriy spends too much time and ends up in time trouble and then makes some blunder.
That's what do you mean his only hope? That's
a good
Hikaru's main hope. That's how he kills people. Just keep pressure on the clock. Just make it keep going. Hikaru is
rook b3.
One of the best blitz players on the planet for a reason.
Right.
And it's not only his amazing tactical ability and awareness and defensive skills and all that. It's also the incredible time management, the pressure he puts on you when there's nothing happening. He is extraordinary in that way. So we'll see whether or not he can come up with some kind of trickery. It doesn't look that way right now in this position.
That's unfortunate for Hikaru. The timing, Hikaru needs to have his king where he would, have some opportunities. So if we just trade and try to bring the king over, I think black.
Oh, what about f6? Just trade off
f6.
Some goodies.
Yeah, that's... No, I mean, it's just nothing to be done. I think a draw is inevitable at this point. That was a good move, rook b3.
Yes.
Kudos to Grigoriy for that.
Hikaru had advantage at any point in this game. So Grigoriy's doing everything he can for Fabi.
Exactly.
Yes. This will be that round.
But somehow I think it's strange that move b2, b4 haunted Hikaru out of the opening. It was just misplaced, mistimed.
You're talking move 2.
Move 2.
Hikaru's down on the clock now. Does he? Can he not take on b3? Take a risk?
Yeah, he's looking at trying to bring his rook to e7, like something like rook to d1 to e1 to e7.
That would be very slow.
Yeah, he's almost. He's inviting a little...
Wait, rook c3 now?
Rook c3, he's inviting some danger. Grigoriy is saying, I could be better.
Okay, a3.
a3.
That pawn is sneaking up on us.
It's seriously, I'd start to get scared. Okay, Hikaru definitely has knight d2 and knight e4 in mind. He's hoping to get his rook behind the passer.
You know, one of Just going back to some little hustle tricks.
Hustle.
One of them is to give your opponent the thought that they might be winning or they should play for the win.
Yes.
Turn away the draw opportunity that's clearly in front of them and actually start making some aggressive moves. So you keep within the scope of the draw, but you be the one starting to defend a little bit. That causes them to stop and think, wait a second, I think I have something here. Right. They burn a lot of clock calculating. Hikaru was down on the clock, but now Oparin is at 1:19 and ticking down. And he has played A3 and Hikaru played knight D2. He had already established this defense, but he just wants Oparin to keep burning clock. And then if he can just get him under a minute, of course there's that 10-second increment, but if he can just get him down there, maybe a blunder will creep into the game under time pressure. So all the tricks, Hikaru grew up in New York City and he played a lot of blitz. So he understands, there's always a little bit of trickster you got to use, whatever it takes to win the game.
Wow.
If this pays off, that would have been the best strategy, right?
Yeah, a miracle. Unfortunately, I just don't see it. A2, rook A4,
rook D3.
Rook D3, give me your pawn.
Wait, knight E4?
Knight E4, give me your knight.
A2 on the board.
Following.
Oh, knight C5, no.
Oh, you can take on A2 and then rook D3.
Let me just refresh my board. I beg your pardon. Rook takes A2. He's played it. Because it was
knight C4. There's knight E4.
Yeah, it was critical to stop knight D2 to E4. Now Hikaru can't defend his pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just realized.
Oparin wouldn't oblige. He said, "I'm just
Look, I gotta help. Fabi secure."
I was disappointed.
It just wasn't enough in the position
No.
to get his opponent to come out of his shell. He's just proving the draw now, and this will be a really horrible result for, well, not the worst result in the world, but clearly not what he wanted, as now no knights coming off the board.
No knights coming off.
We keep playing.
Whose king is a little bit more? Rook check.
I don't like white's king.
F4,
Knight F5, right?
Knight F5,
Well,
but I
there's
do
rook
have
A7.
Yeah.
Rook D, and I don't have rook D3 back.
Yeah, rook J.
Okay. Still
F4. So what Hikaru has in mind? I mean, this would be, as you say, the New York hustle.
The rook's hanging on D3.
Oh, sorry. I was.
But
hand on the piece. Hand on the piece.
Grigoriy played knight C4.
What? What?
Trade
Knight
in.
C4.
Knight C6 was played. No, not played yet.
He put his knight on C6. And then he
moved
retreated
back.
it. Now he's confirmed that it's a move he wants to play.
So we do get, well, just a second.
A little bit worrisome, right?
Yeah, your king, we all know these mating nets. You get to go knight E3 and knight F5, or in this case.
It's not really made, so rook D3, rook A7? Because I can
D3,
come
rook
king F3.
A7. Okay, so, yes, you're right.
I mean, just squeezing water out of the stone here.
Hikaru now has 2 minutes. Oparin down to 45 seconds.
Okay, that's all you can do is keep
Oparin's
your
been
opponent.
very solid.
Yeah.
Rook
Keep
D6.
asking questions to your opponent. If he answers all the questions correctly, what are you going to do? Rook to D6. Good move, by the way. Really good move.
Now knight B4, he even has knight E5 check.
Ouch. Knight E5 check. Actually, it looks to me like after a move like knight B4, I'm going to get black is going to get a knight to a much better square than white's knight needs F6.
Yeah, that B4, that choice to go to C6 really didn't help him much.
No, it did not. You really
Time to retreat.
needed to get that knight to F6 and
Knights hate bad circuits, and this knight is currently on a bad circuit.
Right.
B4 is already dominated. Knight B4 already dominated by the rook on D6. That diagonal relationship we all learned early on. And he's put it on E7 instead because he just didn't want to put it on that square and instantly ejecting it from the square. But wait a second, we're not leaving yet. We're not leaving, and also not allowing knight E3.
Very important.
Okay, but knight D6.
For a moment there, instead of the move
Maybe
rook
knight
E2,
D5 then, and
maybe
I
knight
can get to
D5
F6.
and bring it back to the.
It's probably
F6
still a
square.
draw, but it's huge improvement.
Look, you do what you can.
Right, exactly.
You do what you can, and he's keeping the pressure in what would normally just be a dead drawn, reach your hand over, take a draw position. He's still keeping the flame, the embers, the dying embers alive.
This was a
This
draw.
one was a draw, had no relevance to the overall standing. I'm sure the players are looking forward to drawing the next round and getting out of here. But it's really all about Naka and Oparin.
Grigoriy going down on
to
the
11
clock
seconds.
and hesitatingly shaking hands, played the move F6.
Yeah, but getting rid of that one
That's a
pair
good
of
move.
pawns definitely helps.
That's a great move.
But wait a second. Oh, against rookie 6.
I can.
He has that king F7 trick at all times.
Yes.
That could hurt.
Yeah, that is true.
Even if you trade on G5.
Knight to C6. So for Grigoriy, trading off this pawn really, really helps a great deal. That takes all of the pizzazz out of the position.
Maybe king
No
G5,
problem.
just
Rook
to keep-
D5 check. Just to
Yeah, king G4.
and king F6 in life is easy.
There's nothing we can do.
Nothing.
Whoop.
Well,
There he
still
goes.
trying. Still trying. Check. And king F6
yeah, king
as well.
F6. There's really nothing left.
Rook D6. I'm sure there are many ways to make a draw now.
And now there goes that knight on that, we said, dominated square, as the knight cannot move back toward the center. Is going to have to go backwards first. And here comes the king, accentuating that point.
I believe if this time control was without increment, Hikaru would just flag anybody in this position.
Right.
But the 10-second increment, yeah.
Okay, that last move allows knight D5.
Check. That.
But no, his rook was under attack, so he had to back it up.
He did. You know,
35 seconds.
Just as a rule of thumb, in these positions, and especially ones that you're defending, put your knight on a guarded square. Knight F5 would be.
He wants to get there, but it's
He
not
does.
easy.
Yeah.
He wants to play knight D5 next move. There's
Knight D5
no rook
or
D1 tricks.
Knight C8 to E7 to D5 looks like a good idea.
Whoa!
Whoa!
He keeps trying.
Where
Knight
did
C5,
where did that
knight
come?
Knight A6 looking to go to C5, E4.
C5, E4. Okay, that would be.
What a weird square to put your knight. It is
True.
again sort of semi-dominated where it is. I think you better hurry back to B4.
That
there you go.
was a very strange move.
He's trying to milk any possibility he can. He's got.
Grigoriy is defending this very, very well. And
He
again,
hasn't made any inaccurate moves.
Knight C8 to E7 to F5, and then you can
There's
just
not
give it up.
repeating.
King
F3.
Is
I
that
don't even know
inviting
what
G5?
ideas.
If G5 is not an immediate draw.
It's not?
I mean, I was saying if it isn't. I mean, how could G5 not be a draw?
Right, an immediate draw, right?
C1.
The knights are having, this knight is having a trouble getting to F5.
Now G5 is no longer possible.
You just got to admire Hikaru's ability to pose problems.
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
Absolutely. And it will happen that you miss resources. His opponents miss resources like that move G5, for example.
Yep.
You're in time pressure, you don't see everything, you think that move looks easy. Nope. It's just the pressure that gets to you, and you're looking at moves and you suddenly miss something. Afterwards, you say, why didn't I just play G5?
G5.
But now he doesn't get it, but he's dominating the knight.
I like this. He's giving himself
King
a
G4 maybe?
chance to get his king.
King G4,
His
knight
knight.
F6, King G5. I got something.
Are you sure? I'm not 100% sure. Okay, knight back to C2.
two top GMs playing the driest endgame position for
Ever.
30 moves.
Ever.
It's incredible to see.
Knight f6. Okay, so finally we can get our knight to a protected square. Knight h5 looks
I
like
can
a
get
good
some
move.
activity, maybe rook d4. Hoping to target the pawn on f4.
Knight d5.
Oh, wait, knight c4, knight d5 now.
And then g5.
Oh, come on.
At the end of the day.
Well, maybe with a tempo, though, if you go to c6.
Okay, c6. I'll fall for it.
95.
What did we call it? A boomerang?
Check. Oops.
A boomerang.
There it goes.
They're heading towards this position.
And he's got
King e4, maybe?
rook check. King g4 instantly.
Yeah.
King g4.
He has rook a6 check himself. So
He's winning
be mindful as some threats are starting to percolate.
Okay, but Grigoriy could just take knight f4. And
Correct. Knight f4 draws the game, but he didn't play it.
He did not play it. Knight f6.
Second opportunity.
Knight f6. This is still questions.
I would
are
have
now
just
being.
taken on f4. Just to,
That would have been easy draw, but
I mean,
okay.
Of course, it's a draw now, too.
But
can still go back knight
Grigoriy,
d5.
hold on. Can we play? No, king f5.
Yep.
King f5.
It's playable.
Knight.
Knight to e4.
Okay, that drops the g pawn.
Knight takes g6.
We'll take that.
Free pawn. Rook c5. Oh, okay.
Okay. But once again, I mean, even if this game ends up in a draw, which still seems most likely, I mean, the fact that Hikaru won this pawn is remarkable.
Wow.
Your pawn was on g6.
Actually, Grigoriy lost the pawn more.
Yeah.
Hikaru won it.
I understand.
But still,
takes
you do
two
not
to
want to be hunted by Hikaru Nakamura. You just don't.
It takes 2 to 10.
Because he's not stopping.
That is
literally, I see Terminator movies.
Right.
You know? and he's just that animal that says, I do not care. And Magnus has the same attitude. Where do I find a way to win? How? What's the way? What's the way? And just keep pursuing. And now it looks, and Hikaru saw all the draws, by the way. He saw, he could have played g5, he could have taken on f4, whatever. How do I keep this going? Is there a trick?
Keep it alive. Okay, I can't trade rooks. That's too easy a draw in that case. So Hikaru is thinking to himself, rook a8, king f5, king h5. How do I
rook a7.
He needs
keep
to be
questions?
careful to not walk into some kind of a checkmate.
It's funny, the engine's giving black the slight edge.
Yeah,
Black.
White's
Yes.
king is
There
very
is-
badly placed.
There is chances that something could go wrong with white's king.
No, not at all, but it's just saying black's the one with the, well, maybe that's the right point. Black's the one with the small
Knight g3
advantage here, but
we can easily imagine the king on f6 and rook h5 would be a little bit of a cold shower. By the way, the clock times. Here we go. Threaded mate in 1.
95.
Oh,
we can take on f4.
Look at this. We've got a fork.
Tricks continue.
Oh.
And he's down under 10.
Oh.
And can it happen? The miracle?
Is it
4 seconds? And he's put his king on h3 now, and Hikaru's sitting up. Because
king g6, and suddenly Hikaru.
Well, it's impossible because the knight on g3 can always sacrifice itself for a pawn that lands on f5. So he still has the drawing margin, but
narrow. Rook a3, perhaps?
a3, king g5. Yeah.
Rook a3. Yeah, it's beginning to feel very, very.
Whoa! Wait a
king
second.
h4. Is that really right? King
We're
g6.
getting excited over.
My minuscule advantages that somehow have materialized for Hikaru.
Hey, a pawn's a pawn.
Thank you very
much. As Yasser
That sounds very convincing. Rook. Oh, that's a good move because the king is so comfy on the g6 square. So Grigoriy wants to play rook b6 check and just say, okay, I got this as a draw.
No.
No.
Not yet.
Again, asking questions.
But knight.
What do you say about the clock times again?
Well, 15 seconds for Grigoriy, 48.
Naka has about 3 years for him.
So check this out. Knight e2, king f5. He's done it.
Okay, got to push that.
But we can take on f4 in this position, right? Because then you're almost mated.
That's what I was thinking. Knight, that's why Grigoriy did not capture the pawn. He did go knight.
Okay, but
check.
you can go
back. Knight to e2.
It's still fine. Still fine.
Why? Rook. Oh, sorry.
On f5, there's knight f4 check.
Yeah. That's a great move.
We're in the draw zone now.
That's the draw. Yep. Rook a4. We've got king g3.
But let's be clear. If you take that pawn, Hikaru's still going to keep hunting.
Of course. I'm not going to take the pawn. I'm going to play king g3 and make a repetition. What?
I guess you have to take on f4 sooner or later.
Well, no. What do we do about rook check? Rook
king
b6?
f7?
Rook check on f6.
Okay, now f5 check.
King g5.
Whoa. Guys, what was this? Rook check, king here, rook check. Don't I separate your...
No, king f5 would have been played, no?
Yeah.
Rook f6 check.
King g5.
Oh, king g5.
But also, there's also the knight versus rook ending he had. He could have taken that knight and have the knight versus rook ending. So he's had draws 16 different ways.
Multiple.
He's trying to make sure that he has the easiest draw.
And
it's always a draw in every position here, but... Okay, king g6, 96, never mind. King e4? King e4.
Keeps the game
Okay, it's
afloat.
going to be rook and knight versus
I like
rook.
king e4.
I do too.
I mean, it's not going anywhere, but still, king e4 makes sense.
It is funny to be commentating on a position that's so dead drawn, and yet at the same time, it's mesmerizing how Hikaru keeps asking questions and trying to get Grigoriy to slip up.
I think it's been this end
No,
for like...
it's hustler mode, man. You just keep going. You just see how relentless these players are. And you think, I was making a draw. Yeah, that's nice. Or I should have just done this. That's nice. You could have, should have.
Could have.
Knight f4, rook a3, right?
Knight f4, he's done.
And finally, he's given up the piece. And we are in this endgame, and Hikaru feels like that was a success, and I'm going to keep hunting you down. You could have done this a long time ago, but this is not the rook and bishop versus rook ending. Yeah. This is a rook and knight, and this one has been lost.
Yes.
But
famously, Garry Kasparov won it against Judith Polgar, and Magnus Carlsen won it against Erwin Lamy.
Was there a time increment?
It was. It was classical chess with some increment. It was from Vaikanze and from Linares. Garry would remember it better than I. He won the game.
How much you want to bet that Hikaru has studied this position to try to hustle his opponents?
I would say he's had this position before, and
won it before,
and he's
right?
hustled people in Blitz online.
If it was
100%.
straight blitz, he wins the game.
Yeah.
But 10-second increments can be super hard.
Yeah, that is really.
And be careful where you put your rook. Knights are tricky buggers.
Yep.
Like knight f4 now, no?
Yeah.
Ooh, knight
c3. That's looking pretty intriguing. Well.
I think if Grigoriy loses this, Fabio will fire him, right?
Man.
Oh, man. You know you had a bad day. When you lose the game, you get fired.
Whoa, wait a minute now. Why didn't he just move his king so he could move? And, Hikaru's feeling himself. The time keeps adding up, though, so Grigoriy's not going to be in any kind of...
King c1, and the moment the knight moves, I'm going to go rook to d2. No, I'm not. You're going to
Not now.
Excuse me.
Rook d2 drops the exchange, or drops the rook to the knight, yes.
Rook d2, check.
But we just
King
give
to
checks.
d2.
Or rook d7.
And I got knight c4. That's nasty. Keep the rook away from your own king so you can't get forked. Rook d6 would have been a poisonous square as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That would have been painful. Just for that reason alone, in this position, I might have played king b1 myself, just so that I
Yes.
can't blunder. that rook d6, knight c4. Okay, still a draw. Still a draw. When was the last capture?
91. Move 91.
91.
91, yes. So there's when we get to move 141, then he can.
That would be the longer game than Grigori's game against Ray Robson, because that was 139.
Thank you for that.
It's so great to have this job.
I know, I feel better. I don't know about you, Maurice.
Yeah, it's great.
I love these records being broken.
It's the last days.
Okay, there's a knight
Exactly,
there's a
it's
knight
the last
b2
day.
check sighting.
Okay. Somehow, whoa. Okay, I'm running the other way now.
Yes.
I am not going towards the C1 square. I'm going all the way over towards the
Hikaru's
G1.
not done.
Okay, rook to D8 and king.
What's the perfect winning setup?
The ideal winning setup, of course, is to have your king on G3, the opposing king on G8, the knight on F3, and the rook on the...
Cutting off.
Yeah, on the
Closing
second.
in.
Well, king
King
G1, and let's slip away.
G1, rook E2.
Look at Hikaru look away, like, I don't want you to see what I'm looking at, King to G1. No, rook.
Rook E8, so the king doesn't come closer.
Keeping the king away, the white king away, so that we can run King G1.
This was bishop and the rook. A much higher chance of winning this.
Yes.
Although.
Also, we know it perfect play, easy draw.
No, the knight is not great.
Yeah. I think the winning chances with the knight are maybe only a third as good as they are with the bishop. The rook and bishop, much more dangerous.
This might only be at 3%, if that.
Yeah.
Out of 100 times.
Yeah.
And it all depends on the clock, and you should not have increment.
And the
because
starting
GM
position.
should draw this pretty easily.
Exactly.
Too many options. As Hikaru is now trying to figure out what to do to organize again, reorganize, and get something going. Unfortunately, rook f2 check, king g1 is no progress anywhere.
Right.
But king g1 is also threatened, in which case you'll have to move your rook away.
And release the king.
So how to stop that move?
Exactly.
Look how deeply...
The Hikaru is just like ferociously analyzing what could be my cheapo. How can I trick my opponent? That's what he's asking himself. How can I trick my opponent?
When you're growing up as a young man, you one day will have to face Hikaru Nakamura, top 3 player in the world, 2,800 player, as he tries to hunt you down in a rook and knight versus rook position.
I found a stalemate. Knight f4.
Knight f4, okay.
Rook e4.
Rook e4, yeah.
Knight h3.
Okay.
And rook e2.
That's cute.
Very cute.
Check.
I was like, yeah, I stopped king g1, but it's still a draw.
Oh, no. That was a good one. Is
Hikaru down on the clock now? Yes.
Hikaru's never down on the clock. There's an increment. He'll have a minute and a half. He'll have 5 minutes pretty soon. We are not worried about Hikaru and the clock, no matter how much. He's just trying to concoct something, and he has to put his king away. That's something that Oparin was ready for?
Apparently, he certainly was. I would have been tempted just to check the king myself and just keep checking.
King d4, king e4, knight e5, something.
Well, yeah, but you had that position like quite a number of moves ago too, right? You're still in the pin. And then I would have gone king e1, right? So-called Zen position.
That's a sneaky little trap, by the way.
Oh,
yeah,
potentially.
Check.
Yeah.
No, but check, you could go to e2, rook d1.
How unfortunate, yeah.
Attacking the rook, and then there is no trap. But
king here, with the idea of rook check, I can go to h2. And he's done it. By the way, instantly by Hikaru. Well, now that you saw that one, how about this one?
Right. Even if it's just a bluff.
He's doing is that after king f1, king d2, and my rook's on e-file, so you can't cut me off anymore.
Exactly.
Big progress.
Amazing. You found that. Oh. Okay.
And Grigoriy says, okay, since I can't prevent your king from potentially coming to e1, guess what? I'll set up so that I can give you checks on the side.
Oh, this is so drawn.
Truly. So.
Fabi doesn't mind this at all, though. Keep trying. Tire yourself out, hopefully.
Right. Keep playing.
Or do you think it may be a little nerve-wracking to Fabi to see this? Or he just thinks, nah, my guy's got this.
Yeah.
No problem.
No problem.
The longer Hikaru plays, the less rest he gets, the more time Fabi has to relax. That gift of Garry Kasparov in that last round. Oh.
There's another stalemate. If knight f3, rook d3.
There you go.
Yes. Knight f3 is famous stalemating setup, this knight and rook. So yes, check would get the job done.
No squares for the king. And mad rook. Take my rook.
We might see that. Maybe knight g4 to avoid stalemate, but
yes, knight g4, like it.
Rook a2.
Rook a2.
What move are we on? 116.
Yep, still got a long way to go. That good old 50 move rule. And repeating a position where you can't play king e3, which is the move you really want to play, because your knight's hanging. But I'm not sure it would even matter, because the king, even if you could play king e3, the king moves. And we don't have a winning setup.
Knight.
Oh, a little uncertainty.
10 seconds for Hikaru. Hope he doesn't forget about the time. 5 seconds. Okay, he remembers.
By the way, they made that with 5 seconds.
King d3 now? I just go on the other side, right?
Ooh.
Okay.
H2.
King c1?
Also rook e2, but yes, I'm a big fan in principle with the idea of king c1, but there is rook e2.
Yes, there is, and I'm sure he's checking it. Just because if he can pull himself off the back row.
Yeah. And
he's played it.
Yeah. And Hikaru understood that he has to release the king now. So king c2, and we have to completely reset once more. The maximum you can achieve is to push the player to the border of the battlefield, the first rank or the complete side. So up until this moment, Hikaru had achieved the maximum, but now after king c2, Hikaru will again try to achieve pushing the king all the way to the sides.
There's just no chance.
No chance.
But his time is ticking again, and he's brought his piece back.
Rook to c. Strange move.
King d3 maybe?
That's what I'm thinking. King d3, rook check to d8, knight to d4. He's played king d3, and instantly king c1. Okay. Rook h2. I'm giving some checks now. Check.
94.
And king b1.
Yeah, no progress.
I think we had that position.
I think we did too.
Probably on the other side.
Yeah.
Right? Or is it on
I
this side?
think it started on this side and went all the way to g1.
Players are getting a little bit closer on the clocks, aren't they? At one moment, I think both players had a minute. No longer the case.
Yeah. G8. He wants to give checks from the side?
Yep. That's precisely his intention. Rook to g3.
So much effort from Hikaru to win this game. If he had even tiny bit of an advantage anywhere in this game.
Right.
But
Well,
now-
this is the tiny that the maximum that he's had. King d1, good move. Looking to scramble towards and away from the rook. Rook F3?
I mean, everything, right?
Yeah.
King back to E1, F1. Like, unless Grigoriy blunders a clear rook, he's not walking into checkmates.
No. Rook to D8 just to...
Back to... Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just to cut the king along the d file. Knight D3, that's another stalemate, right?
So earlier he had an option to go into this endgame or rook versus knight.
Yeah.
Isn't that easier, rook versus knight?
I think
would have
that's
gone
a
for
very
that.
easy
Plus your
draw.
king's not in the corner.
Right.
Well, this is easy too. And he understands it. This is annoying for us. But Hikaru has every right to just keep going and keep going.
Absolutely.
And this is how you win these games, that your opponent loses patience. But, you know, Oparin has this James Bond cool that I've seen. It's really, he just chill character, like, you know,
No
we're just going to play, no problem. And he doesn't seem to get really flustered, especially now that he knows this is not the one you beat me in.
Right.
You'll beat me, sir. You're a better player, but not this one.
No. Agreed. Knight to D4, king
Which way?
E1.
E1, right.
Away
from
the
white's king, yeah.
King E1, king F1.
We're back to exactly where
This is looking quite familiar. We are 12 moves away from the 144 we talked about. So they're going for the record for this tournament. 139 was the longest played, and now we're
Once again,
closing in
stalemate.
on that.
Rook D8.
Whoa, rook D8.
Rook H6.
No, rook D8, king E3.
Oh, okay. Nice try. Nice try.
It's a good
And
trick.
then king D1.
I know, I know. Play along. Rook D8, king E3. Take my knight. He's done it. Rook D8. King E3. Threaten mate in 1. Oh, he saw it.
Hate when they do that.
I know, right?
King C1.
King C1, run away from the king.
9 moves to go.
But I'm sure Grigoriy hasn't been counting. So
No.
we might reach 75 moves until arbiter can step in.
Exactly. Now,
I'm just here to cheer you up.
yeah, right. Well, thank you
the
for
good
that.
news.
At a certain moment, maybe around these parts, I look at my clock and I have 48 seconds, and I look at my opponent's clock and he has 40 seconds, and I say, how would you like 2 extra minutes? I'm claiming a 50 move rule, and the arbiter says, you're 6 moves short.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the information.
Now, is the arbiter allowed to tell you the number of moves?
Yeah,
before you
it's
are?
an illegal claim. Dude, you've only made 42 moves, not 50.
But what if he doesn't specify? He just says it's illegal. Continue. So you don't know how far you are.
I think they're supposed to tell you that you've repeated the position once only, not 3 times. You've repeated the position twice only. Okay. And
A3
like I
maybe?
say, you know, something like rook A3, I claim a draw. Oh,
He's not in a rush. He knows how to draw this. So.
true. Still, it would be useful to know.
Maybe, you know, rook A4, king, even there I have king C1. Like, I'm always getting out of it. Wait, rook A4, king D3. I don't have a check anymore.
No.
King C1, king C3. There you go back. Dang it. There's no win anywhere.
I will be going king C1, walking away from the white king. And again, with a minute on my clock, I feel very comfortable about giving my opponent 2
Look at the
extra
exclamation point on king C1. I see it on Maurice's board.
minutes. Was king E1 losing? Probably.
Really?
King E1,
Oh,
king F3 resigned.
Yeah, that was that would be most unfortunate.
He's only got 5 moves to go.
5 moves to go.
Before we have to watch him do another 25 moves because he won't claim it.
Check. Not king B2.
Ooh, that was actually another tricky one. Oh, those tricky knights.
He keeps.
Oh, look at him.
B2.
Look at him try more tricks. Look at this.
King D2, rook H3.
I'm moving my rook so far up the board, I can't even believe it. Rook C8, you know, get that rook out of any treacherous forks. Yeah. There, he's done it. By the way, I mean, kudos to Grigoriy. He's defending this very, very well. I mean,
it's officially a draw.
It's officially a draw?
On my screen, it says 50 moves, yeah.
Okay.
So the engine is so bored by this, it even played knight d1 as the best move. Just giving away the knight.
Whoa, king e1. I would have played king c1 without thought. King e1? It doesn't make a difference.
So now if Grigoriy accidentally walks into a checkmate,
he can
claim. Yeah.
Before you can execute the mate, I claim a draw.
Yeah.
That would be awkward.
Well, if now he's confident there's a draw, like he's made his 50 moves.
He doesn't know that, but go on.
But I'm just saying,
yes,
let's assume he's like, I know it's 50 moves.
I'm pretty close, yeah.
Then you make a move that allows mate in 2.
Right.
When your opponent plays the move, you go, I claim the 50 move rule.
That's it. That would
be the ultimate jokester.
Ooh.
But he's not doing that.
No. Rook to d7.
It also seems he has made a very clear decision. I don't need to count. I don't need to know. It's a draw. I'm not going to waste my time hoping for it. I'm just going to show you it's a draw.
Yeah.
Just going to make a draw. Yeah.
And again, he's defending it.
So before we had that 50 move rule, did players used to play this forever?
Why are you asking? Well, back in the 1500s, yes, we used to play the taverns.
I don't know when the rule
was imposed. I'm not sure when it was imposed either.
I'm going to guess it's pretty recent, maybe last 50 years.
That's a good question. When did the 50 move rule come into effect? We will definitely have to ask our audience. Put them on the question.
Sure, Google has an answer for us.
I'm on it.
You're on it? Okay. In the meanwhile, let's move our king away from white's king. King to d1 to c1. And
why is Grigoriy not claiming?
I do not know. I really confused myself. Knight to g3.
So
the 50 move rule, according to what I looked up, was introduced in chess by one Ruy Lopez.
Wow.
Lopez in his 1561 book. But the rule was enforced around the mid-1800s.
Oh, wow.
It was suggested in 1561. It took 300 years for the chess world adopts innovation quickly.
Goodness gracious.
Chess History Month will continue. This is amazing. Wow. Night after.
Yep. Actually, he was the one. Interesting.
Ruy Lopez.
So it was way after his time that the rule
was finally adopted in. Hikaru must, at this point, be getting a little bit fed up as well.
Go ahead and claim already.
Right?
Because maybe if Grigoriy never claims, then Hikaru has to claim, right? I mean, at this point, they can offer a draw, I believe. It's been...
I mean, we are literally at 157 moves.
Yeah.
That's just absurd.
We talk about the Fischer Random World Championship. Hikaru had king and rook. Magnus Carlsen had king, rook, and bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And Magnus was trying to make the draw and flagged. Magnus with the bishop, with the extra piece,
was trying to win. Yeah.
He had originally tried to win, realized that his efforts were coming to naught, went down on the clock so far that he decided to offer a trade of rooks, Hikaru said, no, I'm playing for the win.
There's no increment, I'm guessing.
There was no increment.
Wow.
And Hikaru won.
No way.
Yeah, I know. It's just, that is...
Magnus must have been so happy.
Oh. You think?
Okay, Hikaru, just take the rook.
Please.
Take the rook. Take
This
the
is
rook.
not the last round.
Take
Players
the rook.
are waiting to play the next game.
Exactly. He's thinking about it.
Rook b1, rook c1, and do the 3-move repetition with rook b2 back. We're on move
I
160.
think the audience asked us, how do you come up with something to say, for 3-5 hours? And I'm looking at this position and saying, we don't.
We're running out of things, right?
We ran out of everything.
Well, we did find out the origin of the 50-move rule.
Well, hey, look.
And our audience knows as well. How many GMs know the answer to that question? I didn't.
I didn't.
Right?
No.
So now we all know we're going
Rui Lopez.
at some chess water cooler or some future tournament.
Did you know?
Did you know, by the way? You should get some chess education.
Right?
You didn't know the answers to that question.
Like we all knew. And finally you get off the back rank. Very good move, King C2. Could have played it 40 moves ago.
What is the net effect on Hikaru's psyche, though, that this is going to be drawn? He has to win the next game. This is not the game he wanted to expend all his energy on.
That's true.
Why did he continue to play this position? Did he want to save his energy for the next game, which is a must-win game for him? That could be the question you ask.
Well, he probably doesn't feel too tired, so...
Well,
okay, the arbiter intervened.
And they made their 75?
Yeah. I guess so.
That was very, very strange.
It's over.
That was a very, very strange ending to the penultimate round. We are getting ourselves set up for the ultimate round, but before we do that, just tell us our tournament standings. I believe Fabi is in the lead.
I think our graphic designers are working on that. Oh. But I'm going to guess Fabi's half point ahead.
Because of his Garry Kasparov victory. Yep.
Hikaru in clear second. Half point ahead of Wesley, right?
Yeah.
Only a half?
No, I think...
I think he's got to be full
and I've
point.
got round 9 in my hands. You can't look. But first, the standings. Robson, Caruana.
Right, so Fabiano Caruana with 6.5 points, only needing a draw in the last round to win this event. Hikaru Nakamura clear second with 6, and Wesley So full point behind Hikaru, clear third.
Right, Sam Sevian. Congratulations to Sam, by the way, slipping into clear fourth. And Garry Kasparov is just ruining the day. And tell us about the pairings for the ultimate round.
Who is Fabi playing? Fabi's with the black pieces against Ray Robson, who's not having the best tournament.
No.
Hikaru also with the black pieces playing Shankland, but Hikaru has nothing to lose. He will play for a win. Because second place is secured pretty much.
After witnessing what we just witnessed, I would say you're absolutely right.
A draw by Fabi clinches the whole thing no matter what.
Because of the type.
But a loss. And by the way, if Fabi plays the way he played yesterday in the last round, it could happen.
Yeah, no. And that last round against Garry.
And the last round against Garry. He has not impressed in a couple of these games as the one who's the dominant force to win this event.
His first day was spectacular, though.
Yeah, but that seems like ages ago now.
Doesn't it?
And this 9th round is the money round. At least we have something to look forward to in this round. Could be some results.
After that very, very lengthy end game, we're going to take a break. We're going to see you on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. We've got round 9 coming up.
See you soon for the last round.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy. Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
back, everyone. Let's check our standings after that very long round 8.
Epic.
We have a sole leader again in the tournament. Fabiano Caruana now has a half-point lead over Hikaru Nakamura. So everything will be decided in this upcoming last round. Wesley So in clear third with 5 points, and then Sevian in the clear fourth.
Garry Kasparov losing that crucial game in the penultimate round to Fabi, jettisoning Fabi up the scoreboard by a half point. It's all important about the pairings. Tell us about the final championship.
So the only 2 players who could win this event, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru. Let's see who they're playing. Robson against Fabi and Shankland against Hikaru.
Robson not having a good event in the 9th place. Shankland, white pieces, Hikaru's going to have a bigger challenge. For Fabi, a draw clinches. Because as we know from the tie breaks, the first tie break is the head-to-head. Fabi
Another
won.
interesting match will be between Garry Kasparov and Sevian. Garry wants to finish with a win.
Absolutely.
Sam wants that 3rd place possibly to surpass Wesley.
Where is Wesley again? At 5. So you're right. A victory by Sevian could
get a clear third.
Yeah, move him past. Wow.
And third matters. There's money.
Big money.
There's money.
Yep.
You know, you say top 3, good result.
Right.
So Wesley is thinking, I should at least get third. I'm the 3rd highest rated American
player.
Don't you know? So
as a reminder.
Yeah, just as a reminder. So third matters, and we expect to see big effort there for sure.
We do see Fabi talking to Grigoriy, saying, well done, young man.
Don't tell me well done. Just make sure there's a bonus check.
Bonus check.
At the end of that.
Exactly.
Do they have a reveal?
I think we're waiting. You can see the arbiter in the back there, Brian, with the new position. We just had lucky 3s. 3-3-3
yes.
was the reveal. What about 7-7-7?
Not in this event. We haven't had that yet.
And they've got the reveal, and Nasi, shuffle them up. Show us what you got.
And here it is, position number 69.
69.
Oh, there go those knights on the same color again, fighting for the C3 square.
Right, that's not good.
Last time they were fighting for
the
F3 square.
And we already had the bishops on G1, H1, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
we just had that, and we kind of agreed the bishop on G1 is a problem piece. Where's the checkmate? Oh, the same thing. Knight A3, rook B1. Huh? Yeah, knight B, and here we go. The players saying, hey, look, you got to play F5, so let me play E4 to stop you from playing F5. Somebody's sacking.
That's Wesley's hand, I know, because he's wearing the bright sweater.
Right.
Or
likes the Italian sweaters.
Knight D3 comes in with a tempo. Although B2 might be the target in this position, with the bishop on H8.
Right. So G4. Oh, G3. Okay. Jump in on this one, Maurice. You've got this bishop on G1. Everybody's playing F4. Nobody's playing H3, bishop H2. That's too soft, huh?
Well, also you're going to have to push your G pawn too.
Right, because the H1 bishop, so.
Yeah, so pushing your H pawn and your G pawn
makes no sense.
Seems like it doesn't add up.
No. So a first move, F4, makes the most sense to me. We see, once again, Garry Kasparov and Hikaru pairing up and looking at the starting position.
You know, Garry's story is really remarkable. And the fact that he's here playing at 61 years young, playing against these assassins who are fresh, they're all still career players.
Number 2, number 3.
Right, number 2, but the rest of them, they're
well.
all busy players. None of them are coming out of retirement to come play.
Right.
They're still in the thick of chess, playing, staying informed. And Garry comes in here and had Hikaru by the throat.
Right.
Had Fabi running for his life.
Right.
Right, just could have crushed him. And at the moment, if he wins the game, He's at 50%.
Remarkable.
You're talking about somebody 20 years outside of his retirement age, okay? He was 41 when he retired, so he was already an elder statesman. So he's 20 years out of that. Dropped back 20 years almost when he won the world title. Imagine if this is the Garry Kasparov you have with 3.5, maybe could break even, also could have beaten a couple of players and be right up there at the top of the leaderboard. Now reduce 35 years from his life and talk about him in his prime. That Garry Kasparov.
I know.
We know who we have in front of us right now, right?
Played that guy.
I don't think people really appreciate just how amazing he was. He's nowhere near what he was, and he's doing this?
I know.
Come on.
Remarkable.
Unbelievable.
And I'm curious if in 30 years Magnus will be doing the
Wanting
same.
to play against the young players.
It's like LeBron, right? LeBron James.
Let's just have a tournament in review as we go over Chess 9LX. Well, here we are outside of the World Chess Hall of Fame, and here they are on the third floor. Players, this has been a very friendly event, Nasi.
I think because ratings are not on stake.
Mr. Monopoly
for the ultimate moves as
really
a
fun
new
to
edition of the Monopoly game, a St. Louis edition. Garry Kasparov.
It has World Chess Hall of Fame featured.
Ray Robson, 30 years from now, his grandchildren will be asking him, is it true you played with Garry Kasparov?
Wesley So having a credible tournament. Creditable.
And Sam Sevian, our defending champion, he missed that moment for the double exchange sacrifice.
Would have been beautiful. We see here Aronian and Sam Shankland, who haven't had their best event so
Levon
far
said in his
today.
interview how he loves Chess 9LX so much that even though he's losing, he's having a great time.
His creativity is boundless, and that Queen A2 to E6 to H3 against Garry Kasparov, one of the great billiard shots. Ray
That
Robson.
ending, we remember, they played for a long time as well to a draw. We're seeing a lot of players just duke it out all the way, and this is what we would like to see, players working together, being friendly with one another.
This
and
is our
young
lady.
Ocean,
Young lady.
who was here to ring the bell yesterday.
Champion of Spain for 3 years in the under 12. Boy, she's quite the talent. Getting a chance to meet some of her heroes. And this man, Hikaru,
Chance to win the tournament.
Wow. One of the great, the great streamers. I mean,
he's the one.
He is the one.
And we'll be back with the final round right after this. Players still have 10 minutes to analyze their new positions.
If you could only play Fischer Random or regular chess, which one would you choose and why?
Regular chess, because it's a set of rules I know very well and I'm comfortable with, and you can actually prepare for it and work on chess in your downtime.
Maybe Fischer Random, actually. I know that sounds strange, but I think I'd enjoy something different, after playing chess for so long, just regular chess. But I'd really like to play both. I wouldn't like to have to choose, but if you give me a choice, maybe I'd pick Fischer Random. 10 years ago, I might give you a different answer.
I definitely choose Fischer Random at this point because, it takes away all the preparation, all the work you do before the game, creates a much more fun atmosphere and environment, and I just enjoy it more in general.
Fischer Random any day, because it's 960 times more fun than regular chess. It's a simple explanation.
If I could convert the whole world to Fischer Random, it would be Fischer Random, but I would not only play Fischer Random while the regular world is playing classical. I would still stick with classical then.
I think now I would pick Fischer Random because I already had my time with chess, and 960 is such an interesting game that there's a lot to learn, and it would be like learning chess all over again. So that's why I would pick that.
I would definitely choose to play regular chess over Fischer Random simply because it's what I'm so used to. I feel like from the start you have a lot of different strategies where you already know what you're doing, and it's more fun than having to think on move one.
Probably have to stick with regular chess just because I'm so used to it. I guess Fischer Random there's more variety, but I don't know. At this point, I kind of want to master regular chess since it seems like it should be possible. There's only one position, but I'm still so far away, so I'll probably still focus on that.
I don't have much choice now because playing regular chess requires very thorough preparation and I don't have time. For me, playing chess these days is kind of a vacation. So that's why 960 offers me just a little chance to face stronger position and not being overwhelmed at the opening stage.
I would probably choose classical chess because I've spent so much time of my life on it. It's also opening preparation and stuff. But at the same time, I can clearly see its advantages of Fischer Random and getting new positions basically from the start of the game is very nice.
Well, Fischer Random, of course. I think Fischer has a point. He said 30 years ago that chess already dying. I think he has a good point because whoever invented engines, chess engines, did a crime to humanity, really. Because that's not the whole point of the game. I think the whole point of the game is logical thinking, that you play better than your opponent. It's about creativity. But I think engines have really killed it, and now if you look at the games, it's really too computerized, and it's about memorization and about following what the computer says the best move is, and I don't think that's what the game is or it should be. But at the same time, chess 960 is not easier. So it's not easier at all. Like you don't have to memorize and all that, but yeah, like to beat Magnus or Fabiano is just as hard.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Leinier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! That is my boy! Look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Welcome back, everyone. We have one more round left. Let's take a look at our current standings.
As we go into this final round,
Fabiano Caruana only needs a draw in the last round to win this event. Hikaru Nakamura looking to win and put pressure on Fabi.
absolutely. Wesley So is pretty much third and fourth is
Wesley
cinched
and
up.
Sam are fighting for the third place.
Absolutely. Tell us about the pairings for this championship round, Nasi.
Well, we have Robson facing Fabiano Caruana, Sam Shankland playing Hikaru Nakamura, and Garry Kasparov against Sam Sevian.
It's a fight for first. What happens if two players tie?
There's no tie breaks. They don't have to play more games.
Oh, darn it.
There'll be a direct encounter which favors Fabi because in the third
Absolutely.
round he defeated Hikaru Nakamura.
So for Hikaru, he needs to win. Hope that Robson pulls the rabbit out of his hat, beats Fabi, and he takes clear first. 30,000 plus 70.
That's the only scenario left.
That's it.
The rest of those down the list don't matter because we're down to two people.
Right.
We know what happened between them. Fabi beat Naka in round 3. So we have that down pat, and as we see the players breaking now as they're about to begin.
Right.
And so we know it's only the direct encounter that matters, and so it's easy to do the math. Fabi just needs a draw.
Right.
A draw does the job. Naka must win.
Must win.
If Fabi loses, Naka still has to win.
Right.
So it's super easy.
Right.
Naka knows, I got to win and see what happens next.
Yeah.
Which is why he tried so hard last time with the knight and rook versus rook in the last round. But now he knows it's pretty simple. Crush this guy and hope that Fabi doesn't get it done.
Slips.
And so we know there's going to be a winner after this. A draw by Fabi and a win by Naka. Naka still wants to win, by the way, because even a draw and a tie for first, he can say, okay, you got me, but at least we tied. He will have more wins, than Fabi if he ties for first. So he'll have bragging rights in that way.
Okay.
But it's not going to count for who wins the tournament.
And this round 9 will feature position number 69 out of the 960 possible positions.
I have a question for our producer. If you, or maybe you know, if they tie for first, yes, Fabi wins a tie break, but how about the money?
It's split.
It's split.
It is split.
I think there's some trophy and or something.
And no one gets the bonus of 7,500.
And nobody gets the money.
Ooh, it's the bonus money.
That's split between the commentators.
Oh, is that what it is? I heard that. I heard that the commentator who's been off for 3 years actually got the bonus money.
There it is, the prize money. Now we're talking. Now, if you're in the 3rd place or the 4th place, you start thinking about the difference of 5,000.
Well, that's real. Come on.
Real.
It's 5K.
Yeah.
Let's get real.
And again, what we're talking about is if you win first place, clear first, you get the 30, but you get the $7,500 bonus to go with it.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that.
What?
If you come tie first and second, you're not getting 30.
No.
Right?
You're not getting 7,500.
You're splitting 27,500. So you don't want. There's no. Actually, 30 is never a number.
Over 10,000 difference,
30 is never a number, right?
Never a number.
If you get clear first, you get 37.5. If you tie, then you're dividing. So 30 is never a number.
By the way, the production crew did verify that the bonus money goes to the production team.
Everybody wants a piece
the
of
players don't want to claim the bonus. The bonus. And
big time game here.
Here it is. I'm thinking for myself that E2, E4, with the idea of playing E4, F4, and getting the big clamp in the center is the way to go.
But starting with E4, because we have the queen on E1?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm supporting, and I've noticed that the players were looking at F5 and recapturing with the rook in a number of cases. Well, I want to go all in.
F4 on the board by Ray.
Oh.
There's 3 F4s and 2 E4s so far.
And I see a rook F5 already on one of
Garry
boards.
went your route with E4.
Okay, F4.
As did Oparin against Aronian.
The rest of the boards, it's F4, F5, and G3, G6.
They all experienced the double bishops before, and they said,
Right.
I don't want my bishops to get caught anymore. Let's go with that.
No. Could I be brave and courageous and play the move e4 here, recapture with my queen? So, like, usually you don't want to necessarily develop your queen too soon, but...
He did play e4, and I saw a question mark next to it.
Yes.
Missed opportunity. Queen takes e4.
No, not missed opportunity. Bad move.
Just bad move. Okay, look, I mean, one time I have to confess, I did play Scandinavian defenses with queen out early, so I can imagine my queen being more or less okay on the a4 square. How did Hikaru handle his business again?
He also played e5 with the black pieces.
And he's going to recapture with the queen.
But remember, the engine didn't like e4 by Ray when he waited. The engine hates e5 even more so, and saying that this is a bad idea to play this way. But I'm curious, because I think all of us are thinking, like, that's not a bad way to play.
Right.
What can be so bad about this? Is it that this rook is hanging to e4 with pressure? Or there's a d4, e4 maybe?
Yeah,
siding?
a d4, e4.
Yes, maybe this is the problem. Let's go find out. D4, actually he wants to play d4 and even d5 and trying to shut this piece out. So that is interesting positionally, but intuitively we all felt like that was a good way to play. Doesn't look like it's the right move. And Naka is thinking, I don't care what the engine says. Look at his face. Like, yeah,
I think he's looking at Fabi's game.
I don't think he's that curious this early, just right in the opening.
But there is one funny thing I would just point out, that after the move d4, and if you do go back to e7.
d4 on the board.
And if you think about the knight on d8, the knight on b8, as well as the bishop on g8, and you do play the move d5, and if you could keep that pawn there for the rest of the game, you're kind of killing three
bone
pieces.
In the throat.
Yeah, this knight is...
And he did play it.
He did play
indeed play it. Did Sam Shankland understanding this restraint of two pieces all at once?
Are you sure? I think that was my move. Are you sure?
Oh, my apologies.
No.
He has d4 on the board.
I was trusting you there.
And in Fabi's game, Fabi played d5 with the black pieces.
Yes.
The race queen's out on d4. They're playing the reverse
queen
of the
e7.
same game.
If Sam follows up with it looks funny, strange move. I think e2, e4, everybody would play that in a heartbeat.
Because we see the backward pawn on e2, so we follow standard positional principles.
Exactly.
But chess principles counter each other all the time. And which one, as you weigh the balance, should you go? Should I maintain a bad backward pawn, so to speak? I don't want to do that. I want to solve the problem.
Liquidate it off, yeah.
Also, the move d5 unleashes the bishop on h8. That bishop suddenly has a wonderful diagonal. Why would I let that happen?
Exactly.
So, but the move d5 also restrains two black pieces all at once. Blunts the bishop on g8, blunts the knight from going to e6, or even a knight on c6. So three things all at once.
Exactly.
So it's that kind of back and forth we have to weigh, right, between the factors, which ones we like, which ones make the most sense. In this position here, Sam completely ignored all of that, the problem of the backward pawn, the possibility of playing d5, and just simply developed his knight to a3. So that just shows you how complex chess is. The factors that you have to weigh, the possibilities that exist, make it difficult even for top players to assess exactly what to do.
Exactly. I'm thinking here that since the pawn is already on d4, this idea of trying to coax it forward, you go knight to c6, your opponent obliges you, d5. Now you put your knight on e5, you kind of feel better about your
At least
setup.
one of the knights got out before d5.
Bingo. That's it.
By the way, that knight move does concede something, and that is the d2 square, and it allows queen g5 check. A little bit of an annoying move because e3 drops a pawn.
Oh, that's cute.
How? Oh,
I
wow.
take it.
What?
At And the pawn was so well defended, too. It's an easy thing to miss. I would probably have to respond with a queen trade.
The agent suggests King B1 is the best move, but
King B1 is.
But who wants? I don't want to play King B1. What is this mess
That looks terrible.
over in this corner? So
what?
Queen G5
Intriguing.
is an interesting move to play that he might have conceded, and yeah, Queen G5 given as really the only reasonable move, even because White is now prepared to castle. White is about to castle Queen.
Right. So, for example, Knight C6.
If you play Knight C6, this
you
night I
don't
assume.
play D5, then you castle. And now you're ready to go King B1, and life is good.
And no problem here.
Right.
So it's this moment right now to take advantage of this Knight A3 move, preparing to castle, but missing Queen G5 check, limiting White's advantage. And will Hikaru play it? The only thing, remember, Hikaru can't draw this game.
No.
Draw is nothing. Draw is zero. So he has to keep the life alive in the position. Maybe he doesn't want to kill the life with this move, Queen D2, and boring endgame.
Right.
Maybe you don't get anything here. So even if it's the best move, now you've got to do some kind of gaming, right?
Right.
Here, you're thinking like, what am I going to do? Do I go into an equal endgame, or or maybe even a slightly worse endgame, or do I keep everything on the board and accept an inferior position?
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough decision right now because you cannot draw. A draw is as good as a loss as far as Hikaru is concerned.
It makes it easy somehow. You're free to go nuts,
yes.
right? I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to switch our attention over to the Ray Robson versus Fabiano game because again, Fabi just needs a draw. He's in a completely different situation. Ray E4, and again, we see this very strange echo. Should we play D4, Queen G4? What? Excuse me. Knight to D7, developing, always good, very, very good. D4, okay. So backward pawn.
On E7, yeah, big target.
Okay, so we don't want to see E7, E5. This is a rather easy move for Ray to play. D2, D4. Whoa. H6. So what Fabi is saying is, I do anticipate playing E6. My bishop will be bad. I want to play bishop H7 and G5. H6.
That would leave D5 pawn weaker.
And so Ray immediately spotted that opportunity, and he's played knight to E3.
Starting to like White's position.
You know, we were looking at those, how do you say, those, how quickly can I get myself checkmated? Unfortunately, the knight's not on B8, you know, or, you know, it'd be a smothered mate. Nope. Knight E3 on the board.
Oh, back up. No, wait a second. Yeah. Go to that line you just played. I'm just
Knight E3, bishop takes D4, knight takes D5, bishop takes G1, knight takes E7.
By the way, that just won material, right?
Yeah, I won a pawn.
So that's good. Well, go ahead. Keep going.
I like
That's
the
what
way
you
you're
wanted.
thinking.
No, but move over because that's not what I was interested in.
What
I was interested in is the move bishop takes B7.
Ooh.
But it's a little too ridiculous. Yeah.
I think both work, right? King takes and knight B6.
Yeah, king takes, and your knight is able to get to B6 to spoil the
Hello.
Oh, the bishop.
Or the bishop back.
Right.
So that just doesn't do anything.
Just doesn't work.
That knight on D8 stops me from a knight C6 fun party. Also, okay,
So
we're not quite there yet. We need more stuff.
Right. So C7, C6. Now maybe bishop takes D4 is a real threat. Could be.
Yep.
Could be. Maybe it's time to consider the move knight to G4, defending E1. Pardon me. Defending
Also,
D4.
it's with a tempo. You do want to take on H6, right? Of course you do. Who am I asking?
Now, he has an excuse. He's been gone 3 years. You. No. Knight G4? That's kind of funny. It's a
And then H5 95 or Bishop G7.
Bishop G H5 95 makes sense.
Looking very comfortable for whites.
White.
Sure.
White. Also, I can be a little bit more crude. Just defend the pawn. C3, knight D2, knight F3. I like Ray's position.
I do too.
Any other...
Did Hikaru move?
Still thinking. Spent
Wow.
I mean, knight A3 gains you 6-7 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
He's 7 minutes down on the clock after knight A3.
Remarkable.
He hasn't done this once in 8 rounds.
Yeah, his whole tournament has been one of ahead on good time management.
Great time management. He's literally now at 11:48. And of course, we're not worried about Hikaru when it comes to time management. But still, we are surprised that this move has stunned him this much, that he's still thinking about what to do here.
Absolutely. Very, very.
It doesn't look like he's going to move anytime soon, by the way.
Yeah. By the way, just on this note of D4, D5 business, imagine Hikaru plays the crazy move C6 for just a moment. Like Ray Robson, I would like to play D5.
He played A5.
Whoa.
And I saw the eval bar go way up.
A5.
John Nunn, Dr. John Nunn, who's
John
written some fantastic books, one of them, The Secret of Practical Chess, or Secrets of Practical Chess. One really good book, if you can get it, definitely do. Mention the phrase, long think, wrong think.
Yes.
Sometimes you sit there not knowing what to do. The longer you sit there, the less likely it is that you'll actually find the right move. And I know we're putting a lot of time into it, but you usually don't know what to do because you just feel uncomfortable about the position and you can't resolve exactly what your right solution should be. And oftentimes your first move is the right move, which is so paradoxical that you should just go with your intuition. But he sat there and came up with the move A5, which the engine really did not like. And he's playing, though, like he never read Secrets of Practical Chess. Like, I'm feeling good. I'm lifting a rook to A6.
So it's funny. Sometimes you kind of back yourself into an analysis. You look across the board and you say to yourself, what would my opponent like to do? And if I'm white, I'd like to castle queenside. So Hikaru said, you're going to castle queenside. I'm going to play a rook lift. And I don't know what's behind the concept of the rook lift.
Bishop's still on H1. Let's not forget.
Yeah, so why the rook is on... Why do you play
rook b6 queen before and checkmate? That's it.
Rook b6 queen before checkmate.
Because knight on a3 is definitely misplaced.
Which makes me think more and more about why I like the move d5 especially.
Oh my goodness.
Because I stop what you just proposed, which was rook b6 and queen b4, and I'm giving my knight to...
Knight a7.
Is the knight a7 mate we talked about?
Yeah, I can see it now. Whoop.
Where's black rook going?
Let's make another.
Sam played e4 instead of d5, which also looks good.
e4, very
yes.
logical.
Both moves lauded by the engine. d5 was definitely a great move. e4 feels nice. Look at white's pieces.
Yeah.
It just feels nice to get rid of your backward pawn, control the center, offer this trade, which would just open up lines for the attack. The only semi-poor piece is the knight on a3, but it can get into the game very quickly. This looks amazing for white.
Absolutely.
This happened to Hikaru already, right? Against Fabi. Just get a bad opening. He has a bad opening right now. He is down a lot in this position, and he's really not.
In terms of valuation, how does the engine...
over 2.
Over 2.
Over
wow.
2. Huge.
But I mean, look at the position.
Yeah, but still 2 point. We haven't won material yet.
That's why it's not 3.
I love it. I'm going to just take a walk around the World Chess Hall of Fame and a look at the game between Leinier and Wesley. After all, these players too playing for good prize money. Queen takes e4. We're seeing a lot of similarities. Now, the crazy part in this particular game as we came into it, Leinier's queen ended up on g2, which makes me ask the question, why did he go to e2? I mean, couldn't we
go straight to g2? Yeah.
Okay, that's that one. I'm going to go to the game of Garry Kasparov versus Sam Sevian. Again, a lot of familiarity with e4, f5 by Sam. Take, f4. We're going to catch up quickly with the players. Knight a3 once again. Just like Sam Shankland.
Corner knights in this game. Yeah. a3, a6.
I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to coordinate the knights. The charge of the cavalry. Grigoriy versus Levon. Again, all of these e4. Whoa. This is very, very different. Okay, this is more fun. e4, e5, g3, g6, f4, takes. That's what I'm talking about. Major ambition. Trying to get the big central clamp. Look at him go. Give up that rook. Wow. Yes. Yes.
And
whoa.
Yeah, that's what I
sack.
Right? Okay. It's 2 minor pieces for an exchange and 2 pawns. But these bishops are going to...
We're looking at Oparin versus Aronian, right?
Yes. Grigoriy versus... And look at that. A4. That same idea of...
Rook a3 and, Hikaru's
idea.
Of
Hikaru. Maybe with the idea also of a5 and a rook lift.
By the way,
yes.
I mean, all this is interesting and stuff.
Right. Back to...
The money games.
The money games.
Ray Robson not only has a +1 advantage against Fabi's disjointed pieces. We can see that. These 2 bishops, this bishop is okay. That one is biting on granite. These 2 knights, we're not sure what they're doing yet, and certainly you haven't castled and you're going to have to figure that out. But white has aggression. White's pieces are starting to come up the board, and white is looking for an f5 break, explode with the lead in development, and go win the game. Fantastic position for him. Fabi has just played queen g6, stopping this knight, at least this knight from moving, and this knight actually from moving because of a mating idea. But Fabi's the one who's worse, not only on the board, but against Ray Robson. He is 3 minutes down on the clock. That's bigger news, right? The breaking news, because Ray's the one that's usually in time pressure, and he's ahead against Fabi right now. So Fabi is trying to make sure he mixes things up a little bit in this position. How do you break through here? Do you play f5 immediately, or do you bring your bishop into the game? Bishop g2, h3, then f5. Starting to look really like this is the moment that Ray needs to figure out how to explode and take advantage of this position.
You would love to play f5 and stick a knight on f4. I just don't know exactly how you do it. Okay, so different idea. Rook f3, rook f1, f5, rook f3, rook g3.
Why does it have a question mark? It looks so good.
Maybe missed opportunity?
No, it's a question mark.
No, question mark. Bad move.
Just a bad move. Doesn't look like a bad move.
Well, there are the challenge is that this knight, as bad as it is on d8, it is headed to the center. f7, d6, if it could pull off those 2 moves.
Yep.
So you take your time building, and suddenly the knight appears, and whoop, there goes your advantage.
Right.
So if rook f3 is not incisive, it looks like it isn't, knight f7 to d6 is a very nice maneuver.
But aren't...
and knight c4, sorry. Remember I talked about the knights, neither knight can move because of the mate?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure you have enough time to pull all that off.
But can I interrupt your tour, your knight's tour?
With f5, you mean?
f5, yeah. The idea, of course, is that if you take, I've got a nasty, a nasty e7,
and I can't even castle out of it.
Yeah, right.
Castling into it.
Castling does not help. No, I still get the knight e7. I understand what you mean about knight f7, but f5. I understand that Ray played the move rook f3, so he could play rook f1 and f5.
Knight
f7. Okay, I've got to ask, what does the engine say about F5?
Takes and then play king c7.
Takes and play king c7.
Yeah, the
Can I
check.
play bishop h2?
I'm looking for the bishop h. Well, I want to play. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah.
What?
What? How does it work, Maurice? h4?
Yeah, you got to see.
You're going to go king d6.
No. What? No. Are you ready? Knight fe5.
I
Okay.
was not ready for that.
Rook takes f5 is on your agenda.
Because now the knight is hanging.
Got it.
And what do?
Got it.
Just your rook's hanging. That knight's hanging. There's no place to put it suddenly. It can't move. We had talked about it, the mate. So this knight is pinned. You thought you had an aggressive knight about to fork.
I did.
And now suddenly it's pinned and can't leave because of queen c2 mate.
Unfair.
And boom, all of a sudden black's pieces are dancing and prancing. Incredible refutation. That could have easily happened, by the way.
Easily. I mean, I would have thought f5, I've got an initiative. Watch me go.
Yes. Fabi has calculated this, and now it's up to Ray to realize that f5 does not work. He's going to look at it, and you know what happens when Ray is going to have to look at something like this.
He's going to
take a nice
time.
7 minutes before we get back to this position. And Fabi's gotten up from the board.
Yeah, he knows that Ray's going to go into the tank. Let's jump to
Well, Hikaru in serious trouble.
Because when we left it, Hikaru just made a rook lift that we were not that impressed with, frankly. Takes, rook takes f8, knight takes e4. Sam Shankland saying, wait a minute. Whoa. Don't think you can pin me. I'll rock your world with knight a7, mate.
The white is fully developed. Meanwhile, black's knight's on b8, d8. Rook misplaced on a6. This is terrible.
For the moment, it's not looking good. Also, by the way, another nasty refutation to rook e6 is, I'll get my queen out of the pin.
That's if you don't want to mate the guy.
Yeah, exactly. So knight b5 on the board, that basically freezes the rook for the moment. I think the knight wants to get rid of this bishop, which is unfortunately doing a good job of pinning.
And also knight c5.
What?
I'm saying for white.
H1's hanging? But knight c5, you've got knight d6. Oh, that's a nasty move. Check this out. Here, knight d6, your turn. Go ahead, take the...
Rook d6? Oh,
that was what I wanted. You're my... Did I tell you you're my favorite?
We point out these mates for a reason, folks.
But the real point was the discovery.
Was a discovery. Absolutely.
The bishop.
Knight d6 was a very nice way of making it happen.
Oh, that's a nasty trick.
That's why bishop takes e4 is on the board. Get rid of those knights. They're a problem.
Oh, that was a
very nasty. And so you got to look at those kind of mating ideas. Who knew it could pop up in this game? So bishop takes. We're expecting queen takes.
Queen takes.
And then the move c6 as the #1 move by the engine.
Look at that rook. It's crying.
And the knights.
The knights are crying. But you want to play d5.
Yeah.
And then this guy.
The rook is still crying. Didn't change anything, but it did limit the knights. The damage, depending on where the knight goes. Bishop
takes. Sorry.
e4. Interesting.
Bishop takes.
Immediately c6 by Hikaru.
I think Sam is anticipating c6, d5, and he wanted to have his bishop on d3 as opposed to the h1.
Not on g2, h3?
I guess
I
he's
like
thinking...
the diagonal a lot.
I hear you.
Bishop g2.
I guess he's thinking that he will play h4 in some universe and h5. Okay. By the way, this rook could get stranded. The f file and the e file are open. If I could get queen f1.
Yeah, I'm winning endgame, right?
Business squares. 2 bishops advantage for Shankland. By the way, I feel white has a big advantage, but how does the engine feel about saying
definite advantage?
1.5.
It was 1 and change when I last looked. But I just switched over,
of course,
to the game with Fabi and Ray, and we've been calling these things, Yasser, you and I, for years and years and years, And we remember when Ray was this tall, and now know him when he was this tall.
Right.
And it doesn't matter his height. It doesn't matter how tall he gets and older. He still gets in-time pressure. And there are moments when he'll stop and analyze and analyze and analyze. And that's when we saw, even his opponents know that too. Finally, he has moved. But look how much time he burned on the clock to now he's under Fabi when he had that nice lead from before.
Yeah.
And now realizing the problems that he's really initiated and plays bishop to G2, which was a nice plan to put it on H3 without wasting the tempo.
Of Rook F3.
Of Rook F3. And that knight is going to be able to maneuver to D6 and create some problems. And also castles will be playable very easily. So this rook move was a tempo loss. It looked reasonable, but the maneuver knight F7 to D6 really put the kibosh on that plan. And now it's Fabi who's starting to feel comfortable. Like, okay. And now if he starts to pressure him on the clock, all he needs is a draw, folks. A draw wins him the tournament because if Naka wins, it's a tie, and he beat Naka in their head-to-head, so he wins that tiebreak. And by the way, Naka, right about now, has got to be thinking, man, if I could make a draw, I'd be happy here. Right. Although I think Naka is not thinking that, knowing him. He's thinking, let me equalize and then go hunt the guy down.
Bishop G2, and we did see castles long by Fabi. Connecting the rooks, always a great idea in chess. Get your king into safety.
Fischer chess?
Even in Fischer Random, yes. Castles, I'm just going to go again to give the game of Garry Kasparov. He was playing against Sam Sevian, who was our defending champion.
Look at the current position. After a long castle, the question mark is on A1.
How did that happen? Okay, we're catching up with the players. Sam, as we come to the game, has just captured the center. How else to put it? Pawns on C5, D5, E5, and this last move, castles, was not approved by the chess engines.
Where's Garry?
He's not at the board.
Maybe he's. I guess he was washing his face or banging his head against the wall or something.
Well, something has gone wrong because black has pawns on C5, D5, E5, and his pieces are much more coordinated. Knight on C2.
A huge update in Hikaru's game.
Let's do it.
Sam made a really bad move.
Really bad move.
And now Hikaru's better.
Whoa.
Blunder level move. He's blundered a piece.
What?
Unbelievable.
Okay, so when we left it, we'd just seen the move knight takes e4, knight b5 with all kinds of treacherous ideas of knight d6 check. Bishop takes e4, c6.
He forgot about the check on
H6.
H6.
Oh dear. Queen H6. That's a whole piece.
That's a whole piece. Oh and now looking to exchange queens with that last move. Unreal what just happened.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
The strangest thing about the Fischer Random is that you get tactics almost at move 2, 3, and 4. And you're really vulnerable because you're not used to having the pieces on the squares. But this one is rather egregious because the king's on C1 where it normally would be.
Yeah. But a queen H6 tactic is not one you see very often.
Pattern.
Although queen G5 tactic could be one. But this one, just a straight blunder and Hikaru.
Whoa. Oh, at first I thought the rook was hanging with checkmate.
Right.
I mean, blundering the knight was bad. But
rook C6.
Rook C6
is playable here.
Forces you to go queen D3.
Forces you to go back in your cubbyhole.
And then D5 and again, I mean, we're extra piece up. What the heck?
Incredible opportunity now for Nakamura. He looks like he's going to win this game, which means that Fabi has to draw at minimum his game, although it does look likely for him. But incredible turn of events here.
In this
Sam just wants to kick himself in the teeth for making such a blunder.
Picking up on the Ray Robson Fabiano game, we just saw bishop G2 to H3. Whenever I I see these guys, I start to think, watch out for the tactics. Knight to d6. Again, we're on this beautiful diagonal, so we start thinking about knight to c4, rook to g3. Ray says, you got to go. Fabi says, not a problem. I'll drop back with a queen. By the way, just reminding you, you do have a pawn. Ray said, you can have it. I've got bishop e3. I've got my ideas.
I don't know. I'm worried about that diagonal.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Queen f4, bishop e3, queen f5.
Queen f5?
Or immediately.
Okay, I've got mate in 1.
So I have to go back knight e3. But Fabi played knight f5 instead.
Knight f5. Okay,
After
so
knight
sorry.
g4. Mm-hmm.
Let me just refresh. Knight to g4.
White pieces
knight
are
to
kind of
f5.
in each other's way.
Well, the rook was on f1.
Yeah.
You'd almost, you would love to have the knight, the other knight. So, yeah, knight f5. Well, Fabi looks to be doing
By the
very
way,
well.
Hikaru, I see 2 question marks, huge blunder in his game too. Is he still winning or not anymore?
It was
Maybe Maurice can catch us up.
Sam Shankland blundered a piece, just outright blundered a piece. And Hikaru played
double
rook here.
question marks.
Queen d3.
Yeah. Well, the mystery continues.
d5?
What this back and forth action, this is a bad move, primarily because he's going to offer his opponent the opportunity, given that the pieces are not developed and that king is exposed, to play the move d5. That's a move he wants to play. So, and he missed it. Bishop f3 was the necessary move here. Bishop f3, he probably didn't play it because of queen f5, but now you have the move d5. I'm sure he was worried about this trade, but look at the miracle. Pawn takes, and the C line opens, and suddenly you have an epaulet check. Right? The king is frozen between 2 knights, and rook c1 is coming, and you have to give back the piece. What a beautiful move. C takes on d3, and that was that. That's sneaky business, boy. That is nice. Yes, indeed. So d5 was his chance. He missed it. Instead of bishop f3, he played rook to f1, and now Naka is back in business, able to move a knight. He better hurry up and do it because d5 is still on tap to expose those knights for what they are. There's still play, though. It's not a full piece. Knight a6 is being given as the best move, which is not a move you really, really want to play. But I think Naka is on the alert suddenly, as he probably realized he blundered.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you got to watch carefully. You can't relax.
Right? Knight to c6. So once again, help me out here, Maurice. I'm going to tickle the rook. d5?
No, knight a6, not knight c6.
Knight c6
was played.
Oh, knight c6 was played. Excuse me.
No, it's already on the board.
Oh, the engine doesn't like that.
d5.
But not so bad after all. d5 runs into queen e5. Watch out for squares.
Boy.
That came out of nowhere.
It sure did.
Watch out.
And that's a great move, too, by the way, because it's a double attack.
But the engine doesn't like it because of the move bishop f3 again.
Okay, makes sense. Get away from that e5 square.
And you have to be really careful. Queen g5, d5. Okay. Now queen e5 is met by the simple c3.
Okay.
And you're lost.
White is better.
White is the one who is on top. So bishop f3 is back to the money move. This is the key move.
My goodness. Well, this has been comedy of errors then.
Indeed. The thing is, you are down a piece.
C3.
C3, a very positional.
Clever. I mean,
he wants to play d5, but it's not the right time.
The timing's wrong. Yeah. Okay. So.
Wow, missed a couple of opportunities there. Not in his finest form. And Naka's trying to
just trade the pieces,
control this position, and bring out his knight.
Yes.
And bring out his knight. It just goes to show you, it's not enough to be up a piece.
Right.
A piece is not a piece until it's working. And in this position, those knights were not working, and it could have cost Naka disadvantage.
Yeah. Rook e1 on the board as a response to rook f6, by the way. Still not that easy to... I mean, I want to play the move d5.
Not a bad move.
Yeah, not all Hikaru's pieces are still in the game.
Exactly. The bishop on H8, the knight on D8. He's played D5.
Okay, and then knight E6 maybe, and he can bring the pieces.
Slowly unwind them. But it hasn't.
It's crazy last couple of moves. Back and forth.
We saw a lot of red question marks. And now I think after bishop G2, at long last, we can just bring our knight into the game. Go knight E6, knight C7, everything's safe. And slowly. I know Hikaru went into a deep think. Now, see? What are the clock times of the players?
Hikaru's down to less than 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yep. 2 minutes 45 seconds right now. Sam.
He has a queen trade. Does he have a queen trade with queen to
F5?
F5 take.
Makes sense as well. But hold on, I've got bishop H3 if you take with the rook.
Right.
So you'd have to take with the pawn, and you give me a pawn for.
Yeah, he's not interested.
No, not interested.
And he did that very slowly. That 96 move, as though he's not in any time pressure. For Hikaru, 2 minutes and 30 plus seconds is really like 2 hours to a lot of
normal people. Yeah.
He's not worried about time as a factor. By the way, Fabi is in a very complex position where he has 524 to raise 445. That's tricky. Every single piece is still on the board. A couple of pawns have been traded off, but the pieces are still on the board. A complex one. Will he find himself in any trouble as he's slowly catching up with Ray on the clock? And 93 played here. His best move is knight to D6, according to the engine. But that's not
it. He's played it.
And he did play it.
Knight to D6 on the board.
And now Ray needs to find a quick move. By the way, Ray could repeat with rook G3, I believe. Like maybe a rook G3, queen F7, rook F3 thing. Give Fabi the victory on the spot. But I'm sure Ray's going to come up with something else as his time is ticking down. We got to watch the clock.
Here. F5 looks interesting.
F5?
Yeah, sack the pawn.
It's not your pawn.
Exactly.
It's not I kind of like bishop F2. The bishop on G1 does not have a good, it's not effective. Bishop F2, preps, rook G1, bishop H4. I could start to see white's pieces flower.
Yes.
Bishop H4.
He's trying to play quickly. He's played his rook over.
Did Fabi. Fabi played rook D8 to E8. Again, all Fabi needs is a draw. He clinches first, not clear first, because we think that Hikaru is winning. He got gifted a knight. He took it and then almost gave it back.
There's a queen A4 sighting here, by the way, just to make you blink.
King B8?
I was sure that the queen came back to cover the checkmate, not to go on the attack. That would be rather daring. Now, I'm thinking bishop H4 and rook G1 is what...
Surprisingly, queen A4 by the engine.
Really?
Queen A4 is being met by bishop G7, sacking the
that
A
will never happen. Not a chance. Who would give up A7 pawn?
Not me. I would have played king B8.
Hey, I'm just a messenger.
Let's shoot the messenger.
I'm telling you what it
takes. We'll go out and have a nice dinner.
Ridiculous way to play. Look, the position now is extremely tricky. There's so many things on the board.
Pieces are on the board.
There's so many pieces on the board that you have to figure out exactly what plan you want to play. Black is trying to somehow pressure this pawn sitting on F4. He tries to keep the threat along this diagonal. He's trying to make sure his knight has good squares. Right. And frankly, Black has pretty easy type moves to play. White, on the other hand, wants to play a move like F5, organize the pieces well, maybe chase the queen off of this diagonal right here. So White is definitely looking to make sure nothing bad happens, especially since he's under the threat, like there's a gun to your head, of potential mate on these squares. So it's a tense situation. Ray's down to 252, Fabi at 436. So Ray needs to hurry and make a move or start making a series of moves. We've seen him time and time again in this tournament blunder because he's playing fast and playing fast and playing fast and not just being able to play smoothly with time on the clock. It's almost inevitable for him. So a great situation for Fabi. The position's just unbalanced. So you got to make moves.
Rook
Just
G1.
look at a plan, make a move. Look at a plan, make a move.
Couple of moves.
Rook G1, Queen F7, Bishop G3 on the board.
Knight F5.
And Knight F5 giving a mistake now by the engine, saying you could trade everything off on F5 and play Bishop H4.
Yeah, I
Get
would
rid of the checkmate threat. Yeah.
Get rid of
In
the
fact,
threat forever.
just a moment ago, I was ready to go B3, King B2, just to get out of that diagonal. Knight F8, that feels like you... But I didn't understand the move Bishop G3. Wouldn't you have played Bishop H4 yourself?
Yeah, looks a lot more natural.
A lot more natural.
By the way, Hikaru is fully organized, developed. He is winning completely, which means if he wins the game, Fabi must draw this game no matter what.
Bishop takes, Knight takes F5, Bishop takes F5 on the board. If I'm Ray, I'm taking that bishop.
You sure?
No way.
He's happy to take that.
No way I'm letting that bishop live. Here I stop because I could take with a pawn and potentially play Knight F6, Knight to E4. He took with the queen right away, like he wasn't hesitating, Fabi. Queen takes F5. Again, I'm playing Bishop H4 just because I don't want to see, I don't know, rook to G8 to G4. And if you could put your rook on G4 and play H4, I would be crying.
This is the game, folks. Nakamura is almost 95% or more guaranteed to win that game. And here, Fabi must draw. So we will pay close attention. Ray at 148, Fabi with 440, so 3-minute lead basically on the clock. And this last move, rook to E1, not the Bishop H4 move you wanted, Yaz.
Exactly. Bishop F6 quickly taking away that opportunity, for Ray to play Bishop H4. I like this move. As far as I can tell, only one piece in Fabi's camp needs improvement.
C2, queen trade offer.
And that's
or
the knight.
Is it forced? Well, no, you have queen G4 if you wanted to. But Fabi's completely happy with the draw, so he can't take on C2.
I'm thinking Knight B6. You're welcome to trade. You get rid of my backward pawn for me. Thank you for that assist. And
bad bishop for white on G3.
That's what I'm thinking. Knight to B6. The knight would like to get to D6. How many times in these Carlsbad structures have we seen knight to B6 to C8 to D6? Put the knight on E4 and coast to advantage. Bishop, Queen C2, pardon me.
Well, a consequential decision for Fabi at the moment. And he has repositioned his bishop, headed to the C7 square, making it very clear that that bishop is going to be pressuring, everybody is going to be pressuring that one weakness you have in the position. White would like to pressure the E6 pawn, if possible.
Rook to E3, and but he has to be mindful of H4 and Queen.
Exactly,
and F4.
Exactly. Both of them have weaknesses, the main weakness being E6 for black, the main weakness being F4 for white, and there goes Ray trying to show the pressure on that pawn on E6.
So let's just check this out. I would play H4, bishop to, and bishop to C7. I'm always thinking in terms. I'm always thinking in terms of pinning my opponent.
Take on E6.
He has played H. Takes on E6, takes on E6. So at the end of the day...
Bishop E3 is worse.
Yeah, but I think you could play bishop takes H4 and make an easy draw. I didn't net the advantage I had hoped. H4 on the board.
But bishop F2, queen takes F4. What's wrong with the pawn?
There you go. That's a question I would ask.
Too. Is Fabi better?
That's actually just a pawn.
Yeah.
It's just a straight pawn.
I think it is.
Fabi wants to clear first. He's playing for the win.
The bonus. But
hey, if you can take home a net 10,000, right? That's plus $10,000
From one rapid game.
from this one game. From the next 4, well, maybe 6-7 minutes. It's literally 10 grand.
Wow. But I'm still quizzically asking myself, why do I have this passive bishop on f2 when I could have had it sitting proudly on g5?
It should have been, but now he's up a pawn, is Caruana, and playing for clear first and 10 extra grand in the pocket, $37,500. He does not want to let this one go. He can feel the money right now. It's not about, ooh, I tied for first and I won on tie break.
No.
Throw that out the window. That's for losers. This guy's a champ, and he wants to prove this position now, on top of which he's got a full 3-minute lead on the clock, raised down to 37 seconds.
I'll take it. I like the move rook g4, just, again, kind of embarrassing the bishop, asking him this bishop.
Can we try h3, bishop h2?
H3?
You're going to play rook g2, aren't you?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. h3 nonetheless, you got to try something, but you're a pawn down, and after the move rook...
Maybe knight f3 to rook g2? h4 is not hanging.
Shankland continues to be a full piece down with 0 compensation against Hikaru, so we know that game is going towards a victory. Right. This one looks like it as well, but I guess it's the more consequential one, as Fabi's up a pawn and in cruise mode now. A draw is already a foregone conclusion, in fact, is what we would say, unless he just comes up with a howler of a blunder.
He did play rook g2. Rook g3 was also interesting from Fabi's point of view. Rook g2 can't take on e6. g1 is hanging. More or less, you've got to play.
By the way, I heard some news that if they split the first place,
yes,
they don't split just the first and second prize. They split that including the bonus of $7,500.
What?
They split the bonus too, yeah.
What?
Oh,
Where the heck is the bonus there?
What about the commentators?
That sounds insane. That is crazy.
Trying to win it all.
What kind of rule is that? I got to change that rule. By the way, if they do that, that means it's going to be $27,500 plus $37,550, half of $7,500. So we got to add $27,500 to $37,550 to get some crooked, ugly number at the end. Come on, what is that?
What is that?
What is that? Somebody got to change up those rules.
By the way, Levon wins his final game.
By the way, Garry Kasparov is putting some good old-fashioned beatdown right now in an endgame on Sevian. He's just winning the rook and pawn ending. Just winning. And Sevian actually made a crucial mistake, and he's going to lose this game.
5 decisive results in the last round.
And Garry would just love it. Go to 50% and show that he can hang with these youngsters. Sam is desperate, and that's not going to help. That's just a pawn. Gary's looking at him like, you know it's time to resign, right?
He had his watch off. He put it on. Rook,
and that's over. We knew that was busted after hanging a piece and then missing an opportunity to win it back. So Naka has done his job.
I'm going to jump back to the Ray Robson game because Fabi, he's just played the move e6, e5, which is the precise move. I was thinking, again, this rook on g1, we can go rook takes e5, rook takes e5, knight takes e5. Look, watch out, I've got a fork, and if you take, then
Ray with 5 seconds, 3 seconds, counting down.
And they've gone into that position. The players caught up with me.
I mean, this is almost a disease for Ray, just getting in time pressure so often, every single game.
Wow.
And by now, you don't cure it. It's just what it is.
I guess not. You just learn to live with it. Okay, we can move our knight now.
Where to? G6, F3.
F3?
This seems completely winning.
Takes. Right? I'm
picking up another pawn.
I just want to make sure that I've trapped your bishop after bishop a7, b6. Knight d3, by the way.
Also good.
Looks very good. You got to keep The bishop
Give us
protected.
that one.
It's 2 extra pawns.
Works
Okay,
for
no
me.
losing chances here.
Works for me.
But trying to win.
And he's taking it, inviting. That's the Fischer pawn, right?
Yep.
You get to go b7, b6, ensnaring
Well,
the
there's rook
bishop,
f7, right?
as well as rook f8.
Rook f8 might be better.
Yeah. So bishop takes a7. It's not.
It's a pawn.
Okay,
Two
turns
out.
Pawns. It's
Rook
not
g3
two
and
pawns.
just push the h.
I like that decision as well.
White pieces are just really passive.
True that. Knight e5 and rook h. I would love to play, again, I really do think in those terms of how I can pin my opponent. Knight e5, rook h2, bishop c7, all of those moves would spring to my mind. That would be bishop g5. Well, there you go. That's much more direct than what I thought about.
Garry's about to force resignation.
By the way.
In just a couple of moves. This one's completely over.
Sorry. Had to show a tactic there. Rook f8 by Ray. King d7. What's the problem? By the way, this is checkmate. It's not just...
Let's get our camera on Garry just really fast, really quickly, as he's waiting for resignation, but another check. He's going to bring his king... Oh, fumble there.
He's grabbing his hand like, do you really want to move?
A buoyant Kasparov right there. Look at him.
50%.
He's very happy to have won this game and got to 50%. All right, let's get back to the other game. But again, Garry showing, doesn't matter what age he is, he's always a force to be reckoned with.
Knight to b3, that...
Yeah, we are headed to 5 decisive results.
Wow.
Because Wesley's also winning his game.
Okay, but, from Ray's perspective, he's doing his level best to make Fabi's life as difficult as possible. Now here, I'm a little bit worried that the king can get ensnared, no?
Well, if Black's pawn was on c4, sure. But
yeah,
without
that might be the key. So if I could go bishop to e7, c5, and c4.
It's actually not a good idea.
The plot thickens.
Wait, bishop e7, there's rook f7.
And then king e8 or king e6.
Yeah, but bishop e7, king e6. He has played knight f4. Okay, inviting knight c5.
Okay.
King f7, rook b8. This is not that easy anymore.
I mean, his h pawn is far advanced, so 3 seconds for Ray, rook f5.
Oh, excuse
What's
me.
after rook g3? Oh, there's bishop b8. It's not really a pin, though. Rook g2 check. I'll get out of the pin.
Okay, but at least b7 is hanging. The bishop will at least patrol the long diagonal.
Suddenly the a pawn starts to run.
On a good day. Rook, again, kudos to Ray. He's making it very hard.
Fabi now down to 31 seconds when he had a great lead on the clock, but now
it's getting nervous.
It's not so secure, and he's dropped his bishop back.
It's getting nervy time.
Still a good position for him.
Bishop b8. The bishop is ready to patrol this h2 diagonal.
Now he's got to find rook f3, and he has.
So we got to take a pawn, right? Knight takes b7.
I don't think we have time. h3. How do we catch that pawn?
I was going to take and go rook h5.
But
the pawn will be on h2.
Yeah,
late,
that's the bad news.
He has taken.
He captured right away. He's got knight d3. If you take with the bishop, knight d3 is embarrassing.
Well,
you
h3,
have to.
You might still be okay.
Knight takes f4.
And he's taking with the rook, and you can see that Fabi's feeling that now.
H5.
Ray, under 10 seconds, has played rook h5.
Give me the... And he's...
Bishop g7, pretty much.
Obliged. But he has managed to make Fabi's life that much more difficult. He put his rook behind.
Can
I? Can't play h3 anymore. How do you get to even get h3 up the board?
I gotta go king,
rook h2,
king
right?
f7, king g6. Only.
Oh, that too. Oh,
I gotta kick. Whoa, rook g5.
King f7 was coming.
How much time did he have when he
2
played
seconds.
that? 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, I get nervous when I have 5 minutes on the clock.
Me too.
2 seconds. Was that a good move, though? Rook
Yes.
G5. No.
I mean, it's losing either way.
There goes that pawn.
It looks bad. Now suddenly it looks just really bad. The pawn is too strong. Rook E2 check.
And he keeps sitting up in his chair, nervous as ever, as he knows his clock is ticking down. He's played the check, and he's finally taken a pawn. He's equalized the material balance. But
the H-pawn is motoring up the board. Rook to H4?
Can't even push A4.
No. And the bishop ensnaring the knight. There's even ideas of King E7, just to make sure that that knight never moves.
Well, knight
H2?
C5 will be playable, right?
Ah, thank you. Yes, indeed.
But the pawn's unstoppable. H2, Rook G4, Rook G1.
Okay, but I get to go check in the meanwhile.
You can pick up all the pawns.
Yay! I will be the moral victor.
Smart move.
King E7 stops knight here.
And now the major threat you mentioned, Nazi, H2 followed by Rook, Rook. That's going to be done. Rook G4, Rook G1. So the king has to actually come over to help.
King D2.
This isn't too slow.
H2, King E2. Yeah, it's hard to believe that I'll be in time. Ray didn't believe it. Knight to C5.
Got a protected passer on H2, and now the knight coming back.
I would keep my bishop. Bishop back. Keeps the pawn under control.
Ray under terrific pressure.
Well, here,
16 seconds left.
Can I potentially sacrifice my knight?
It's still lost. Black has C6 and D5.
Good point, but he's got to try it. Knight E1. Ray has almost no time. He's been playing on increment for...
By the way, his knight just did one of those swirly moves.
Yes.
It seems that happens to him when he's under pressure.
Yeah, the swirly knight move. Knight is going to come to F3. Rook goes to G2 check, and then Rook is going to go, I'm assuming,
so
to
he has
F3.
to sacrifice on the next move.
Yep, King B3. Well, hold on. Does he have to sacrifice?
Why does he sacrifice? There's no Rook G1.
Right.
We play Rook G3.
What about bringing his king up?
Well,
although that A-pawn is...
Rook G3, Rook takes H2. I'm not feeling terrible.
Really?
I'm losing.
C5.
Ooh, C5 is nice.
C5.
I guess A4?
He's going to play C4 and take the pawn.
So maybe let's go A4, C4, King A2.
Makes sense. No time for Ray.
Yeah, but then your pawn is isolated.
Good.
Right.
And the king is trapped.
Exactly.
A4.
You can bring your king. That's I was gonna say. You can bring your king over into the sector. The A pawn is going nowhere.
Good point.
So don't just
like,
keep pushing your pawn.
It's
That's
like
not
white's
counterplay.
pieces are frozen on
White's
the
pieces
side.
also with problems, not being able to move.
Exactly. Ray is
pushed,
played
but
A5.
that pawn looks like a potential victim.
Yeah, more liability at this moment.
Not liability, victim. Actually gonna die.
2 seconds.
Whoa, Rook.
A1.
Behind your pawn.
Rook G1. No.
That means he's ready to potentially sack his knight. But actually, how do you get him to sack his knight?
King B7, A6, King A7.
That's it.
Kings are great blockaders of passed pawns.
That last move played with only 2 seconds on Ray's clock.
C4 check. Even King B5 in C4. How about them apples? That's a nice idea.
Yeah.
I love King B5. No,
Okay,
Rook
the knight is
F3.
being challenged.
Why are you allowing A6?
We're taking the knight.
And then Rook F8?
Correct.
3 seconds to...
Oh,
There
boy.
goes the knight.
And now Fabi taking that, and that pawn is not going anywhere. That's just
No.
hope.
Rook H8 and actually C4 check.
First.
Yeah, C4 check is
C4
really-
forces king to
A2 and then King B6.
because king B6 is coming anyway. So C4 check wins on the spot.
He's done it.
King
And
B6
Fabi-
next. King
Fabi
B6
is
on any move. And
putting-
Fabi is the victor.
Yes, he's putting the finishing touches on a topsy-turvy But nonetheless, a victory nonetheless. King
King to
A4.
A4.
Give me the pawn. Rook takes B2.
What's wrong? Yeah, Rook B2 also does the job. I was just wondering what's wrong with King B6, but you're right. Why?
Yeah. King B6 is great, but I like Rook takes B2.
The only problem with Rook takes B2, A7.
King B7.
Rook D1.
Rook B3. No, it's not checkmate. I was going to play Rook B3 and checkmate. I'll take the pawn. He's played Bishop C5, by the way, saying, that pawn's not going anywhere. I've got you covered.
Now that's a good little technical move right there.
That was a goodie. B4, a little swirl by Ray. En passant.
Then at this point, Ray's hoping for some stalemates, but...
No.
Ray's hoping to trade off the last pawn.
Oh.
C4.
If somehow C4 could come on the board.
Didn't even think of that.
Fabi needed to actually take that pawn. I was thinking that pawn on C4 was doing a great job at keeping White's king on a...
And here he comes.
C4.
Look at this.
The game flares anew.
It completely changed thanks to Fabi's misstep, which we thought was great. Suddenly, the engine...
Okay, Bishop F2.
The engine did not think that C takes B3 was the way to play.
No. Certainly not. That C4 pawn was doing a great job at restraining the king.
How do we trade these pawns? As soon as you play C4, there's always D4.
That's a good point.
So it still should be completely winning, right?
No, but how do you actually make progress with black? You have to take something or attack something. Your pieces are suddenly doing defensive duty.
Rook A8, Bishop B6, Bishop B6.
Well, remember, Rook F5, C4 may be possible.
Rook.
If your rook leaves. If you play Rook A8, can I play Rook F5?
Yes.
5 seconds for Ray.
And there it is.
F5.
Rook is now on F5.
Setting up for the C4.
Well, there's Rook H3. You can't play C4 yet. But if you go Rook A8, then yes.
Right, but that's the point. How does black actually make progress?
Okay.
Black can stop white from trading down, but black has to make progress too. I don't think Fabi played this the best way.
No, I'm sure he's still winning, but you're right. He's made life a lot more difficult for himself.
Good thing that draw is enough for him.
Well, he'll be very frustrated though. If he only draws this, he will be frustrated.
No, I think he's got this, so that was a really good check. Can I play Rook to B5 here?
You can.
Rook to B5,
Then
Rook to A5.
I'll play King D3. Oh, sweet.
Yes. You understood that once you put your king on D3 and my rook is on A5, all your C4 moves are going to be met with Rook A3.
Fabi found
and
the
he
same
found
idea.
it. Yeah, nice maneuver by, well, what we think will be our tournament winner. And Ray's been playing on increment
2
for
seconds.
20 minutes.
There is just a waiting game because he can play King B3 when you play Rook A5.
That's funny. You're right, though. He can.
The win is not at all clear, if there even is one.
There has to be, right?
Yeah,
it just has to be.
King B3, nonetheless.
Now, can you find it with 30 seconds? That's a different
That's
question.
a different question. Okay, here I have a check.
There's got to be some maneuver that wins. Yeah.
I have a check. What else?
Oh.
King B5.
Okay. Bring your rook back.
If you go rook here, I go king takes A6.
Ooh, C4 still? D4.
No, it takes with check.
Takes with
mess
check.
that up.
The rook on H5 will be hanging.
Oh, 5 seconds for Ray.
Ooh.
Rook H5, King A6.
King A6. There goes the Peshki.
Yeah, I think.
Stole the pawn.
And that's it. That's all she wrote. That's an easy one. Now we get to go rook C5 and bishop A5. That makes it simple.
Not according to the engine.
Not according. It still work.
It still work.
It still work.
I don't know how it's worked.
I don't believe it.
It still work.
We're a whole piece up. Come on.
Okay. The last couple of moves did do it though.
C4 on the board. This is the last moment of truth.
D4?
D4.
I mean, D takes C.
But no, I'm playing D4 100%.
Just to keep it alive.
There's no way I'm not playing D4. Then I've got the pawn protected. Come
he
on.
took?
He took it.
It's still winning. It's still winning.
Okay, so check.
No, but
And
you can't.
King C3?
There's nothing you can do there. Rook C5 will come.
Ray
You
just
can't play King
casually
C3.
making moves with 1 second.
Right.
Check.
Five.
Get back.
Drop the rook. It's over.
Yeah. Now we get to
That's
play
resignation.
C3.
Fabi will be the sole champ. Okay, it's not over yet, but it's over. C3 is threatened. Once that pawn lands on C3, protected fully. That's it. And Fabi has done it.
Remarkable. I mean, he has had a fabulous 2024. It's just fantastic. U.S. champion. Fischer Random champion.
Chess 9 Alexi.
What else would
There's
you like
one
him to
game
play?
still going on.
By the way, look at Ray. Ray is still not happy as Fabi, the champ,
Congratulations.
walks out knowing that he won it all. But there's Ray still regretting his choices.
Trying to see where he went
we
wrong.
have one game remaining, and that is a game between Leinier Dominguez, who is down 2 pawns.
Wesley
by
was
the way.
winning earlier, but now it seems like Leinier has some fortress set up.
Well, why, if we go King B2, what's the
I don't know.
issue?
They've been playing this position for a while, so my
Have they?
guess is. And the engine keeps saying it's not winning.
What? Really? I'm looking
Pawns
at
are
King.
not that far apart.
That is true. But King B2 and what if I go King B2, King A1, and okay, he's playing for B.
Bishop E6, I'm pinning you.
King B2, Bishop E6.
Just stay on the diagonal, yeah.
Nice. Okay. So this is a miracle save?
Yep.
So if I go King B2, King C3, I just wait. I'm moving my bishop. And the moment you play B2, I bring my bishop back. Leinier, miracle save.
Wily.
Wow. And you were trying to do the math on the money prize.
No need for math now.
For Wesley, he needed the extra half point, didn't he? To earn.
No, Sam Sevian lost, so Wesley has his 3rd place guaranteed.
Gotcha.
Sam Sevian lost to Garry Kasparov.
Right.
That's for all the Kasparov fans out there, which I'm one.
And Garry climbs to 50%. And he has reason to complain that
Sure.
he could have had
He left
more.
wins on the table.
He left a lot on the table. You bet he did. And the moment you play B2, then the bishop will just park itself on B1. The king will park itself on E2, and there's no breaking that fortress.
Nope.
This is easy. Easy draw for
Put on
Leinier.
F-file would have been winning. You need at least 3 lines separating.
Look at you already ready for your chessable course and teaching us about endgames.
She's showing off all her studies.
I know.
Dvoretsky's endgame manual.
Right? Okay.
What kind of move is that Wesley just made?
His king is
Put the king on the
halfway
square.
between C4, D4, and C3.
That's the hustle move.
That's the hustle move.
You know, they put it on 4 different squares.
Yeah,
at the same
quantum
time
square.
in the corner, and then they
And
pretend
decide.
it was really over.
Then they decide on the next move where the king landed. Yeah.
I liked Gary's castle earlier today when he put the king in
Yes.
the corner.
Yeah, he wanted to put the king on G8, the rook on H8. Almost worked.
Bishop 5. Yeah, that is.
Is this one another record attempt? 91 moves. They won't make it.
Oh, no. They're not going to make it.
No,
Please.
I don't think they're going to make 50 moves because
Well, the moment he plays B2,
Bishop B1.
the 50 move gets
Oh,
gets
no.
really
Push kidding.
B3 later.
and then another
and
B3, and
another 50 moves.
and then a B1 as well.
Oh,
We're going
my
to play
God.
B1. And here it comes. We put our bishop back.
Bishop F7
on
is the
F7.
only move, yes.
And he's done it. Just making sure that
Wesley's the one in time pressure, by the way.
Is he?
Only down to 14 seconds.
Okay.
Leinier has plenty of time, over a minute. Did you see that hesitation?
Yeah. Well, whoop, whoop, whoop. What?
A swirly bishop.
Swirly. I mean, Ray Robson move orders. King A3. Okay, here's the moment of truth. I'm playing bishop C4? What?
Bishop G6 is fine.
Is it
On
fine?
B2 I still have, and now I go
Put it back.
Yeah, very important. You put it back.
Yeah.
Got it. Of course you do. King B2, bishop E6, I suppose. Yeah, he's done it.
And Leinier just getting more and more time. And finally, this check.
And King C2.
Wait, why is this a draw? All of a sudden, I'm confused. How do I stop the B pawn?
I go bishop check, king C1, king D3.
B2?
King C4.
Then they have G5.
And then
And I have G5.
G pawn is the reason.
Wow. I
King
use
B2?
my...
Wait, King B2? G6, King A3? Oh.
No, my king is on B3.
Yes.
So I think we go king D3?
King D3 right now should draw.
And
You
king
have to go
C4.
for the B4 pawn, yes.
Exactly. And as soon as you make a queen on B1, I'll put my king back on B3 and use my H pawn as a decoy.
G pawn, yeah.
G pawn, sorry.
Yeah.
My G pawn is a decoy pawn. So king D3, key moment here. Wesley knows it. Wesley just doesn't want to see it. Wesley's looking up at the stars. Ooh, bishop E6.
Still fine.
Still fine. King C2 is just
101.
right.
He could have forced the draw, but here it's just play. Check. Move it back.
King C1.
More tricks.
Okay, now King
King
D3.
D3.
Now.
King
Only
D3 is required.
Yeah.
Any other move, we lose.
Correct. You must find the study like King D3, but there's a reason why this guy's one of the best players on the planet.
Truly.
And now we'll take that.
A rook.
And King B3.
Will King B3 you? Yeah, okay.
Whoa.
He has a tempo, it looks like.
It's so close.
It's one tempo.
King A2, G6.
Yeah, G6, and you have to stop the pawn.
Because B2?
It's a queen
G7,
endgame down a
queen
piece.
end?
No, what do you mean push? There was nothing there.
Sorry.
Oh.
I thought King B3 was required. He played G5 because after King
King
E2,
G6.
G6.
Yeah, right. Bishop. I have to
He's
be
faster.
B3.
Oh,
it's
faster. G7, B2.
G7, B2.
And just they
Don't-
have Queen A8 and trade the queens. Yeah.
No, you don't.
No, excuse me, I'm trying to win this position now, I guess.
King C3 check.
No, I guess I won't try to win.
Because Queen A8
But you have King C.
check.
Yeah, right. But you have King C3. That would be.
More- And we have a champion, everybody. Our congratulations to Fabiano as his bank account keeps fattening up. Well done.
Dinner's on him.
Right? That guy. He's picking up the check.
Congrats, Fabi, for winning clear first. He's the 2024 9LX champion.
Absolutely. Ooh.
And
Let's see the worst handshake ever through the magic of television. Now, why are you playing, Garry says?
it's like almost Garry. Like, give me your hand.
It's comical.
We've seen worse handshakes, by the way, but that definitely qualifies as top 10.
Right. And the final standings. Here we go.
So Fabio wins the event, Hikaru in clear second, Wesley in clear third, and there's 3 players sharing fourth, Garry Kasparov, Levon Aronian, and Sam Sevian.
Congratulations for Levon for his final victory in the final round. As we have hold on.
I don't understand the prize money at the end. What is it?
Yeah,
It's the same for everyone.
Oh, it's the same. Everybody
Yeah.
tied for
They didn't tie, but the prizes are
7th,
same.
prizes.
8th, 9th, and 10th.
You come in last and you get the same as me.
No way.
Come on, man.
No way.
At least put a little 500 or something.
Exactly.
You're all getting, you get the same as me and you're in the cellar?
Get out of here. I want some scales.
You got to put in a note.
Right.
HR box.
Right. Yeah.
Last place you should.
Exactly.
But anyway, Fabi with that lead in the beginning, that 3 points.
Yeah.
Day 1, running away with it. Day 2, not so fast.
Right.
And even in day 3, whoo! But at the end,
Had
finally.
Hikaru won against Grigoriy, Would have been a very different end.
Yes.
Yeah. And he tried so hard.
No,
almost
it was
200
definitely
votes.
We saw some
close.
blunders at the end.
lot.
That Sam Shankland, he had a very good position. He just missed Queen H6 check. That was just.
But even after that, he got a chance.
And then he had
D5
chances as well.
Yes, that beautiful D5 with C takes.
Oh,
you don't see
C2 takes D3.
You know, we talk about the funny tactics that can happen based on an original setup.
Right.
And we know our patterns from the normal chess position.
Right.
But funny tactics that can never happen or rarely, you never see that tactic in regular chess. You just never see it. I don't even know. I'm thinking of a chess puzzle to create where the knights would be next to it like that. But to see this tactic here.
For those of you who had missed it, it was in this moment that we had.
No, earlier.
Earlier?
Move before. Bishop F3 here.
It was
for
here.
white.
Okay, so yeah, we drop back. Bishop
F3.
F3.
Queen F5.
And to me, Queen F5 with D5.
Now, we can understand why Sam just said, okay, I'm not looking any further. Queen trade and I'm busted. Until you see C takes D3 and you go, well, where exactly is your king going after a check? And that would have saved the game.
What's also cool about this is you play knight C6.
I can move the bishop, right?
I moved the bishop.
Because you're pinned.
You don't have to move the bishop.
I don't have to
Why
move
not?
the bishop. Why not?
Oh, no, you do have to move the
Bishop
bishop. Sorry.
E4, let's
Yes,
say.
you do have to move the bishop. Okay, so you move the bishop in this position, and then that's it.
That's it.
Yep.
And the game flares anew. But unfortunately, once he missed that, well...
Then the piece was down.
Yeah, then it was a piece down.
I'm trying to figure out what the trick is. Because here's the thing. This is the first time any of us is seeing this tactic, right?
C2 takes D3?
Two knights. No,
Trapped
it's not
on
that.
D8
It's the
and
two knights and the two pawns.
Yes. That's,
On
It's the
B7 and D7.
It doesn't have to be on C8. It could happen anywhere along the back rank.
Right.
The king could be over on G8. The king could be on F8. But two knights and two pawns trapping a king to a check with a pawn right there waiting for a knight. I don't even know this would be even included in a study because all you do is win a piece.
What was very interesting is I wanted to play the move D5 in real time when the players were playing it. And I was thinking, okay, I get to play Queen C4 check and I get that epaulet. But this one ruined everything because you're threatening mate as well as a bishop. But by first including Bishop F3, Queen F5, D5, Queen. Again, this is really that's pretty. That's
so you know when this would be a puzzle? Where it would be a puzzle is if the knights were rooks. Back up.
Then it's made.
Play the moves. No, the same Bishop F3, Queen F5, etc.
Right.
Where this is included in studies is, I love to make studies these days now that I'm not a player anymore.
You and Jan Timon, man.
And if those knights were rooks,
yes,
then you have this rook C1 and it's mate without this rook being able to block.
Exactly.
So that's common. But to have knights like this and you get trapped, you just don't see it. And that's the beauty of Chess 960. Original tactics pop up that just never happen, that should be able to happen, but because just of the setup of the pieces, they just don't happen.
Yeah.
And we are treated by the fact that in years to come, there'll be more and more Chess 960 games, and we'll get the chance to see these kind of original tactics that delighted us.
Right.
It put a smile on our face when we said, oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah.
That's so cool. We don't get to see a lot of that's so cool tactics that we've never seen before.
C2 takes.
Now you see this one and you go, and it was the discovery, at least the opening of the C line by playing pawn takes that was really what was so delightful.
Wonderful.
Beautiful. But we do have Begim with the champion, Fabiano Caruana.
I was the tournament winner, Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, congratulations on your win, back-to-back win. And you are having a great season in general. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about the tournament and then your results in general this year?
Yeah, I think I played well overall, and it was very fun.
I think like also playing the U.S. Championship and having some form carryover was quite important, and I still felt from the first day like I was playing quite well. Okay, today I think I definitely got lucky. I mean, against Garry, it was just such a bad position I had. He was completely outplaying me. I was completely lost, but I thought maybe in his time trouble something will happen, and so I was just trying move by move not to lose. And yeah, it worked out. And then in the last round, okay, I thought maybe I need to draw, but maybe I need to win. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I saw you were so focused, and at the same time you were like kind of nervous. I was like, why he's nervous? And I didn't realize you didn't know that there's no playoffs.
Yeah, because I remembered from 2 years ago, like that was after the Singfield Cup, and I shared first place with Ali Reza, and we played rapid tiebreak, which was tied, and then we played Armageddon, which was very intense. So I thought, like, if I draw and Hikaru wins, then it will be a repeat. Like, I'll have to play another playoff. But at the start, I thought, okay, like, I should first aim to equalize and maybe make a draw. But I was very worried after the opening. It was very sharp. A lot of things were hanging. Very unusual position. So castling long, and I had this kind of battery along the diagonal and some mating threats, but also he had, like, potential against my weak pawn. So then once I got a safe position, I was happy at least, like, it can't go totally wrong.
And then Hikaru won suddenly, right?
Yeah. But you know, I had this strange feeling once Sam is thinking after C6, like, Sam's thinking for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
What's there to think about? I mean, you can only move the knight back to C3, and you're better, much better with white now.
Yeah.
But if he's thinking maybe he wants to play like Queen F1, and then blunders a piece to Queen H6. But I thought, okay, he'll think for a while, and then he'll see Queen H6, but
it didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
And it gives you extra pressure usually when you're racing with someone, and it happened to me as well. How do you approach these situations when you know that your closest rival just won the game? How do you prepare yourself, like, psychologically?
Yeah, well, I still want to take it kind of easy because it's still mostly a fun event. It was clear before today that it was sort of a race between Hikaru and I. And yeah, he was playing very well. He only had this one weak moment in the entire tournament against me in the third round. This was the deciding factor. Besides that, I think he played better than me, and he was collecting so many points. But yeah, this was an important factor.
Well, congratulations again. I have one more question though. What's next? What's your next tournament? And do you want to have some vacation before those?
Yeah, I'll rest a bit I have, you know, nearly a month, in fact. About 20 days, and then I will play in Singapore right before the World Championship match between Ding Liren and Gukash. I'll play a very small, also chess 960 match against Magnus. I think quite short, 2 days. It's more like promotional event because there will be a series of chess 960 tournaments that are scheduled for next year. And so this will be kind of a small promotional event, but still, you know, match against Magnus is always an occasion. And
it's always good to win.
It's always good to win, yeah. I'll hope to do well and play well again.
Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck with your tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Begim, and congratulations to Fabi. A final look at the final standings.
Congrats again, Fabi, for winning this tournament. Clear first finish. Second place, also congratulations to Hikaru. He had a great event.
Absolutely. Wesley snuck in there with the three top players in the field, Maurice.
Surprise.
Is that a surprise? But congratulations to Garry Kasparov. That is remarkable that you can just step into the world of chess after a 20-year absence and do that. Wow, that's just amazing.
Would you doubt it if Michael Jordan came back and said, you know what,
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, no, you're not leap of faith here. No. Wonderful.
Great working with you both.
Maurice, you can't be absent for 3 years. You know, that was 2 months too long.
Well, happy to join you both. First time with Nazi was a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Indeed. Maybe a year from now it'll happen again.
Oh.
But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
You're off to Singapore.
I am off to Singapore as well. I will be calling that match that Fabi just described between him and Magnus. And then I'll be working the whole Singapore event. I won't be a commentator for the World Championship, but I'll be hosting, emceeing, doing what I do, the gift of gab. So it always pays to be able to talk a little bit.
Number 1 and number 2, can't miss it. Thank you everybody for hanging with us here as Chess 960 comes to a close. Thank you again. We'll see you next time.
Thank you for watching. Have a good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.